Oh, did I? Did I forget that? David. What up, Brad? Ow! How we doing, folks? We start in like 5 minutes. What up, Ryan? Oh, God. I understand. Wait, I do social stream. What are you talking about? Happy holidays, Tomato. What up, Sharp? Zero Cool. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, thanks for the membership. I appreciate your support. What up, what up, what up? Aw, thank you, brother. What up, Ogre? What up, Aquila? Aquila. Aquila. Kila, Kila. Bo, bo, bo. Christmas is back. Woke is back. It's all back. Alright, almost ready to go, folks. So much to discuss. So many different things. I also had pizza today, believe it or not. We had this nice pizza. It's was thin crust. I saw someone like run someone over on Twitter. I don't have any intentions of covering it. Unless there's like a reason to. Grandma got run over by a reindeer. Not supposed to say the word. Thin crust is disgusting to me. If it weren't for all this black ice. Yo! On SCOTUS commentary sounds fake. Are you tricking us? No, I'm not tricking. Alright, we're ready to go. Enough of this. Alright, all music listeners, get out. There's the door. It's over there. How is everybody doing? Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Hope you guys are all feeling very festive. Someone says, I'm losing my mind. My Pepsi Max tastes like lemon. Interesting. David Colo says, I lost my mind trying to understand the incoherent voter. The incoherent voter? How does a mind understand a contradiction? Is it possible for you to believe something and its opposite at once? Can you guys hear me okay? What up, Timothy? You've never seen a Latino Santa? Isn't Santa a Spanish word? Do you know what some people don't know? Does anyone know the Spanish word for Christmas? Navidad. Yes. And does anyone know what that stands for? What's the root of the word? There's one, I did get a book, but I technically got it for myself. I'll explain why. It's Navi's dad from Zelda. Nice one. No, it's like, yeah, the nativity scene. It's birth, right? Navidad. Nice. Good job, everybody. Well done. All right, so I got one of my dear family members. He had a list of things. And I'm like, oh shit. I'm just going to get like a bunch of stuff on there. And we didn't coordinate well. And he got two of the same book. Now, I got him other things as well. But then the book looked interesting. And so I just kept it. Is that wrong? Have you guys ever done such things? Has this ever happened to you? Is this a thing? Sending you my list now. I didn't check it twice. That was the issue. See, that was the issue. Should I have kept it or should I have returned it and like gotten another? But the thing is, I already had gotten him like a bunch of stuff over and above. I think we had like this year we did the first year of like a spending limit because we've gone like crazy before. And it was a quite modest spending limit. So I don't think I have a moral obligation. It would be morally neutral of me to get another book. How's everybody? Yes, every single white elephant I do, I get my own gift back on purpose. I don't even know what the white elephant thing means. But nice. You ought not get him another book. But I should get him another book. Those things are different. You hear? What's the book? What's the book? Oh, the book is something about the Revolutionary War. And I'm like, I'm reading a book right now about the Civil War. And don't ask me the name because I just forgot it. It's like the most famous Civil War book that all the historical people tell you to read. So yeah, I don't know the name. Don't ask me. Thanks for... See, you can always tell the people who love books, the common good. Even just based on her profile picture, you can tell she loves books. She'll read, and she'll ask you the name of the book you're reading. This is just very bad for me. Oh, about her. Just kidding. I don't buy Christmas gifts for people who provide Amazon. No, it wasn't an Amazon list. It was like a list of ideas of stuff you would want, right? Which I think is normal. Christmas lists are normal, aren't they? Feliz Navidad, momentum. You just not do Christmas lists? Ever? What's in the name of the book? Yes, it's Battle Cry Freedom. Yes, that's it. Yes. Holy crap. How does this person... Are you a socialist? Because only socialists read. Or so I'm told. It sucks getting things you don't want or don't like and they just take up space. You're very practical, Tomato. Oi, Mary. Holy crap, I didn't respond to you, Usurp. But I said I would. Wait, no, I was supposed to respond at least by tonight. So we'll exchange. We'll exchange information. You're very good at the book thing. Would you be a rebel or a loyalist? I would be loyal to the country. Pisco should write a book called Yes or No. I'm not a socialist. I'm a humanist. Go home. Your camera sucks. So I'll be home. I'll be back in New York like the 30th. And so you'll probably see me at normal setup then, 30th. Okay? So, sorry, you're just going to have to... I can just... You know what, Keys? You want me to just end the stream right now? You just want me to end the stream? Because I will. Now, there's a lot of stuff to talk about. There's legal stuff. There's drama. There's all this good stuff. I'm not in Jersey. I'm not in Jersey. Wait. Huh. I like the way that Battle Cry of Freedom starts. It's kind of getting you in the scene of a different set of circumstances and wars and people meeting under different circumstances. And you really get a sense of like, because if you take a look at the Civil War from the perspective of a discrete point in time, and one thing that I think I appreciate about some of the new perspectives I've had from both the legal analysis on insurrection, but also some of these books that I'm reading, is that you shouldn't treat it as like a specific point in time. There's like overlap with other eras, including the founding. They're like members of the Confederates who have like direct lineage to former framers of the Constitution / founding fathers. Like the family of like Jefferson and Washington, and some of the family of Washington were on the wrong side of the war. You know, I have watched the Ken Burns, not the Revolutionary War. I watched the Ken Burns Civil War. Yeah. Okay. We'll do it live. Are you going to Word War Debate? I got the message, folks. I got the message. Word War Debate has officially reached out to me. Now, they haven't yet. It's ambiguous what they've invited me to. Okay? You don't ask why they call it Word War Debate in this house. It's ambiguous what they have messaged me for. It's an invitation to attend, it seems like. They'll buy my ticket to attend it. And it's not a big deal for me to go to AC, you know, for whenever it is. But they haven't said that, like, I'm going to be a speaker. They want me to, like, meet the team. And so I don't think that that counts as an invitation to actually debate. I'm just going to go and meet the people who are representing entire worldviews. The first time ever. Have a holly jolly Christmas. Yeah, they invited me to the pre-war. Imagine you get there and Andrew demands money. I know he'll be at the bars like, now go home and get your fucking shine box. I was like, motherfucker, keep him here. You're gonna go meet the entire conservative worldview. These are people representing entire worldviews. Did you ask for 10,000? Yeah, so I'm just gonna put it out there that it feels like it's an invitation to attend and to like get buddy with the representatives of that worldview. But I don't mind because I was wanting to go to AC anyway. Do a little gamba. And I have some friends on my that I want to like touch base with from college that be like going to AC and out. Happy Kwanzaa. Maybe you didn't hear I don't shine shoes no more. Maybe you didn't hear that. Hey, relax. I'm busting balls over here. Now go home and get your fucking shine box. I don't know why I made myself I almost said Danny DeVito, Joe Pesci. What an actor, huh? Joe Pesci? An invitation to attend is wild work, not gonna lie. I know, but like I'm like the preeminent coverage of word war debate. I'm covering it in a way that no one else on the scene is. And so I feel like if I get invited to the thing, it'll be like my first reporting gig. It'll be my first ever coverage as a reporter. Worldview is below the line. Goodfellas is a very Christmassy movie. Yeah, true. All right, folks. Let's get into the content. The content. I do like Casino as well. I think Casino and Goodfellas are a bit overrated, though. I like them, but I think they're a bit overrated. I actually do prefer the Godfather movies, gangster movies. I prefer The Departed. I prefer The Dark Knight. I like Godfather 3. I like all this stuff. You come to the chat to bang. Okay. You watched The Departed last night? I haven't seen the incident. Is it even TOS friendly to show? What is it named? Clavicular? Clavicular? Watch it.
Start driving with this guy. Drive.
Oh my god! You probably just ran him over.
Yeah, I don't think that that's justified. That's just me. Unless there's additional context, like this person has, that he would have been aware of, all right? So keep in mind, folks, self-defense, it's about the state of mind of the person from an objective perspective. So only the facts that he has. So don't send me facts of things that this person has like otherwise done weird shit or otherwise like other insane statements. You got to be very, very clear about what's happening. Did he die? Is this a Tesla? He survived. Apparently he's a repeated stalker, but still doesn't seem justified. Yeah, so understand, he said he hoped he was dead immediately after. Again, that gets into also state of mind. I don't know, he was in Florida, so he's fine. Not necessarily. All right, folks. For self-defense, you are allowed to use force to stop threats against you or other people. Okay? Illegal threats of force. Illegal force, application of force, threats of force in certain specified crimes or attempted crimes. Your use of force needs to be objectively reasonable under the circumstance, given a totality of circumstance. And this person is jumping on the car for sure, probably harassing, right? That guy's probably doing a crime. And the response is deadly force, okay? Ramming someone with a vehicle, if that was his intent, and I think we're assuming it was, that if his purpose is to use deadly force, that is to run over this person in response to a deadly threat, or a threat, the threat, it needs to be an imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death, or in a category of crime such that it would be covered by like a per se use of self-defense. And I just have a very intuition about when that is justified than some people on the internet. Some people, and again, this might get into like conversations of self-defensive property or whatever, but I'm just trying to, from perspective of what the law says, it's not enough that someone transgresses against your property. It's not enough that someone harasses you. You need to be in imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury. And the use of force needs to be reasonable. The question is, at the time that he ran over the guy, was he in danger of serious bodily injury or death? And would an objectively reasonable person think that? And I think the answer is no. Assuming someone has a gun, again, it has to do with what the person in his position would reasonably know. Right before the incident, he was talking about he wanted to catch a body, right? These are all facts that would tend to lead he didn't actually feel that his life was in peril, or that there was a risk of an imminent risk of serious bodily injury. Otherwise, you would, if you didn't think that your life was in imminent threat, right, or that you were an imminent threat of serious bodily injury, what we want you to do is call the police. All right? Self-defense is the right to summarily use force without any court of law or procedure. And so we reserve it for the most deserving of cases. And in the case of normal application of force, that can include things like someone infringing on your property, these kinds of things. Totally agree. But for the use of deadly force, we want to see a showing of a threat of serious bodily injury or death. That's imminent and reasonable under the circumstance. And so you're going to, maybe this person is a stalker or whatever, and so that informs the analysis. But I don't think being a stalker is enough to use deadly force. Being a stalker is enough, certainly, to be charged with being a stalker, for sure. In the right circumstances, I could imagine it being justified. But in that case, it doesn't look like he's at risk of serious bodily injury or death. He's in a Tesla. Sure, he doesn't know that this guy doesn't have a gun hidden somewhere or whatever. But that's not enough. Right? He needs to have an apprehension that this person actually represents a threat, just because it's possible he could have a gun. I don't think that's enough. Very different from the Kyle Rittenhouse case, right? The Kyle Rittenhouse case, you have someone who's holding a gun being chased by people, by a person who, notwithstanding the fact that he has the gun, is coming onto them. And there, what's so important is someone in Kyle Rittenhouse's position could reasonably think that he's in serious danger of serious bodily injury or death, because the gun is not deterring. Here, no, I don't think that there's enough. And kids do this kind of shit all the time. Now, this particular person might have been a stalker or whatever. This particular person might have had other facts, and so I don't know. It's just my gut reaction to it. So, just going off the facts of the video enough. If all that was there was the fact of the video, and that's, just to be clear, not all the facts that if this were ever to come to a case that would be introduced, a lot more facts would be introduced. That's why for so long I held out my position on the Rittenhouse case, because the prosecution was going to try to show evidence of provocation, evidence of first aggressor, this kind of stuff that will knock out theories of self-defense if you're the initial aggressor, those kinds of things. If you are doing certain things for the purpose of provoking an attack upon yourself, it might cancel out some versions of self-defense in different jurisdictions. But just going off of the video, and again, stressing that's not the only set of facts, no way, not even close in my mind. That's just my opinion, though. But yeah, that's my initial reaction to it. That I do not think it's that his life in that circumstance appears to be. I'll watch it one more time. And again, it's very, 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 very. I'm going to say this for the next 10 seconds. Very, 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 very important that you recognize that people can show all the fucked up shit they want about this person. It needs to be stuff that the guy was actually aware of and he had knowledge of and was thinking about. That's what you need to know. So it's not enough. It's like the George Floyd stuff, right? You can show evidence of bad conduct elsewhere, but you need to show that the person who is using the force would have known that. And what we get, by the way, so this is, I think, a legal analysis now, right? So now it's the kind of reverse Ethan Klein thing for people, where now I'm giving like the legal take, and people don't give a shit about the legal take. They care about the ethical take. And I know this is tongue-in-cheek, but my guess is, without seeing a lot of the comments, people are like, fuck around and find out. That's what you get for stalkers. I don't feel bad if a stalker gets run over. And so you get all of that kind of shit, but now it's kind of on the ethical part of it, right? Although there are some similarities. So now for me is going to be an interesting legal case, because these self-defense cases are always very fact-bound, very analysis-heavy, circumstance-dependent. I'm guessing people will be like, oh, who cares about the legal analysis? That's stupid. Fuck this guy. He deserved it. But yeah. What can I say? What did Bronca say? Oh, we should look at what Bronca said. If the guy had a gun who was pointed at him and Klav saw it, he's good. Oh yeah, if the guy like draws a gun or something, yeah, 100%. I mean, that's not even difficult. But I didn't see a gun. I'm gonna watch it one more time.
Oh my fucking
Start driving with this guy.
Someone says start driving on this guy. He's holding a phone. His hand is visible. There's no gun in sight. Someone says start driving.
Drive.
He's dancing around and he's like jumping and laughing. And then he runs him over. Yeah, no way, no way, no way, no way. No way, no how. No way, no how. No way, no how. There need to be some facts that show this person is like a wanted killer, or he's assaulted before against this person. This person knew about it, right? There have to be some crazy facts for me to justify that shit. That is unhinged. It's unhinged. Whether he'll be charged, I don't know. Listen to the crunch. That's a 9mm Glock. He had a cell phone in his... Yeah. You see his hand on the car. You see the cell phone. How is he a threat of imminent serious bodily injury or death? Jumping on this tank, this Tesla. I think that's unhinged. I don't know what the odds are you get charged. Am I going to get canceled for saying this? What's the discourse? Are people in support of it or against it? Poly says 79% odds of... This poly market shit is really... I mean, it is dystopia. It's Florida. Yeah, who knows? Someone might try to make a name for themselves. These prosecutors are very ambitious sometimes. Very, very ambitious. The guy has assaulted Clav before, but I don't think it matters. With a knife? That might matter to me. Depends on how, I think. Generally, people are against the driver. Hey guys, here's a recommendation. No more pronouns. Ever. And not just for trans people. For the discourse. Who's him? GTA 6 marketing. Oh, because they're doing a new Vice City, right? Looks like the guy just a clout chasing stalker. Yeah, not enough for me. He threw a drink at him before. Discourse is pro Clav. Oh, fun. I love that, like, I didn't even know that. Yeah, no, unless I see more facts here, I'm gonna say this is some kind of, like, I don't know if it's attempted homicide. It might be, or at least like whatever the statute is for assault with the vehicle or some shit. It should be that if there are no other facts than what I'm seeing in this video, if I just had that to go off of, I would say he's got to be charged with a fucking felony. Hope you had a Merry Christmas. He's just siding with Clav because Clav called out Ethan's loss. I have no idea. Wait, who's Clav? Is Clav the person driving? Or is Clav the person being run over? I don't know. I think he lived. Clav is the driver. Yeah, no, I'm against the driver. This guy should be charged unless there's other crazy shit that I don't know about. That's some unhinged shit. You see his hand. You see the phone. Yes, he is doing damage to the vehicle potentially. Yes, he is harassing. Yes, you should charge him as well with whatever he was doing. But it's called you call the police. It's called you call the police. That's what it's called. If he's an imminent threat, you can use force, for sure. You can't use deadly force unless he's an imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death, or there's some other, like, category of crime that he's committed, which I don't think here would apply. It's unhinged. By the way, recognize also the scope of the argument. When someone says, for example, in the George Floyd case, that it was justified to use deadly self-defense or deadly force in the context of George Floyd, what they're essentially saying is it's justified to shoot George Floyd in the head at that moment in time, right? He's justified. If you say that Chauvin was justified to use deadly force when he was doing the hold on George Floyd, what you're saying is it would be justified to shoot him. So you have to think about yourself, how you would feel about the video if Clav steps out of if that's his name, right? Steps out of the driver's side and just shoots him with his gun. Would you think about that differently? Because in this case, it's deadly force. I mean, no one doubts that, right? So you have to try to. These are why these hypotheticals are very useful. People have, like, these different intuitions about the driving, and the driving does seem like the intent is to run him over, not to, like, avoid him. It's like he's turning into him after someone says drive over him or drive into him. Merry Christmas. What's the best course of conduct for Dems until midterms? Run out of the clock with delays or pursue impeachment? I think that you should, if you take the House, you mean? I think that you need to, it's a game of time. Right now, time is on our side. Believe it or not. Now, in the meantime, there's going to be a shit ton of bad stuff that happens to the country, etc. But in terms of, we're running out the clock on the tangible actions that Trump can take in the administration. He's wasted his first year on things that are generally unpopular. There are things that will have lasting and insane effects for the rest of our lives, no doubt. But we're starting to run the clock on some of the big, like, end of democracy day type situations. He moved too slow, and there's been, at the start, I was very fearful and anxious because people were falling in line, even Democrats. And so that's why I was like, at that moment, no holds barred. You need to just resist absolutely everything. And that's still my position, to be clear, all the time. But I'm more and more delighted to see that the country is turning on him. Do not underestimate your opponents under any circumstance. You guys ever see the horror movie where the bad guy gets like shot a dozen times and, Jason or Michael, they get fucked with, they're burned, and then they're on the ground. And the heroes come up to him like, it's over. We did it. They look at each other, and then he's like, you can never, ever, ever underestimate your opponents. But I like to see that his popularity is in decline. And it's his own fucking fault. These tariffs are very unpopular, and they've caused prices to go up. The focus on foreign policy stuff, it just is not going to win him points. Foreign policy is where you lose, where you will like bleed stuff, right? You will lose on foreign policy shit, no doubt. But gaining on it, unless there's an attack on the country, Pearl Harbor, 9/11, that kind of stuff, or impressively insane victories, it doesn't. The American people don't give a shit about that you stopped the war with Cambodia or whatever, that you stopped a little minor incursion at some, like, no one gives a shit about that. Even if the Ukraine war stopped, I doubt approval numbers would have a significant budge. You saw this like fake peace deal with Israel and Gaza, for whatever that's worth. It hasn't had any effect. People don't give a shit about that. And he just has no plan for keeping prices low, addressing affordability issues. He doesn't have any plan. By the way, it's like insane that I have to say this because everyone knows it. Everyone knew it at the time of the election. Who had the housing plan? Who had the plan on keeping drug prices low? Who was worried about economic policy? Kamala, the Democrats. Not fucking Trump. And everyone called it out. And so we're just watching in real time the natural and probable consequence related to Trump's stated goals. He's more worried about going after Comey, going after Letitia James, doing these political prosecutions, these corrupt deals. Everyone is grifting from the administration in all these positions of authority. They're all making personal benefit out of it. And I think that Democrats should continue to needle on the Epstein files. I think it's been largely positive. I think they should not overstep what we know. But in general, I've been okay with that response. I'm okay with what they did on healthcare. I wish they would have extended the shutdown further for purposes of getting those really, again, continuing to needle and get more benefits and extract better PR wins, etc., and show that they can't govern. I think it would have been beneficial, but all in all, I judge the Democrats with like a C+ on their response. I think Gavin Newsom has been pretty excellent in terms of his optics, PR, that kind of stuff. He started in a way I didn't approve of, which was the kind of very nice sit downs with Charlie Kirk and Bannon. And I know they've spun it into, well, this was him learning about that. This was him. I don't really buy it that much, but he's shown that he's responsive. And that means something to me. It really does mean something to me that a politician sees a strategy, tries it, hears something from the Democratic base, what the people, the rank and file want to see, and is responsive to it. Not that I think Newsom isn't just this like pawn who does everything the base does or tells him to do, but to me, it means something that you have a politician who's trying different things and seeing something that works and sticking with it. And I think that there's a major win that Newsom accomplished with the redistricting. That was awesome. And that to me is like, he's lucky he's in the position to be effectively like the president of a state. And he was in the position to do it, but he knocked it out of the park on that. And that was a risk that he took. He took a risk there. Wasn't entirely clear that he was going to win there. But I think he's done very well. So I give Newsom like an A- in terms of how he's come out. And I think the results speak for themselves. He's being bandied about like one of the major, because he is a major contender for 2028. It's harder for some of these politicians who don't have official roles. It's harder for Kamala Harris because she's on a book tour, She doesn't have power. governmental power. Some of these congressional politicians, all they have really are there those few moments in hearings, and then their public posturing. Ro Khanna, I think, has been good. Give him a B minus. I think that he has stepped up and made a name for himself. And the Epstein files, that's been like his baby. And I think he's been decently effective on it. So, props to Ro Khanna. We think of other Democrats to name. And then before we get into our legal stuff, I think Pritzker has been good. A lot of this litigation, I totally support. You guys know me. I'm not a fan of Chuck Schumer as leader in the Senate. I think that he's feckless and weak. I think, unfortunately, the same thing about Hakeem Jeffries. I don't have any, I'm realistic about the fact that it's unlikely to unseat Hakeem Jeffries. That seems to be, that's not on the table, really. I do think that they should, but that's just my personal opinion. And it has more to do with, his presence, his ability this is Chuck Schumer now, to keep the coalition together, and because of, thank you so much, for Tubi, it would benefit Democrats to really push the growing divide in Republican politics, in my opinion. I've spoken to Trump supporters who didn't give a single fuck about any of his economic or foreign scripts turn on him over Epstein. Yeah, but Schumer's done that. I'm more upset from the Schumer perspective. Or you saying Democrats generally, my bad. Van Hollen gets an A as well. I think Van Hollen has done a great job in the Senate. I think Chris Murphy gets an A. I think these people have done very well. On Doobie's comment here, yeah, I just Epstein is a very effective thing for Trump supporters because unlike a lot of these other issues, when Democrats will talk about shit related to the economy or USAID gets cut or, healthcare, don't you care about all the people who are being denied healthcare? You're coming to the MAGA supporter with your own worldview, with your own ideological base, and trying to map it on to people who just see the world differently than you do. What's great about the Epstein stuff is you're coming to it from their worldview, right? They're the ones who believe in a globalist child grooming cabal that runs the whole world, right? And so for the MAGA ideologue, the Epstein stuff, and I don't doubt that Doobie was very effective in whatever he was talking to, whatever, his people. I don't doubt that it's effective because there's just no answer to it, and it's coming from their worldview. And so having that as a talking point, I think, is effective against Trump people, as are some of the foreign policy, I don't know what you would say, entanglements, the Qatar airplane stuff, some of the Israel stuff. I think it can be effective to a layperson to be like, he cares more about this than that. He cares more about satisfying the Emirates than he does about helping the American people. Why is he getting this airplane? So how you sell the foreign policy problem, I think to the average person should be less about, this is geostrategically not a good idea because your position in America contrary to NATO allies. That shit doesn't matter. And the stopping of the wars doesn't matter. It matters as a reflection of human tendencies, right? Why does this person care more about them than us? Right? So once again, it's kind of like a virus. You're using their thought process, which is you should care about us, not them, rather than the geostrategic painting of the foreign policy issues. But I don't doubt that you got a lot of mileage out of the Epstein stuff for sure. No doubt about that. But for people who are not plugged in and aren't even having the discussions, the economy stuff is I think actually, I continue to believe. But yeah, that's my mindset. Let's see any other comments. Switch to legal stuff. Don't even bother trying to crack the Epstein cult. They'll allege you need your hard drive checked. No, I think that I mentioned this before. It's kind of an unwinnable stance for Trump. I will stress time and time again, the very fact that we're talking about public disclosures of documents presupposes lack of trust. Because if we trusted the government on the Epstein issues, we would all say, well, they looked into it and there's nothing there. And I guess they did an investigation. They didn't find anything else. We would just be trusting them. So the very fact that we're asking for disclosures of documents presupposes that we don't trust you on your charging decisions. And so that will obviously extend to the nature of the disclosure of documents itself. The trust issue doesn't just stop at the charging and investigatory stage. It extends to everything touching Epstein. And so it's an unwinnable position from the perspective of disclosure, because the government's already on the back foot and trying to earn back trust in a method that they'll never earn back trust on an issue in which it's axiomatically assumed, dogma. You're not going to win back trust on an issue that is assumed to be true, disproving it. In some sense, it's like me trying to disprove, I don't know. You guys can make all the references you want. If it's bought in, the position doesn't have to do with like the amount of evidence. It doesn't have to do with anything else. And it instead has to do with like some underlying feeling, some other underlying allegiance, or some underlying dogmatic assumption. It's just such a losing position to think that disclosure of some arbitrary amount of documents for which there are these huge textually enacted loopholes that cover an incredibly broad disclosure law. There's just so much room there for plausible doubt as to the nature of the disclosures. And so that's not a trust-winning exercise. It's a trust-eroding exercise. It erodes trust. And Trump and Bondi must know this. No one's going to be satisfied, and they're going to pick apart not just the disclosures, how you disclose, when you disclose, how much you redact, what you choose to withhold, whether your redactions are consistent or not. So this is fundamentally not a trust-building exercise. It's a trust-destroying, credibility-destroying exercise that is not going to bring about any good favor. And here's the other thing, right? They don't actually want to find any strong evidence of criminality. Because if they find strong evidence of criminality in those files, then they've just participated in one of the greatest crimes of all time, covering that up. So Bondi and Trump have a vested interest not to find evidence of crimes. That's why they're cooking up this whole, we found 1 million new documents in the SDNY. Like, bitches, you knew that the grand jury proceeding came out of New York, at least the most recent one. And then there's the one out of Florida. So it's never this like, oh, they were hiding them in New York. Everyone knows that the last major indictment of Epstein was out of the SDNY. In fact, there was a letter exchange between Bondi and Kash Patel, who seemed to hate each other, like earlier this year in February, March time, where they were talking specifically about how much documents, like, oh, we found. So the reason they have to come up with these new excuses are like, why are you investigating after you already said nothing more to see here, folks? Like Bondi was Chief Wiggum saying, all right, folks, move it along. Nothing to see here. Right. The reason that she has to do that is because she already declared that it's done. And so there needs to be another pretext on why there might be something incriminating, but they don't want to find it. They really, really don't want to find it, because if they do, they've now engaged in one of the great cover-ups of our time. Another doobie bucks, socialism bucks. Is there any way to take legal action now that it's been proven the names of alleged co-conspirators were redacted, despite their public claims that only victims would have their names redacted? Doubtful, right? So here's the other huge PR problem is, there's no doubt going to be some lawsuits about this issue. No doubt about that. Democrats are already planning it. I heard Ranking Member Garcia, I think, talk about this. I think he's the ranking member of either Judiciary or Oversight or something like that. And so they're planning lawsuits. Trump might have the better of the argument on those lawsuits, specifically on their justiciability. Whether or not there, in fact, is a cause of action, a substantive cause of action under the disclosure law. That is, does this law contain a right to sue under the law? Is it enforceable by the courts as a substantive matter? And then there's the standing justiciability concern, which is standing, right? Who gets to sue about this? Do the victims get to sue? It's not clear that they do. If there's an injury, it seems to be only traceable, if it exists at all, to the Congress as a whole body. And so is Congress going to be willing to file a lawsuit when they're both controlled by Republicans against the Republican president on the Epstein stuff? One thing is to vote for the disclosure when Trump has given the okay. Another thing is to sue the government in the name of the Congress controlled by the Republicans. And even if that were allowed, or some other plaintiff were allowed to bring suit under the disclosure laws and precedent of the courts, how does that look from a PR perspective to have a strong argument in court that you don't need to disclose anything further, and to be pressing that argument as the Trump administration would undoubtedly do to defend the legality of what they're doing? It's just like very untenable from a PR perspective for Trump to go in these lawsuits to defend further non-disclosures. It makes him look more guilty. So as I mentioned before, it kind of does, in my mind, it makes me think that almost this law might have been written so deviously to maximally fuck with Trump. Because you're almost baiting Trump to use the loopholes that are allowed under the law. You've created such a broad set of category for disclosure that, but also these kind of manipulative, potentially contradictory loopholes, and kind of baiting him to use it and take issue with whatever he does and the timeliness of it. And so what? The court's going to order disclosures? I don't think the courts want to touch this. Yeah, that's my take on the Epstein stuff. It's been my take for a while, and I think the Democrats are doing pretty good on it. But it has more to do with this is really all their fault. It's the Trump administration's fault in the first place that they made the promises that they made, that they did the fucking Volume 1 shit, that Bondi, even though I have some sympathy for Bondi, and the only time I've ever shown any good faith to Bondi ever, that's not true, by the way, I show her plenty of good faith, but the only time I've ever been sympathetic, even just a tiny little smidge, so she honestly deserves it, is when she said, "They're on my desk right now," which was clearly a reference not to a specific list. It was just saying that it's on her job of things to do. But it was like the worst thing ever for her to say, and it's created a circus. And those are not my monkeys, and those are not my circus. I'm just watching from afar, watching them throw poop at each other, laughing and cheering on the Democrats as they give additional piles of poo to the monkeys. I hope you enjoy that metaphor. Okay, folks. Any other questions on Epstein before we get to legal stuff? And then also, we'll eventually do some call-ins today. So the plan is to do some legal stuff. I'm going to review the SCOTUS thing again, now with like a bigger picture, to really sink in how sick this case is, how good this case is, and how mad and how much of hacks the dissenters are. We're not going to like read through it all, but I'm going to show you parts of it. Like I said, the opinion itself is very short to really just like cement that in our heads. And then after that, a quick Kilmar thing and a quick thing, this will be interesting, on viewpoint discrimination, so that you guys can see how a district court, at least, who knows if it'll be sustained, deals with these kinds of fact patterns of like, oh, well, we revoked clearance on the basis of your viewpoint, or because of, you've taken a certain stance in public. You don't have a right to a clearance, but can it still be viewpoint discrimination? And that's an interesting case. And then we'll do also call-ins. If anyone has any burning disagreements only, you can let me know in the chat. Usurp says she said it because it could be interpreted as if it was on her actual desk. So there, Usurp is kind of saying, well, the reason she said it that way was to get some benefit out of it, to make it seem like, I just don't know why she would characterize something, unless you're just saying she's very stupid or opportunistic, when she knew it wasn't like that. Like, so maybe she was trying to do the optimal PR thing in that moment, but if she did, then she was very short-sighted. Ilmar has not been deported. He was initially illegally rendered to Sikot. He is in the country. Mahmoud Khalil, as far as I know, has not been deported either. His case is proceeding. Yeah. Have you seen anything come out in the release that makes you think that they were purposely deciding to not investigate? Nothing definitive so far for me. And guys, just be careful about the kind of claims you're making on the Epstein files shit. Like this letter, I don't know how much you can read into the letter to Larry Nassar. If it's even from him, if it were from him, what it would show, like absolutely apply the standard to the Republicans that they were wanting to apply to you. So bring that up and say, listen, if this were true about any other Democrat, what would you say in that context? What would you say if Democrats were the ones being accused in this like letter or whatever to Larry Nassar? You would be out of your mind. You'd be livid. You think Dems are overpromising? A little bit. Yeah. I think they're overpromising. A little bit. I think this is true of Ro Khanna, who I respect. I think this is true of AOC, who I really like. I think that they are assuming too much. And I don't think they should. I think if they tweaked it a little bit of what they were saying, it would be better. That's just me, right? I don't want, and I don't think that the base of the Democrats is similar to the base of the MAGA Republicans, in that I think that the base of Democrats are more willing to accept conclusions based on available evidence. And we also don't have it as our dogmatic belief that such and such thing is established. But I just want to prevent it from being established that we have like smoking gun proof of Trump's criminality. And that includes, by the way, things in affidavits. That includes, by the way, things in complaints. That includes, by the way, things in interview notes. So don't just take, because there's interview notes about someone saying something, that it is the thing, right? That's all. The only thing I'm trying to do is do not claim to know something we don't actually know. And you can definitely say, hey, this is interesting. You know, the whole thing, the birthday card situation. May every day be another wonderful little secret. Enigmas never age. All that stuff, yeah. Make hay with it. Have some fun with it. Call out the corruption in the censorship, or I should say the lack of disclosure, lack of transparency, double standards, hypocrisy, lies that have been told. I totally appreciate all that. And I think the Democrats have been doing good. I just would caution a little bit on some of the wording of the substantive improper things that have been alleged. Sometimes it seems like there's assumptions happening. I'm predicting now if Newsom wins, they're falling into the Trump trap. On the Epstein stuff, I don't think that the Democrats are going to make hay of it the way they're not going to feel the same kinds of pressure from their influencers as Trump did. Like in a influencer world that is dripping with conspiracy and with the Epstein saga as the core myth of their, I want to say, of the QAnon story of, again, QAnon kind of, I'm just saying the Epstein story is in line with and is some evidence for a larger set of beliefs, something concrete, right? Some actual criminality related to children of someone with a lot of influence with big important people. And so it's like a very important part of their mythology that is centered around a global pedophilic conspiracy. And so I just want to not lean too heavily into assuming things we don't actually are able to, we can't actually prove. But I don't think we're as disposed to go crazy about it in the way that the MAGA base is. Hope that makes sense. Isn't there an Israel conspiracy among Dems like QAnon? I don't know what you're referencing. What's the Israel QAnon for Democrats? You're going to have to explain that to me. Republicans are willing to stake out bold claims, little information, and forego nuance and context. I think a lot of their base already is predisposed to believe those conspiracies. And yeah, they don't really question them anymore. They're kind of ingrained as myth. Everyone is paid off by AIPAC. Which part of that do you think is like the... Okay. So I don't think everyone is paid off by AIPAC. And if anyone said that, that would be untrue. But a lot of Democratic politicians take money from AIPAC. I think a majority of them do. Is that the conspiracy? So, what percentage of Democratic politicians take money from AIPAC? AIPAC says, let's see. List of politicians funded by AIPAC. We had a fucking. Oh, maybe it's less. Oh, I thought it was more. Oh, okay. So not a majority. I was wrong about that. 44 Democrats. It's like from track AIPAC. And these guys obviously hate AIPAC. So if even they are only saying 40 take money. 44 Democrats, 37 Republicans. Is that true? I thought it was more. I don't know what that has to do with like QAnon. That's like very different. Overstating the influence of money that is actually changing hands to politicians. I don't understand the comparison to QAnon. See, even you fell for it. I mean, the percentage, sure. The percentage. But it's like saying the following, right? So imagine that there was a QAnon-like conspiracy. Oh, but it's only like the federal government, not the state governments, or it only exists in the American government, not in all these other governments. I feel like that's like a different. If we're just talking about the scale of what's being alleged, AIPAC giving money and influencing people doesn't seem like a far-fetched conspiracy. In fact, that's what they're allowed to do under our laws, right? Like the whole argument from AIPAC is that it's not foreign lobbying; it's people domestically who think that it's in America's interest to have a good relationship with Israel. So I don't understand why that is being there's an equivalence here being made to QAnon. Since we like know officially they do operate. It's a group that operates that gives money specifically for the purpose of influencing. They're lobbying. It's legal, probably. Yeah, I don't understand why this is a QAnon Democrat thing. I mean, I'm gonna be stuck on this momentum because it just seems like very. There are some people who go farther than that. They're like, AIPAC controls everything. Taylor Lorenz chorus thing was straight conspiracy pill. That's a fair one. I think you meant Dems did this, but you meant it was okay. But Dems were the victims here of. And even, by the way, a lot of the chorus reporting, I don't think it was. There's some suggestions made by Lorenz, which I think are inaccurate. But in terms of some of the facts, I don't know that the facts are like complete fabrications. It's just the kind of insinuations and some of the suggestions, including on some of the terminology there, which we talked about, which I talked about with Aaron on. We had a debate about it at some point. But even that's like not on all fours. And there, the Democrats are, again, like on the receiving end. It's like Brian Tyler Cohen is being accused of this shit. You're wrong about literally everything and are absolutely intolerable, but Merry Christmas. Like, thank you, Grassroots. Appreciate you. And she had a great idea how it would be taken. Yeah, no, I think that the implications by Lorenz are not justified. And I said as much at the time. But I do think that like people should disclose if they're getting money from. I think that like that's a good thing to say. Is like you should disclose if you're getting money from. It's especially true like in light of all the stuff about like the Doobie donations to me. Can you imagine if it was found out? So all the Doobie donations to me are public, right? And they're happening right there, and you see the little alert when it comes up. Can you imagine if I was taking money on the side from Doobie that wasn't through like YouTube stream chat? So people were arguing with me about whether we ought to disclose that stuff. And I was taking the view, which was like a pretty critical, like I would say very critical of Taylor Lorenz. You saw my tweet, which was liked by Brian Tyler Cohen, which was defending them for sure. But I made the position. I said like they should disclose that they're getting chorus money, like for sure, and just in the future, let's do that. And people were like, "No, how could you say that? How could you say they should disclose?" Imagine after they come at me for, him using Doobie, that is the public available super chat stuff, where everyone can see it. They're still pissed about it. That you could now argue that there isn't a duty to disclose that money. Wild. I think I was completely vindicated on my calibrated take, defending the chorus of people, but saying they should disclose the amount of money, or at least that they're getting some amount of money. I don't know if you should have to disclose like how much, but certainly there's a financial relationship. I thought that was good, and I think I've been completely vindicated on that. Okay. They're public. Well, if the message is check your DMs and it's not really public, the donation, the financial part is definitely public. But he can say check DMs. I mean, you could, if you wanted to, release all DMs. I'm not gonna give you what you want, but like, no. Should I not take the money? What if you funnel illegal doobie contributions through a feet-based OnlyFans? To pretend these two things are comparable is dishonest. I don't know what to do about you motherfuckers. Dude, get on stream if you want to debate the comparison between the two. I compare them in to the extent that I do, right? It shows that there is a duty to disclose. Absolutely duty to disclose. If you're getting money from sources on these like political commentary stuff, I think you have a duty to disclose to your audience where you could be biased. An ethical duty. I don't mean anything else. And the people are to pretend these two things are comparable is dishonest. All I do is apply this in a context in which it's not a lib creator that we all like, and immediately, like, no one wants to set out rules that are neutral. I'm like, I think I'm like the only person who wants to set out like a neutral set of rules, and y'all get so fucking triggered. It's actually insane. Okay. Definitely being a bozo saying Doobie is buying you out or whatever. How about lying? How about lies and lying? That's how I would phrase it. Lying. Just straight up lies. I don't know why we have to like pussyfoot around it. Merry Box Day, Pisco. It's such a basic take. People who give political commentary should just look. Yeah, totally. All right. Legal stuff. Just make sure. All right, folks. Big Supreme Court ruling. We already went over it, but I do want to talk a little bit big picture-y on the case itself and why it's so good and why the seeding by Alito and friends is so delicious. Now, I don't want you to be consoled by this ruling that because of it, we just have an innocent little Supreme Court. Everything is perfect and lovely. That's not the case. It is not the case that we have a perfect Supreme Court after this ruling. And even on the National Guard stuff, there are ways in which Trump could try to, notwithstanding what happened here, use the presence of other legal justifications to try to once again take control and to deploy military on the streets. But it's so gratifying to see like basic, logical, conceptual through lines followed by a court in a case of consequence for once in a blue moon. And it is a little bit pathetic that we are so like rejoicing over a ruling like this. You would think that this, why are we all like celebrating that our president doesn't have complete, president quotes, doesn't have complete control of the National Guard all the time? That seems like if you're celebrating because the ruling acknowledges that. This week's check is in the mail. Thank you. It's kind of a little bit telling about the state of our Supreme Court and what we come to expect from it. So I absolutely grant that it's a sad state of affairs for the court, that we're all like overjoyed at this ruling. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be happy with it. And so, big picture, I want to stress the importance of what this rule is, what this order says, and what it does not, and where it's even better than we might have expected. So, as I talked about, there are these 3 different potential preconditions for the particular statute that Trump invoked to federalize the National Guard. And federalizing the National Guard is taking something that is in the purview of the states and giving it to the federal government. And so there's a reason that we think of this kind of co-opting as more dangerous than the Fed and the federal government working in itself. And the concern there is a structural one related to the concept of federalism. This delicate balance struck by the framers on our Constitution, which presuppose the state governments. State governments and the state militias don't owe their allegiance in creation of the U.S. Constitution. They predate them. And so there's this delicate little balance that the Constitution came to layer on top of. And it maintained the sovereignty. It split the atom of sovereignty, maintained the sovereignty of the state governments, but added another more supreme layer of sovereignty on top of it. And this is federalism. I've spoken about before. Federal is oftentimes contrasted to unitary. Right? Typically, federal is a word that is meant to imply division. Federation. What is a confederation? A confederation is a group of similar things coming together. But in the modern discourse, federal has become a synonym with like the central government, right? More central national government. When it really, the word federal is meant to imply dispersed power, not unified power. And that was one of, like, I guess, the geniuses of the marketing of the Federalist Party. The Federalist Party, they sell themselves as federalists who support the division of power among different actors. Of course, what they were doing was making a stronger national government. And so it's a little bit of, Hamiltonian sleight of hand there. And, of course, the people who are against the Federalists are the anti-Federalists. And so when you're an anti-Federalist, it kind of sounds like you're a monarchist or something, or you're in favor of some kind of unitary government. You're against federalization. Okay, yeah, I'm going to finish the SCOTUS stuff real quick, and then I'll get the caller. It kind of sounds like you're against the concept of specific divisions of power among state governments. And so there is a kind of genius to that word, but that's what this presumption is meant to guard against. You only get to federalize the state National Guard. Really, these are state militias. They're National Guard in the sense of, like, they renamed them the National Guard. They get some federal training, I'm assuming, and stuff like that. They can be called into federal service, but they literally have a dual role. And most of the time, they're under the state government. And so Congress, exercising its authority under Article 1 to call forth the militia, this is the modern day militia, says you can only federalize the National Guard in certain circumstances. If you want to do federal stuff, you got to rely on your federal actors, on your own army, on your own components of, like, federal law enforcement. But in some cases, we'll let you go into the state government, seize their stuff, and use it for federal stuff. And so it should not be weird or odd to think of a statute like this, 10 U.S.C. 12406, as granting authority to the state governments only, or sorry, the federal government and the president really, only in dire circumstances. That should not be odd or weird to us at all. It says whenever the U.S. is invaded or is in danger of invasion, rebellion or danger of rebellion, or the president is unable with the regular forces to execute the laws of the United States, he can call into service members of the National Guard for the federal purpose. Now, understand that this subsection 3 was the main doctrinal, legal justification for the federalization of the National Guard. This ruling by the Supreme Court is an interpretation of what this sub 3 of 10 U.S.C. 12406 means. And in one sense, it's limited in that respect. This isn't some broad constitutional ruling. It's not a broad ruling saying that the president's authority is this or that with respect to what the Constitution says. As a matter of just what the holding is of the Supreme Court, it's limited to an interpretation of what this statute says. And in doing so, the only reason that it strikes down Trump's action here by refusing to stay the district court's order is because the status quo is that the president doesn't have control over the National Guard, right? The government is asking for a stay of a district court's order below, which is basically suggesting, it's causing the deployment of the National Guard in that context to be unlawful. The order that's in the district court, which is being signed on to by the Supreme Court in this context. But the status quo is one in which the states have control over their militias. So Trump invoked this law. He could have invoked other laws or other legal bases. He might continue to do so. And he might try again in a different way. And that's a way in which the Supreme Court ruling could be thought of as limited, right? It's limited because it's just dealing with this provision of this law. And so really, we shouldn't all be celebrating because Trump can try again with a new legal theory. And doing so, I don't think would be a violation necessarily, depends on how, of the Supreme Court's ruling. Remember the bad faith examples brought up by MAGA people of how Biden supposedly violated a Supreme Court order when he tried to do different things on student debt relief after his initial $10,000 whatever plan was struck down. That wasn't bad faith either. He was doing different things premised on different authorities. But here's where the Supreme Court's ruling is actually more broad than you might think. And it's in this part. It starts with the limited part, which I referenced, which is the definition of this term regular forces in 12406 sub 3. And everyone on the Supreme Court who has taken a stance on the term regular forces and what it means seems to acknowledge that the majority of the Supreme Court is absolutely correct. That regular forces here is a term of art referencing the military. You have the regular forces and the irregular forces. And that when it's used in the term of, in the sense of military, in the sense of the statutes governing the military, regular forces applies to the professional active soldiers. Someone who is employed, whose job is to be a soldier. And to distinguish from the irregular forces, those who are being, drafted into the army, or those who are members of the militia. There's a term of art, and the judges who ruled upon this employed a kind of originalistic perspective, in addition to all the other evidence that maybe is less originalist in nature, but certainly in terms of understanding what this meant at the time of the enacting. And what the Supreme Court is agreeing on is this is a reference to the military, right? The regular forces of the United States military, not the civilian law enforcement. If it just ended there, that's where Kavanaugh wants to stop in the concurrence. Kavanaugh wants to stop right there. He wants to do so on narrower grounds. But the court goes further in interpreting this statute. And the Copers say they don't have to go further. But I believe they actually do have to go further. And I think that Kavanaugh is dead wrong. Dead wrong. This is why the Supreme Court needs to go further. They are being given an application for an emergency stay by the government. They are called upon to interpret this 12406 sub 3. They think it's quite obvious, as does the originalist analysis, that the term regular forces is a reference to the military. They substitute the word with the military in there. And now the question becomes, well, why can't you just, on that basis, send this back down? But just coming to a legal interpretation of this term doesn't actually resolve the case. They still have to apply this new term that they've now, I don't want to say it's a new term, this analysis, they've uncovered the meaning of this term. They still need to apply it to the actual facts. And so the court goes further in offering, and I think they need to do this, but they go a little bit further than perhaps they need to. They could have said that the president never made that determination at all. That Trump never made the determination that he's unable with the regular military to execute the laws of the United States. But I'm not sure that that's true. If you read the text of these various different declarations of Trump, he kind of just parrots the statutory language here. So if Trump has made a determination that he can't enforce the law with the regular forces as understood by 12406 sub 3, it's not clear why you wouldn't give the president the deference that when he references 12406 sub 3, he's referencing the correct meaning of 12406 sub 3. Now, as a matter of actual, like, what's going on in the head of Trump, it's very doubtful, A, that he actually knows any of these laws, but B, more importantly, the people around him were understanding the term regular forces to mean the regular military when they did their initial executive orders. So assume that Trump actually should be read and given the deference that when he made the determinations as to 12406 sub 3, that it incorporates some kind of actual what the law means, right? As opposed to his own subjective view of what the law means. Then the Supreme Court would be required to analyze, has he made the requisite showing under that view, where he's correctly interpreting, supposing that he were correctly interpreting 12406 sub 3, is there enough on the current facts to actually adjudicate the case? And the Supreme Court, therefore, gives you the extra step, which is, if Trump is correctly interpreting the statute, this is why he loses anyway. They could have gone with Kavanaugh, and Kavanaugh, to be clear about what he's sort of saying, just say that he didn't make the requisite finding and send it back down. What they are doing is an extra level, which I think that if they're being good faith to the president and giving him all the due deference that he's earned, according to Kavanaugh, I think this would be a way of doing so, is suggesting he did make the determination, probably, and this is why he fails anyway if he did. That's the extra step. Kavanaugh would say, he didn't make the determination, send it back down, and when he comes back up, we're going to give him a lot of deference. The majority says he probably didn't make the determination, but so far, it doesn't seem like he could make the determination. And this is where the court goes further. He says, or the majority says, the statute requires an assessment of the military's ability to execute the laws. It likely applies only where the military could legally execute the laws. Trump had been arguing in the courts that sub 3 not only was a justification to call forth the militia, to bring them from state control into federal control. He was saying, not only that, it's this super amazing thing that lets me ignore posse comitatus. Posse comitatus, which prevents me from enforcing the law. The logic of that goes, I think it's bad faith, but here's my attempt to steelman it. Well, if I can call forth the militia to enforce and execute the laws, clearly I must be able to execute the laws. And so this must be an end run around posse comitatus, which in general says you can't enforce the laws if you're the military. What the Supreme Court does is put to bed that notion that we shouldn't read sub 3 to be this total black hole where everything falls away. And we never have to look at any determination by the president when he's using sub 3, either under substantive calling forth bases, substantive basis under those, or under posse comitatus. And what the court makes clear is that this is not an exception under posse comitatus, that applying posse comitatus is a precondition to using sub 3. Just think about it. If we're to read this in the way that Alito and the dissent are suggesting, they would read inability here to be significant imposition, not able, significantly impeded. That's how they would read inability here. And they would say that the president is owed basically essentially all the deference in the world here. And so you could see this as whenever the president is significantly impeded with civilian law enforcement to execute the laws of the United States, it doesn't say which laws, tax laws, environmental laws, tariff laws, laws against, loitering in federal spaces. Anytime he's significantly impeded, a determination to which the president is owed maximum deference and will basically accept it almost every time, that's Alito, that he can call forth the militia, and then the militia can do stuff. And then not only can we call them forth, we can get them to enforce the tax law. We can get them to enforce the environmental law. We can get them to enforce the loitering laws. That's what Alito wants you to believe. Alito wants you to believe the tariff laws, right? That it's a significant imposition, that the president gets ultimate determination, and when he determines it, he can call forth the militia, take them from state into federal, and get them to start enforcing the law because it's also an exception to posse comitatus. The majority heads that off beautifully. They say, no, we're not supposed to think about inability here with respect to legal impositions on the military's inability. Because here, right, the majority is understanding this to be the military, not just civilian law enforcement. We're meant to read this inability not with respect to practical, armed inability. Okay? Not like the legal limitation of posse comitatus. In that it requires the determination as to whether the military is able, has the capacity to enforce the law from the perspective of judging troop counts and judging the threats, not the legal impositions, right? And so the court says, you need to know the military can enforce the law at all. The military, right? Not the militia. You need to know that the military can enforce the law before you're able to use sub 3. They say, so before the president can federalize the guard, not the military, don't confuse the guard and the military, he likely must have statutory or constitutional authority to execute the laws with the regular military and must be unable with those forces to perform that function. Inability with respect to practical inability, not legal inability. So that is a big imposition on Trump in this theory. It kind of kills it. You need to be able to show that the American military is unable to deal with the current threat, and you have to be able to legally deploy the military in those cases. So that is a significant limitation because they haven't done that at all. And no one can seriously argue that. The military, if it wanted to, the American military, golden armada that Trump wants, they couldn't trivially enforce the laws if they were allowed to do so. The detractors, the dissenters, they're coping. They're saying, wow, you've just made sub 3 so weak, they say. They're saying, you've made sub 3 so weak. But why would sub 3 be strong? This is a statute of emergencies. You're only supposed to call the National Guard into federal service in emergencies. And so the problem isn't reading this too narrowly, it's reading this too broadly. In fact, reading it so broadly that it gets rid of 1 and 2, right? Anytime if you read sub 3 in the way that Alito and Thomas want you to read it, it would totally be so broad as to eliminate 1 and 2 and All of posse comitatus, right? This would, if you read sub 3 the way that Alito and Thomas wants you to read it, not only would it get rid of all of the National Guard calling forth statutes as a matter of just surplusage, because anytime that there's an invasion or danger of invasion, the president can claim with the discretion he's owed a significant imposition on his ability to enforce, like, any law, right? Same thing with rebellion or danger of rebellion. So that's the manner in which you're making surplus out of all of these other, like, very targeted and specific provisions. But it's not just that, right? It's also, you're making useless and redundant the Posse Comitatus Act, because you're making it trivially easy for anyone to get around those requirements. And so that's the cope. The cope is thinking that the president would be limited by the law, I guess. But that's our starting assumption as Americans who love the country, is thinking the president can't just do anything he wants and can't just get around these laws that were created for very specific circumstances, right? Why even have Posse Comitatus if the president can just trivially write a memo that the courts can't analyze? Why even have calling forth statutes that specify narrow circumstances if there's a general circumstance which captures any conceivable possible thing that the president would say and which the courts are not allowed to render judgment on? So big picture, yes, this is about 12406 sub 3 and defining one term. But the court goes further in establishing the intertextual trade-off and interplay between sets of powers and restrictions, including Posse Comitatus and 10 U.S.C. 12406. So it's, in that sense, it's saying, before you come back to us with claimed authorities under the statute, one, you need to make sure that Posse Comitatus exception exists, right? Because you need to show what? You need to show the military can't enforce the laws. So first, you need to show the military can enforce the law at all. And then two, you need to show the military can't enforce. So step one is there an exception by which the military can enforce legally at all? Step two is, factually, is there a determination that they can't enforce? A lot of questions are left open by this court here. What level of deference the president gets as to the determination as to whether the military can enforce? That is left for another day. Other powers or other bases to invoke nationalization of the National Guard? That is also left for another day. Looming is the Insurrection Act as a potential basis to get around Posse Comitatus and the limitations on calling forth the militia. But it's a good ruling in that sense. And there's another intricate analysis as well, having to do with protective functions, which Kavanaugh calls out, and he almost seems like silly to call this out, right? Without deciding, the Supreme Court says, and is they basically suggest the following, right? Here's the structure of the analysis. Okay, you're calling us to interpret the statute 12406 sub 3. This is what we think the statute means. Okay, we think the statute references the military with regular forces, and if you're going to invoke this, we think that you need to show that the military is actually legally allowed to enforce the law. That's the two step. So far, they haven't applied it yet up to that 2 point. That's the formal structure of the argument is define the statute. What does the statute require? So all they've done here is establish the test. The test is you need to show military, and you need to actually have a basis to use the military legally under Posse Comitatus. And then they apply the test. They say, at this preliminary stage, you failed to show that you can execute the law in Illinois under Posse Comitatus. So the official reasoning as to why they fail their test is because they haven't selected an exception to Posse Comitatus. Because what does Trump claim? Trump claims, Well, hang on a second. I have the inherent constitutional authority to protect federal personnel and property. And this is what the court says. The court says, but the government says that doing protective functions don't count as executing the law. If the thing that you're allowed to do under the constitutional exception isn't executing the law, then it's not clear how that is an exception to posse comitatus, which of course only applies to enforcing the law. If protecting things doesn't count as enforcing the law, then it doesn't matter whether or not you have a constitutional basis to do so. Because it doesn't count as even executing the law, for which you wouldn't need an exception, in other words, to posse comitatus, if you are relying on inherent authorities to protect executive functions and parts of the executive branch and the federal government. So, because the only thing you've cited is a protection rationale, and protecting isn't considered executing the law, then you haven't selected an exception to posse comitatus for enforcing the law. All you've done is say, I can protect things. That's not enforcing the law because it's not executing the law. Therefore, no posse comitatus exception. Therefore, no ability for the military to enforce law. Therefore, not allowed under 12406 sub 3. That's the formal structure of how the court's interpreting it. This is what you need to show. You didn't show it because all you've shown is you can protect buildings. But you can protect buildings with the regular military without executing the law, and you've always been allowed to do this. That's what they suggest. What's the upshot of that? The upshot of that is, well, it does appear to be legal, right, for the president to use the U.S. military, not the National Guard, to protect federal buildings in the country, which I'm not sure why that was ever in doubt. Are we saying if there were a government installation of some importance, like the Pentagon, can't be protected by military personnel? I don't think people were worried about the military being in American soil protecting buildings or protecting the president or something. But I think what they're worried about is the military enforcing the law. That's what everyone's up in arms about. The military doing patrols, the military going out to arrest people. That's the kind of thing where people don't like to see it. The military doing other kinds of enforcement actions, such as, I don't know, finding evidence. That kind of shit. And Kavanaugh has this kind of mini dig at the majority. It says, one apparent ramification of the court's opinion is that it could cause the president to use the U.S. military more than the National Guard to protect federal personnel and property in the United States. And that's kind of this is a little weird that this would happen. It's a little quirk. But it's not a quirk at all if you actually understand why the National Guard stuff is particularly problematic. The National Guard stuff is particularly problematic, not because, as between the National Guard and the military, we like the military more, or we like the National Guard more. It's because of the federalism concern. So the reason why Trump has more leeway with using the U.S. military to do things that are like protection that aren't considered executing the law is because it's federal fucking around with federal. So it's not anomalous or even of note that the president would have more limited power in using the National Guard than the U.S. military. That's precisely the point, right? The point is you're not supposed to use the militia unless you absolutely have to. Now, you would understand on a day-to-day, the National Guard, they do have more, because of their state function, they have more of an interaction on the day-to-day basis with this kind of shit than the U.S. military probably does. But that, reality of our day-to-day lived experience, where people very oftentimes, they don't even see this major distinction in federal and state all the time. It's not even clear that most people have like this understanding that the National Guard is state, right? It says National Guard. So it's not even something that's necessarily intuitive to most people. But from a structural perspective, what Kavanaugh is pointing out is not anomalous. It's totally coherent, right? It makes complete sense why the president would have less leeway with state National Guards, state militia, than with the U.S. military itself. So Kavanaugh is coping in a way because all he's doing is pointing to consequences. And isn't it weird? You guys ever talk to those debaters who are like, isn't it weird? Isn't it just like weird how that happens? I just find it really weird. I find it really weird. And that's like the Kavanaugh style of shit. Isn't this weird shit? So he points to a bunch of things like, wow, it's weird. We don't address the president's authority on the Insurrection Act. Seems kind of weird that the president would be able to use the National Guard more than the U.S. military. No, it's not weird, actually. Make a case that it's weird. Why are you saying this? Right? Unless you're trying to give advice to Trump. And he's almost signaling that he wants to, right? He's almost signaling like he wants to give the president advice. Look where he says the president, of course, would have great discretion to make these determinations. Signaling that if you write the memo a little differently, if you say it regular forces means military, I'm going to give you discretion, Trump. Maybe you could just use the U.S. military instead of the National Guard to do everything you're doing. And then look at this sub. I mentioned this when I was reviewing this. This sub 4, right? Kavanaugh starts to talk about the Fourth Amendment. He's like, the Fourth Amendment is not an issue here. Everyone's talking about these this immigration shit. And then he goes from immigration to the Fourth Amendment. And he starts talking about race or ethnicity and stops. That's not what this case is about. I mean, in the background, there's a lot of those concerns as well. But that's not what this case is about. Why is he talking about this? He's saying, isn't it weird how everyone is misrepresenting me on the Kavanaugh stops? So he's using the footnotes to either give Trump ideas or to do some debate bro shit and defend himself on collateral points on other cases where he feels he's been misrepresented by the Academy and by commentators. That's the cope of Kavanaugh. And he, really, if you understand the formal structure of the majority opinion, it actually is, if you're being like true to the process, it is necessary to reach what they reach about the source of authority under posse comitatus and the protection rationale. Because until you decide this point, all you've decided is the meaning of the statute, but you haven't actually applied it. In order to apply it, you need to say, well, what did Trump actually claim as authority that would relate to this understanding of the statute? And the only thing that you could reasonably even argue would count as an exception to posse comitatus are protective functions. And therefore, that's what we're going to analyze. And so in analyzing that, we need to know whether or not that's an exception to posse comitatus or whether it's even executing the law. Okay. And then quick on Alito stuff. They're not even trying to be convincing here. They just make no sense. This whole thing about you're adding language. They're like, inability. How can you mean inability doesn't include legal inability? Because, of course, an argument Trump could make is, well, I am unable to execute the laws of the United States with the regular forces because the law forbids it. And since the law forbids it, I'm unable to execute the laws with the regular forces because posse comitatus prevents it. And so Alito's like, oh my God, they think inability. This reminds me of other moments in my debates. Oh my God, you said inability doesn't include, but just read the statute. We're like, do you think that this statute, when they're referencing inability in the context of emergency, that they're referencing legal inabilities? Or do you think it's more likely this statute about emergencies, about invasions, about rebellions, and with respect to taking hold of the state militias, that the kind of inability they're talking about relates to physical capability, relates to executory ability, as opposed to the legal permission to do so. And so Alito kind of harps on this point. He bolds and italicizes it as though this is a convincing argument. And they think inability, and look at the law that he cites for this on inability. By the way, Alito doesn't even try to contend with regular forces, meaning anything other than the military, right? He just says we shouldn't have reached that because they waived it below. But no one of any of the Supreme Court members who commented on this case takes the view that the better meaning of the term is regular civilian law enforcement, not Gorsuch and not the two other dissenters, Alito and Thomas. But look at the about why he's freaking out so much about inability here and legal inability. Let's see where it's... The majority does not explain why the president's declaration falls short. It does explain that. Instead, it breezily concludes that a president's inability to execute the law cannot be established unless the military could legally execute the laws. In effect, the court adds new language to the statute that it now requires that a president be unable, for reasons other than the lack of lawful authority to do so. And look at the statute that he cites as support for his understanding of inability, right? He's like, well, think about this, Mr. Guy, Mr. Majority. It would be natural to say that a federal district court is unable to adjudicate a case in which the plaintiff sues a citizen of the same state under state law, citing 28 U.S.C. 1332. This is the grant of jurisdiction for cases arising out of diversity of citizenship or alienage. And so it's a civil procedure law. It's a statute, not one of the federal rules of civil procedure. It's a basis of jurisdiction for the federal district courts and for federal courts, I think, more generally. So this is diversity jurisdiction. And so, yeah, in the context that's different than the current context, right? In the context of questions regarding jurisdiction for civil cases arising out of diversity jurisdiction, maybe we would think about inability or unable to differently as referring to legal authority. When we're speaking about courts, I as a judge am unable to rule in a case where I don't have legal authority. Yeah, perhaps we would think about inability to include things like legal bars. But this is just begging the question. Because the whole question is, what is this statute about? Should you read and atomize every particular word here? It's important what these words mean by themselves, but you don't read them in isolation of their context. People take this view that I'm like this hyper-literalist. I'm not a hyper-literalist. I want people to read things in context about what's reasonable. Sometimes I think people assume clarity when there is none. But is inability here, as relates to the calling up of the National Guard, are we meant to believe that the president is supposed to make determinations as to the legal capability of the military to act? Or do we think the determinations that the president makes here, or that a court is called upon to appeal, relate to ability in another sense, as in a military sense, as in a physical executed terms of execution of the law sense? What is the better reading of the limitation of inability there? Not able with respect to what? With respect to executing the laws. Not with respect to whether or not there's a legal bar, do it or not. So that's why I think the dissenters are so hopelessly unconvincing. And I even heard, Ryan and potentially criminal Sean, who are much more sympathetic to the conservative justices, say that he's not convincing. He's not convincing. He's not at all convincing. And how they want to read the statute is like, okay, let's ignore regular forces because they waive the argument, and let's try to make sense of the statute outside of the context of what the statute is and outside of regular forces. And let's read inability in its broadest possible application with respect to any capability, even if it's not even related to military necessity or anything like that, and just related to any kind of practical imposition on the president's authority or abilities. And that, I think, is one of the reasons he's not convincing, as well as, by the way, I'll add, the broader issue, which is if you read sub 3 the way that Alito and Thomas want you to read sub 3, it makes a hash out of 1 and 2. It makes it so 1 and 2 are completely superfluous. Because any danger of invasion, any danger of rebellion would obviously constitute at least a significant imposition on the ability to execute the laws of the United States, or at a bare minimum, a president could come to such a determination with the deference that he's owed under Alito and Thomas's framework. That's the last of my analysis here. Unless there are other questions, we'll get to it. Yeah, I care about the term equivocate, and I do use it correctly. All right, let's see if we have. Callers. People said there was a caller. I don't see a caller. If people want to call in, feel free to do so. I'm here on legal stuff and anything. We are in Christmas mode. Christmas call. But yeah, just ping me. I'm gonna keep going on different stuff. Yeah, I don't even think it's a good attempt, man. I don't think it's convincing to anybody. And I'm glad they lost and they deserve to lose. But understand how maddening it is to have this kind of case decided correctly when there are so many things that go through this court which are like this, where the court gives some bullshit pretext, some bullshit. You answered mine throughout that analysis. Okay, cool. There was a call about 30 minutes ago. Okay, got it. So if you guys want to call in, feel free to do so. So last summary. Analysis from the majority. Step 1, is there a basis for the military to enforce the law at all? Okay? Because we understand regular force to mean the military. There's not a basis for them to enforce the law because of the restrictions of posse comitatus. You lose. Step 2, if there is a basis to enforce the law, is the president unable to enforce the law with the military with respect to military conditions? Those kinds of things. Execution of the law. And number 3 was the actual application of the analysis. They didn't get to the step 2 because Trump has been unable to show an exception to posse comitatus that would justify him using the military in any instance in Illinois. What I think will happen from the Democrats' perspective is they will use this case to undo some of the bullshit happening in other parts of the country. Not clear that it will help people in DC or in Tennessee, which are under different authorities. But yeah. Feel free to join the disagreements. If not, I think we're going to actually start with Abrego. Start with Abrego. It's short. So, if you guys recall, we did a lot of debates about Kilmar, Abrego, Garcia. And it's a really good case for people to bring up. It's not the same kind of situation as the Epstein case. The Epstein case is really one in which you're using the MAGA sensibilities, the MAGA worldview against them. They don't give a shit about this guy Kilmar. They hate him, and they would rather see, I don't know, all brown people deported, and certainly all people who are here. They have no legal entitlement to stay here, which I've never said that Kilmar has a legal entitlement to stay here. He was given a withholding of removal, which is harder to get than asylum, but it carries with it some drawbacks. Because it's not discretionary, it's mandatory. If the findings are made, asylum is discretionary. Because it's mandatory and not discretionary, it's hard to get. And also, getting it doesn't mean that you have the pathway to a green card. Getting it means you just can't be removed. But they did bring him back to the country. They did defy the Supreme Court for a while, the Trump administration. And all of them should be trivially accused of violating the Supreme Court's directive. I think that is abundantly clear. Now, did the Supreme Court give a specific order such that they could be found in contempt? Probably not. Not by the Supreme Court itself, But they did sign off to an order in the district court level, which was not followed for months. Anyway, they brought him back purportedly to be charged in Tennessee with the crime. And this is very, very short. We're just going to go through it. But Kilmar has some pretty decent arguments that he should not have been charged and that he should not be subject to the criminal process. Now, understand another peculiarity. In addition to the whole saga being this Kafkaesque nightmare, the Trump administration has wanted to deport this guy to Africa. And so if they do that, he's not going to be able to see justice in the District Court of Tennessee. And so it puts to like the sword the notion that they brought him back to face justice if you're trying to now deport him again. Seems like that's a pretext. Because you're trying to get rid of him. You brought him back specifically to stand trial for his crimes, for being a gang member. But now you're trying to get rid of him. So this is the district court. Before the court is the government's motion to quash Kilmar Abrego Garcia's subpoenas for Todd Blanche. This is the deputy AG. You might remember him as the interviewer of Ghislaine Maxwell. Acting Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General James McHenry and Associate Deputy Attorney General Akash Singh testify at the evidentiary hearing on government's motivations for charging Abrego. So there is an evidentiary hearing on the motivations for charging Abrego. Now, why is that? It's because it's unconstitutional to have a vindictive prosecution. It is a strong showing that you have to put up in order to actually make out the prosecutor's vindictiveness in bringing a case. It's a strong case that you have to show. And usually these will fail. But some of them will succeed. The import of the government's motion is within the procedural framework from which it arises. The government's motion is related to Abrego's motion to dismiss for vindictive and selective prosecution. Abrego's motion questions whether he is being denied due process because the government is vindictively prosecuting. The theory of why a vindictive prosecution is unconstitutional is that it's a denial of due process. That basic due process requires that the motivation behind a prosecution is not vindictiveness, is not selectiveness for the purpose of merely revenge, or in this case, political dislike of a. The burden-shifting framework controls the court's analysis. Specifically, once a defendant establishes a prima facie showing of vindictiveness, a presumption arises in the defendant's favor. So, not too dissimilar to other burden-shifting frameworks. For those of you in law school, McDonnell-Douglas burden-shifting framework on racial discrimination in the context of like Title VII. Someone makes a prima facie showing, the burden shifts. The court has already found that Abrego has made such a showing, entitling him to a discovery in an evidentiary hearing on why the government is prosecuting him. So this is uncomfortable in the same way that some of the discovery requests, or I should say the disclosure requests, are uncomfortable for the government so far as the Epstein case is concerned. The Epstein case is, you guys can call in if you want. Feel free to call in. I don't see anyone in disagreements right now. But you can feel free to call in. The Epstein case, one of the juiciest sets of documents that the government is trying to resist getting, and I see them claiming attorney-client privilege on it, are the internal comms about why to charge this person, why not to charge those other people. Those are like the juicy documents because it gets you into the head of the prosecutors. Why did we charge this case? Why didn't we charge the other case? And that's what the government really, really doesn't want to provide. And that's, by the way, one of the things that Kilmar's attorneys were attempting to get at the point in which he was brought back for this thing in the first place. One of the reasons, in other words, and this might get you a sense about why they're trying to resist this, that they might have brought him back, was to resist this very set of discovery obligations. In other words, part of the way in which Kilmar's attorneys were trying to facilitate his return and release from custody was to get information about what steps they had taken already, which would get into deliberations that the government was making. So the court says, Abrego has already shown that he's entitled to this discovery. Given this, the burden has shifted to the government to rebut the presumption with objective, on-the-record explanations for charging Abrego, such as governmental discovery of previously unknown evidence or previous legal impossibility. So you need to provide us the justified reasoning for charging Abrego, not unjustified reasoning. What was your motive, in other words, for bringing this case, this indictment? That will help determine whether or not there's been a violation. Citing some Sixth Circuit precedent, which I assume is binding on Tennessee Federal District Court. Whether the government can produce such evidence is critical, for if the government fails to present evidence sufficient to rebut the presumption stands, and the court must find that the prosecutor acted vindictively, leading to dismissal of the charges or other appropriate remedies. However, if the government produces evidence to rebut the presumption, the defendant must prove that the offered justification is pretextual and that actual vindictiveness has occurred. So, burden shifting like this. Give a prima facie case of vindictiveness. That's what the prosecutor has as their motivation. The defendant has as their burden to show a prima facie case of prosecutor vindication or vindictiveness. Once you've made that prima facie showing, now we get some more play on the joints for evidence. So the prosecutor needs to provide some actual reasons that it did choose to go after you and to rebut the prima facie case that you put forth. Once the government gets on the record and states why we did this, now the burden shifts back to the defendant to actually get to the real motivation behind litigation. Because Abrego has already affirmatively satisfied the threshold question of whether he's entitled to a presumption of vindictive prosecution, his subpoenas of Todd Blanche, McHenry, and Singh, these are significant figures within the department, serve to support the third step of the vindictiveness prosecution inquiry, whether he can establish pretext and actual vindictiveness. But, as Abrego emphasizes, to get there requires the government to successfully rebut the vindictiveness presumption Abrego is entitled to. So, Abrego is saying, listen, I need this evidence to make my case at the third step. But in order to get to the third step, the government needs to do its responsibility under the second step, under the burden shifting framework. They need to come back and say, this is actually why we did it. According to Abrego, the government has already shown that it cannot do so, given what Abrego asserts to be troves of evidence in the record indicating that his prosecution is actually vindictive. Of course, based on this record, Abrego argues that the court should rule on the motion without an evidentiary hearing or the testimonies of Blanche, McHenry, and Singh. Nevertheless, the government asserts it can rebut the presumption and that the evidence does not show actual vindictiveness. To rebut the presumption, the government intends to rely on the testimony of Supervisory Special Agent John Van Wy of Homeland Security Investigations, of HSI, and the testimony of a assistant U.S. attorney. So they're like, let's send in all of these not as important people, these kind of low-level people. But you remember what happened in the case out of Maryland with Judge Zinnis, when they had these kinds of people show up to hearings and not even prepared. So this case has been one, again, I have to say, Kafkaesque, where they're providing people to do testimony who don't know the first thing about what happened internally with Kilmar, or don't even have any hours preparing for the case, like minutes, right? Considering this landscape and Abrego's insistence that the current record alone warrants dismissal in his favor, whether the court needs to hear testimony from Blanche, McHenry, and Singh is questionable. Still, for the sake of thoroughness and to make sure that all parties are fully heard, the court finds it prudent to proceed with an evidentiary hearing on Abrego's motion. In doing so, it will limit the hearing to only the second step of the prosecutorial vindictiveness analysis, whether the government can produce objective, on-the-record explanations for Abrego's prosecution that rebuts the presumption of vindictiveness. If the government can rebut that showing, the court will revisit the government's motion to quash, as the burden will again shift back to Abrego to establish the government's rationale for prosecuting him is pretextual and that his prosecution is actually vindictive. This shift may make the appropriateness of Abrego subpoenas a pertinent inquiry. If the government fails to carry its burden at the evidentiary hearing, the court need not resolve the government's motion on the merits, as the government's motion to quash would be granted without need for any further discovery. And the reason it would be granted is because the case would go away. Because it would be dismissed because you haven't actually carried your burden, and you have failed to prove that Abrego doesn't win. Accordingly, the government's motion is reserved pending the evidentiary hearing on whether the government can rebut Abrego's prima facie showing of a realistic likelihood of vindictiveness. And in other words, here's the situation on the criminal case of Abrego, not the immigration case. This is the criminal case. In the criminal case, the government is required to show up to this evidentiary hearing and to provide the reason they chose to go after Abrego Garcia. And it needs to be on the record, and it needs to be objective. That is, in a way that is, it's an actual, the position of the government. And it needs to rebut the prima facie case. And then we can get into evidence. But if we don't even get there, then Abrego walks. All right. That's Abrego. How long is the deadline for showing motive? So the deadline for the trial. Oh, this is important. I missed this part. Guys, the trial is canceled. And instead of the trial, they're having the hearing on vindictiveness. I totally buried the lead, I bet. Yeah, that's why I was showing this. So, yeah. Instead of a trial on the evidence, there will be an evidentiary hearing trying to assess the government's conduct, whether the government was culpable. Where is he until the end of January? Another good question. It doesn't have anything to do with this case. But the criminal trial is canceled until further notice. And we'll keep an eye on both the immigration case of Abrego, criminal case of Abrego, and he's also, I think, sued the government affirmatively going through the agency process. But that's a win for Mr. Abrego. Okay. We are now in a situation in which that's done. Feel free to call in if you want. And the last bit of legal content I have before I leave you, unless there's, is this case about viewpoint discrimination. Super, super interesting. And I'm sorry, it's going to bring up some comparisons to perhaps another case that I promise wasn't my intention when this happened, but I am interested in. I want to show you how courts consider. This is not a done deal, but it is a DC district judge. And it's about viewpoint discrimination in the context of something that's considered even more central to the president's discretion than something like global entry, for example. That is, the decisions about whether or not you ought to be given clearances to classified information. There are big barriers often to judicial review over those kinds of determinations. And so I think it'll be useful. It'll be useful for y'all to take a look at why I have such a presumption against the administration that they do viewpoint discrimination, which is there are so many cases about it. But B, also in the context of something that is very clearly not a right, very clearly within the domain of, there could be tons of reasons why someone might lose their security clearance, about how nonetheless First Amendment principles apply in the context of a legal case. Now, ultimately, this might be overturned by the Supreme Court. If I had to bet, it probably would be either by the DC Circuit or the Supreme Court, but not on basis of constitutionality, but on basis really more about justiciability. Whether or not you're going to learn who Mark Zaid is. You're going to learn. A little fact pattern. Not about whether or not it's constitutional to do these kinds of viewpoint discrimination, but whether courts can resolve it or whether it's committed to the discretion of the president. So I don't know that I have a view that this case is going to go the distance and it'll be sustained ultimately. But I do think it's useful to analysis on the Constitution side, even if for other reasons it's dismissed or whatever. So just a useful way to think about some of these First Amendment issues in the context not of speech regulations as such, rather about viewpoint discrimination. And here the opinion starts powerfully. The Constitution forbids government officials from using their power to retaliate against people for their speech. And that is so even when the speech is critical of the government. 80 years ago, the Supreme Court captured that foundational promise in this way. Quote, if there is any fixed star in our constitutional constellation, it is that no official, high or petty, can prescribe what shall be orthodox in politics, nationalism, religion, or other matters of opinion, or force citizens to confess by words or act their faith therein. Last year, the Supreme Court put it like this. A government official cannot use the power of the state to punish or suppress disfavored expression. This case involves the government's retribution against a lawyer because he represented whistleblowers and other clients who complained about the government carried out by summarily canceling the attorney's security clearance without any of the process that is afforded to others. In defending its actions, the government does not meaningfully rebut the decision to deny this attorney the usual process was based on his prior legal work for clients adverse to the government. The government instead asserts, emphasizes, and repeats that the executive branch has exclusive power to determine who meets the requirements for security clearances. You'll often see this Egan case is bandied about by these unitary executive theorists as a case representing very strong presumptions of lack of reviewability and executive prerogative. Observing that the grant of security clearance to a particular employee is a sensitive and inherently discretionary judgment call that is committed by law to the appropriate agency of the executive branch. So the court here acknowledges Egan. That is well established, but does not answer the question in this case. It is equally well established that the executive branch's exclusive power to determine who satisfies the eligibility criteria for security clearances does not mean that it can conduct the determination however it wants, free from the Constitution's limits, right? Imagine the federal government put a restriction that said Jewish people are not allowed to get security clearances. Would any of you say, well, that level of determination as to who gets security clearances is committed to the executive branch, so they can do whatever they want? Oh, that's preposterous. It is, I think, the height of judicial, what does Josiah always say? I think it's hubris, or I should say, unitary executive hubris, to think that the Constitution just turns off anytime there's a power entrusted to the executive branch. That can't be right. It can't be right that, well, because this is committed to the executive branch, that there couldn't be ways in which it would nonetheless be unconstitutional. As Judge Randolph aptly laid out in this context over 30 years ago, this is the DC Circuit, all questions of government are ultimately questions of ends and means. The end may be legitimate, its accomplishments may be entrusted solely to the president, yet the judiciary still may properly scrutinize the manner in which the objective is to be achieved. Suppose the president has unlimited and judicially unreviewable constitutional powers to determine which executive branch employees will be given access to the nation's secrets. No one would suggest the government therefore could, despite the Fourth Amendment, conduct random searches without warrants in the hopes of uncovering information about employees seeking security clearances. Still less would anyone consider such unconstitutional searches and seizures to be immune from judicial review. The government may have considerable leeway to determine what information it needs employees holding security clearances and how to go about getting it, but a large measure of discretion gives rise to judicial deference, not immunity from judicial review of the Constitution. So the mere fact that something is entrusted to the executive branch, or there are plenty of good reasons that who knows what might be a reason, does not mean that the courts can never get involved, or that there aren't constitutional considerations that could and do emerge with respect to particular denials, particular processes, particular policies. Because the plaintiff here has shown he is likely to succeed on multiple claims, that he has been irreparably harmed, that the equities and public interest favor injunctive relief, this court joins the several others in this district that have enjoined the government from using the summary revocation of security clearances to penalize lawyers for representing people adverse to it. See Perkins Coie LLP versus Department of Justice. We reviewed this. Jenner and Block, same. Wilmer Hale, Sussman Godfrey. These are all major law firms sued because the same shit happened to them. And I promise you, it's not only happening in the context of revoked security clearances. There are other benefits as well that the government has withdrawn as a result of viewpoint discrimination. So who is this guy, Mark Zaid? He's an attorney who specializes in national security law, whose practice is focused on representing current and former federal employees, a bunch of government people. This has included advising whistleblowers making complaints. Because Zaid's practice relates to military intelligence and law enforcement, including providing counsel to current and former employees of the CIA, DOD, etc., Department of War, and the ODNI, it requires him to access, review, and discuss classified information. Zaid has accordingly held security clearances for over 2 decades and been granted access to classified information through case-specific authorizations during the past 3 decades. In recent years, he has represented multiple government whistleblowers in settings disfavored by the presidential administration. In 2019, he began representing a whistleblower in the intelligence community who complained about, this is the perfect call, right? So you can imagine why is Trump going after this lawyer who was providing representation to people who were complaining about Trump's corrupt and abusive power pressure campaign against the Ukrainians? Zaid's representation included advising the whistleblower on how to bring the complaint to the proper authorities, protect their anonymity, and avoid retaliation. The complaint ultimately resulted in the House of Representatives adopting articles of impeachment against the president. When Zaid's representation of the whistleblower became public, the president publicly rebuked him, including by showing Zaid's photo at a 2019 rally, calling him a sleazeball. The president later said, and the whistleblower's lawyer, who said the worst thing possibly 2 years ago, he should be sued and maybe for treason. Maybe for treason, but he should be sued. His lawyer is a disgrace. More recently, in February 2025, Zaid filed a lawsuit against the government on behalf of several FBI employees to protect them from being targeted for work they did investigating January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. 4 days later, a news source reported the president was planning to target Zaid by revoking his security clearance. The next month, the DNI announced on social media that she had revoked Zaid and others' security clearances. This is Tulsi Gabbard. And on March, I think, right? Or she's the National Security Advisor. What is Tulsi Gabbard? Oh no, this is Tulsi Gabbard. Who's the National Security Advisor? Oh, Mike Waltz. Right? Or did he get moved? Oh no, it's Rubio. Wait, did Mike Waltz lose it after Signalgate or whatever? Oh yeah. Rubio is both Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, right? Damn. Weird. Okay. So Tulsi Gabbard announced that she had revoked Zaid and other security clearances and access to classified information. On March 22nd, the president issued a presidential memorandum to executive agency heads that included Zaid among a list of people for whom access to classified information was no longer in the national interest. The memorandum directed every executive department and agency head to take all additional action as necessary and consistent with existing laws to revoke any active security clearances held by the aforementioned individuals and to immediately rescind their access to classified information. In the days and weeks that followed, Zaid received letters from the relevant agencies stating that they had revoked his clearance and would deny him access to stuff. So Trump says, we're going after this dude. This dude starts representing people who are being targeted in the FBI for Jan 6 stuff. And they specifically go after the lawyer and revoke his clearance. In an interview, the DNI expressly mentioned revoking Zaid's clearance and agreed that the recent revocations had been, quote, fun. And these guys are like, as well as being evil, they're like incompetent. Why do you do this shit? You don't need to do it. But I guess part of the cruelty is, I guess, also it's self. It is the goal in and of itself. It is desirable for its own sake, I suppose. They'd filed this lawsuit against the executive office of the president. So the president's, like the White House itself. The Department of Defense and and all the different relevant agencies, and also the United States of America. He sued us. He claims the revocation of his clearance without any process violated the First and Fifth Amendments, the Administrative Procedure Act, and the Constitution's prohibition on the bill of attainder. Now, understand, there's no necessary 14th Amendment claim here, because the First Amendment was always thought of as applying to the federal government. And so the Fifth Amendment is the federal due process clause. And the First Amendment directly applies to the federal government, so you don't need this incorporation. And that's one of the reasons they don't include them. As well as a prohibition on bills of attainder. Zaid moves for a PI, the government moves to dismiss the complaint. In its motion to dismiss in preliminary injunction opposition, the government argues that Zaid's claims are not justiciable under Egan because they relate to the revocation of a security clearance. The court therefore starts with that threshold question before considering the merits. So the first issue before the court is, can we courts even resolve these issues? Now, this is a point that I think sometimes is lost on people. Just because the court can't resolve a question, just because there are justiciability concerns, doesn't mean that what the president is doing or the other branch is doing is necessarily constitutional. That is, a decision that courts can't render a decision as to a specific case does not mean that, therefore, the underlying action is itself constitutional. You get me? So it could be the case, for example, that Trump's actions on January 6th were unconstitutional. I think they were. And yet there's really no viable way for the courts to address them through criminal indictments and that sort of shit. That doesn't fundamentally alter the analysis about the underlying constitutionality. It just merely states that you can't vindicate those interests through the courts. And so when the court is talking about the underlying justiciability, the reference here is to the power of the courts to hear the case. Can the courts disrupt the findings of the president, notwithstanding whether they're constitutional or not? It's a power analysis. It's a power and structural analysis. Can the courts hear the claim? We're not hearing the claim yet. We're deciding whether or not we can hear the claim. Part A. Zaid's claims are justiciable because they challenge the means of revoking his clearance, the denial of an individualized assessment, not the substance of an individualized assessment. The government acknowledges it chose to revoke Zaid's clearance without any of the process it usually affords, but argues that the legality of its summary revocation is a quintessential political question that can't be reviewed by the federal court. Guys, it is so... I was having this conversation with a family member of mine, and she grew up in a neighborhood where they had a much nicer neighborhood than the ones around them because people in her town complained a lot. The mere fact, one of the biggest guardrails of due process is actually less grand than it might seem. And it's even at issue in this Kilmar case I showed you. Fundamentally, what is the court asking the government to do in this Kilmar case? They canceled the trial, and they're calling forth a bunch of people to an evidentiary hearing for the purpose of doing what? Of stating on the record why we're doing something. So when I mentioned the story of my family member who grew up in a town that was nicer than some of the surrounding towns where they complained a lot, is the mere act of forcing the government to state the reasons why things are the way they are is a guardrail, is a significant guardrail. Having the power to make them write down on paper, this is the official reason we're doing this, is a power you would think wait, you're not giving any actual protection. You're just making them say it out loud. Yes. In many ways, that itself can be a form of protection that guards regular citizens. You're forcing the government to go through the motions of writing down on paper, we are denying you clearance because of this. It's not a promise of a favorable exercise of discretion. It's not any kind of substantive entitlement. And it's one of the reasons why I take such a negative inference sometimes in some of these like more controversial cases when the government fails to state their reason. And when they fail to state their reason, I'm not the kind of person to just adhere, unless there's a good reason to think so, to just like believe them, right? And especially in cases in which, like the Epstein files, does anybody think that like, okay, well, they said that there's sensitive stuff in there. No one believes them, right? So time and place, but just the process of getting them to state in unambiguous terms why they're doing something, a kind of protection that is so necessary to ordered liberty. And especially in the context of this administration. However, its position, meaning the government's, is premised on ignoring binding precedent that says otherwise, including simply omitting relevant case law from the motion to dismiss and preliminary injunction opposition. So the court here is saying, you're ignoring all the binding precedent that I have to follow as a district court in the DC Circuit. Yes, we have Egan, but you're just citing Egan, you're ignoring the other stuff that we need to follow. That precedent, which is the precedent that the government is ignoring, has rejected the proposition that all security clearance decisions are immune from judicial review, recognizing a distinction between the executive branch's discretionary judgments regarding a particular employee's security clearance, not reviewable, and claims that relate to the constitutionality of the methods used to make such judgments, which are reviewable. So imagine the following example, right? I don't know, some kind of global entry benefit. Imagine that there were a rule that were like, hey, we're going to institute a rule that says no Democrats, no Muslims, no supporters of this or that. And maybe the rule is justiciable in a way that the application is not. To be clear, there is not a one-to-one comparison between the global entry cases and the cases involving security clearances. There are different case laws there. And the global entry context is more reviewable than the security clearance framework. But you can imagine a way in which, even if this were granted maximal deference from a perspective of justiciability, that wouldn't resolve whether the methods or the analytical framework or the rationale used were itself justified. And critically, also, it doesn't resolve the ethical question about whether it's right to do in a given context. Okay. And the claims that relate to the constitutionality of the methods themselves. Citing case law, look, out of the DC Circuit. They already cited Greenberg, which I think is also a DC Circuit case. Let's make sure. Yeah, that's the DC Circuit case from over 30 years ago. This other binding precedent from the DC Circuit explaining that the bar on judicial review covers only security clearance related decisions made by trained security division personnel and does not apply to claims that do not require review of whether the plaintiffs. Wow! That's a very rare alert, because that's a tier 3. Thank you, Vasaraka, for your tier 3 sub. What's up? I'm reading chat. What's up? Are there any people in the... Oh, wow. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Appreciate you. Are there like disagreements that I'm missing? I'll take a time now as we wait for these. So these should be up a layer. I don't know. I read chat. Thank you. Thank you so much for the Vasaraka. I know Vasaraka likes the legal analyses. He loves to get into the weeds. Appreciate the tier 3. Appreciate the support. Okay. Again, disagreements get into the voice channel if you want them, but we're going to continue on here on our little road understanding viewpoint discrimination. Wow, thanks again for the memberships. Or sorry, these are subs. Oh, thank you. We're talking about Hassan tangentially, so I assume the disagreeers are clinging in droves. I mean, in droves. It's not. It's to show you why I take such an issue with the viewpoints that are like, this is national security, who cares? This is like, there's could be a billion things why. Is because if we have a good enough basis to think that it's viewpoint discrimination, punishing people out of retaliation for something, as far as the government is concerned, I just think that's unjustified. Okay. Appreciate the support. Citing this Holder case, explain that you don't give deference all the time. As the DC Circuit has recognized, to insulate the latter category, namely those, whether the plaintiff's continued access was clearly consistent with national security, to insulate the latter category, claims challenging the process from court review would be to endorse untenable and far-reaching restrictions on judicial government actions. Yeah, just like take any fucking example in which you're applying some clearly unconstitutional rule to the security clearance context or the global entry context, and your mind immediately intuits a response there, right? No Jewish passengers, global entry. No Muslim passengers on global entry. No Christian people with security clearances. No Democrats are allowed to have security clearance. Or if you're against President Trump on political issues, you don't get national security clearance. If that were the rule, right? Now, at some level, certain political appointees of the president, we are going to say that the issues are these determinations necessarily relate to trust and political assessments. No doubt. I think that there's I'm not someone who's unreasonable. I want to apply a framework that can actually survive the scrutiny of a real administration. And I'm not saying that a president has to keep everyone on staff that they don't like. But it's about the level of power the courts have and when they can intercede. Okay. Moving on. Here, none of Zaid's claims challenge or otherwise ask the court to review an individualized national security determination. To the contrary, they challenge the legality of denying him that review. That kind of claim is one this court can and must review. Right? You don't have, generally, the courts aren't allowed to just ignore claims. The Supreme Court can oftentimes do that, right? They don't have to they don't have to grant cert in every case. It's purely discretionary in many instances. Not always, but in many instances, it's purely discretionary. But the district courts don't get to abdicate their responsibility like that. Because the government's argument is premised on a selective account of precedent, the court starts with a more complete one. This is like throwing bows in legal speak. Like, you guys are lying about the case law. We'll give you the full 411 on what. Okay. You guys chilling in the chat? These are weirdos. Okay. Thank you for the subs. In Egan, the Supreme Court considered the narrow question of whether the Merit Systems Protection Board has authority by statute to review the substance of an underlying decision to deny or revoke security clearance in the course of reviewing an adverse action. There, the plaintiff lost his job at a naval facility because he had been denied a required security clearance based on his criminal record. The relevant agency had denied the plaintiff security clearance under standard procedures, which included the opportunity to respond to the denial and provide favorable information about his character, after which the denial was upheld. On appeal, the Federal Circuit held the board had authority to review the merits of the agency's security clearance determination. The Supreme Court disagreed, citing the President's Article 2 authority, classify and control access to information bearing on national security. SCOTUS explained that no one has a right to a security clearance, which is granted only when clearly consistent with the interests of national security. The court reasoned that this determination represents, quote, an attempt to predict an individual's possible future behavior and to assess whether, thank you so much for the nation. $50 super sticker, bro. It'd be $2, but thank you for the $2.50. The court held that the board lacked authority to review such decisions, explaining that it is not reasonably possible for an outside non-expert body to review the substance of such a judgment and to decide whether the agency should have been able to make the necessary affirmative prediction with confidence. And so holding the court took as a given that the board could review certain issues related to the security clearance determination, including review of the fact of denial of the position's requirement of security clearance and of the satisfactory provision of the requisite procedure protection. So in Egan, what the court is stressing is it wasn't denying every single amount of review to the particular agency, the Merit System Protection Board. It was merely saying on what grounds they could do a review, and that has to do with the fact that you, in fact, were denied clearance, the fact that your job requires clearance, and the fact that you were given the protections they're reviewing. The DC Circuit has since considered how Egan's reasoning about the Merit System Protection Board applies to federal court review of claims regarding to relating to the denial of security clearances. In doing so, the circuit has recognized that the separation of powers and competency concerns discussed in Egan foreclose court review of claims that challenge the merits of a security clearance determination, but support court review of the process used. Or as the circuit itself described in the wake of Egan, it has distinguished between challenges of ends and means. So the circuit has held and reiterated what Egan's reasoning forecloses. That Egan's reasoning forecloses court review of Title VII claims that challenge the basis for the decision to revoke the plaintiff's security clearance. The circuit has similarly held that Egan's reasoning forecloses APA review of the agency's determination of what constitutes an acceptable margin of error. So you can't review substantively the bases of these revocation. I have no idea. You guys are fucking weirdos in the chat, bro. Greg, you don't have a sub? All right, moving on. Applying the same principle, the circuit had held that Egan's reasoning forecloses review of constitutional challenges to adverse clearance decisions because federal courts generally may not second-guess the political branch's discretionary judgment about matters of national security. Never sub, never donated wife's Wi-Fi for entertainment. Citing to Egan's reasoning and the eligibility standards agency used to make individualized clearance determinations, the circuit explained that reviewing constitutional challenges to such determinations would require doing what Egan said is not reasonably possible. That's second-guessing the agency's predictive judgments about an individual. The court accordingly held that these discretionary clearance assessments raised a political question that cannot be resolved by federal courts because, at least absent congressional action to restrict executive discretion in this area, there are no manageable standards to support judicial. I'm not even sure. I didn't see a $50 super sticker. I saw a $2 one. I saw $2. Didn't see 50. Did you guys see 50? If there's a 50, I love you. Thank you for the 50. I'm not even sure at this point whether the Supreme Court, as currently imposed, would acknowledge the ability of Congress to put limitations. Oh, there was a $50 one? Thank you. All right, cool. Thank you for the $50. Congress' ability to interfere on the process here, on the actual determinations. The DC Circuit has, at the same time, consistently recognized that it's not the case that all security clearance decisions are immune from judicial review. And we went through a bunch of cases that laid this out, including recent cases involving these big law firms. Because the Title VII claims at issue did not require the court in this other case to make any judgment as to whether the plaintiff's continued access to classified information was consistent with national security, it could coexist with Egan. Here, all of Zaid's claims challenge the means of revoking his clearance, specifically the decision to deny him process afforded to others. Zaid did not challenge the merits of any individualized assessment. He challenged the government's decision to deprive him of an individualized assessment eligibility for clearance. It's undisputed that the presidential memorandum directed agencies to revoke any active security clearances and immediately rescind his access to classified information. So the Trump named him directly, just as he named all these law firms. Because Zaid's claims all challenge the legality of revoking his security clearance without meaningful process, they go only to the methods used to revoke his clearance. This is in contrast to cases where all of the plaintiff's claims challenge the basis for the DOJ decision. His claims do not require the court to make any kind of predictive judgment, nor do they require the court to override decisions made by trained Security Division personnel. As mentioned, the government's principal approach here has been to offer an expansive reading of cases like Egan and Lee, and to leave out cases that it doesn't like, Greenberg and Radigan. Confronted with the latter cases, the government's response is twofold. First, it all but asks this court to narrow those cases to their particular facts. For example, they go to like some electronic filing where the government said that they want to limit Greenberg to methods and processes that violate the Fourth Amendment, and Radigan to whether the correct component of an agency made that clearance decision. This court is required to faithfully apply precedent. Citing Ramos versus Louisiana, this is a Kavanaugh concurrence where I'm assuming that he's admonishing the lower court for not following circuit precedent. Quote, in the American system of stare decisis, the result and the reasoning each independently have precedential force, and courts are bound to follow both the result and the reasoning of a prior decision. That precedent rejected the government's expansive position as untenable and far-reaching. And even the cases the government selectively quotes from recognize the line between ends and means. This understanding of the law is also the uniformed understanding in this district, citing the Jenner case, citing the recent law firm cases. The government second asked the court to just construe the presidential memorandum as an individualized national security assessment, but the court finds the memorandum was not based on any such assessment. It is undisputed that no government agency conducted an assessment of Zaid's eligibility for clearance, and the memorandum itself does not purport to make any assessment. It does not mention national security at all. The memorandum instead directs agencies to summarily revoke Zaid's clearance based on the national interest, which courts have consistently recognized as distinct from and more nebulous than a particular determination about national security. The national interest is not coextensive with national. The memorandum's invocation of the phrase national interest to deny Zaid's any process does not implicate the separation of powers concerns present when the executive branch has exercised its expertise to make an individualized national security assessment. Nothing in the memorandum indicates that it reflects any government official's expert assessment or predictive judgment. The court accordingly rejects the government's effort to recast its decision to revoke his clearance without process, without any individualized assessment, as an individualized national security assessment. So you didn't do the assessment, and we're not just going to pretend that you did. Zaid's claim thus asked the court to determine whether the Constitution or other federal law makes it illegal to deny him the standard, individualized process afforded to others. These are not political questions, they are legal. And in declining to consider them, that would be the very sort of judicial abdication that this precedent forbids. And now we get to the actual standard for preliminary injunctive relief. We're only going to really go into the likelihood to succeed on the merits. So this is the court weighing in. They said that this is justiciable. We're not going into the actual security determination. We're getting into the means of it. And they say Zaid is likely to win at a minimum on his claims that the summary revocation of his clearance and access to information violated his First Amendment procedural due process and the right to counsel. Most important one that we're dealing with is the First Amendment argument. Zaid argues that summarily revoking his clearance as a response to his representation of whistleblowers violated the First Amendment. This court agrees. Here are the important legal standards. The First Amendment prohibits governments from abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. And to the same ends, the First Amendment prohibits government officials from retaliating against people for engaging in these protective activities. As a general matter, the First Amendment prohibits government officials from subjecting an individual to retaliatory actions for engaging in protected speech. In other words, it doesn't matter whether or not, from a First Amendment perspective, you are denying someone a right, whether you are denying them a privilege, the motivation itself. You are not allowed to retaliate against someone for First Amendment activities to the government, right? This is not the same for private to private. To prevail on a First Amendment retaliation claim, a plaintiff must show that 1, he engaged in conduct protected under the First Amendment, 2, the defendant took some retaliatory action sufficient to deter a person of ordinary firmness, plaintiff's position, from speaking again, and 3, a causal link between the exercise of a constitutional right and the adverse action taken against him. Right? So map this onto a driver's license, right? You say something critical about the governor of your state. The governor takes some retaliatory action to deter a person of ordinary firmness in your position from speaking against him. He denies your driver's license on the basis of your criticism. And that there's a causal link between what you said, right? You did take this protected activity. This person did take retaliatory action, and there's a causal link between them. That's an example, right? And here is another one, right? he represented clients. This is considered a First Amendment interest for even lawyers to do. Or he took a position against the government, First Amendment. There was some retaliatory action that would deter someone from your position, a lawyer, right? If your entire client base relates to people who have this kind of nexus with the government, you're probably not going to do the same things that are antagonistic to the government. And there's a causal link between the exercise of the right, that is the representation, that is the antagonism against the government, and the adverse action taken, which is the denial of the global entry. Did I say global entry? I meant security clearance. This requires the plaintiff to show that the adverse action was based on a forbidden motive, and that non-retaliatory grounds are in fact insufficient to provoke the adverse consequence. The government does not appear to dispute that the first two requirements are satisfied, and they clearly are. When Zaid petitioned the government in courts on behalf of whistleblowers and other clients, he was engaging in activity the First Amendment protects. This is citing Supreme Court precedent that advocacy by attorneys is First Amendment speech protected. And the adverse action here, revoking a person's security clearance, is more than sufficient to constitute retaliatory action, noting that the First Amendment protects against even an act of retaliation as trivial as failing to hold a birthday party for a public employee when intended to punish her for exercising her free speech rights. I want to say that one more time. This is not Supreme Court, it's DC Circuit, but it is true. It's how the government tends to look at these First Amendment issues. Sorry, the courts tend to look at these First Amendment issues. Now, there might be other reasons why the court can't review a particular case. Maybe there's an evidence problem. Maybe there's a justiciability concern, right? The court got addressed that in the very first part. But I want to just do this quote one more time to show you how potentially invidious a retaliatory motive is to any government action, no matter how trivial. If the purpose of the thing is to retaliate for First Amendment activities, noting that the First Amendment protects against, quote, even an act of retaliation as trivial as failing to hold a birthday party for a public employee when intended to punish them for exercising their free speech rights. So everyone who comes at you and says, "Oh, it's this. Oh, it doesn't matter. This is just such a it's not on the same level." No. Even a birthday party. If there's a standard of holding birthday parties for all public employees, do you have a right, an entitlement to your job as a public employee? No. You have an entitlement to birthday parties at your public employment? No. Notwithstanding that, if the purpose of not giving you your birthday cake is to retaliate for First Amendment protected activities, it's unlawful. Zaid has further supported this showing with evidence of the significant consequences for his practice. So this isn't trivial, right? Even for trivial things, it protects it, but this isn't trivial. It's fucked up my clients. The record also shows Zaid will likely establish the final requirement that his protected expression, petitioning on behalf of people or matters disfavored by the government, is what caused the government to summarily revoke his clearance. The president expressed repeated public displeasure with Zaid, calling him a sleazeball and saying he should be sued for treason, and expressly tied it to his representation of a government whistleblower. The record also shows that the decision to summarily revoke Zaid's clearance took place just days after Zaid filed a lawsuit against the government on behalf of the FBI employees to protect them from being targeted for their work related to the Jan 6 attack on the U.S. Capitol. So what is the evidence here, right? The evidence is previous government statements against this person. What's the evidence? The evidence here is the timing. Oh, you revoked this right after something else, right? Right after some big news where you did something else. Big news. So the court here is thinking about plausibility and what the purpose is of a given action, applying the totality of circumstances, including other statements, other evidence, the timing of when things happen. And that decision was made just days apart from several other presidential orders found to be targeting attorneys based on their choice of clients, right? Fill in all the blanks of what I'm talking to you about. You were doing this in other areas at the exact same time. Based on the preliminary injunction record, the court finds that Zaid's representation of whistleblowers and other clients adverse to the government was the sole reason for summarily revoking his security clearance. The government does not meaningfully contest that this is a forbidden motive, but posits that Zaid's clearance might have been summarily revoked based on the obvious non-retaliatory grounds of protecting classified information. The court finds that assertion is not credible or supported by the record. That explanation appears nowhere in the presidential memorandum, which summarily directed agencies to revoke security clearance without any mention of concerns. The government unquestionably has a weighty interest in the protection of classified information, but those interests were not at play here. The government repeats its argument the court cannot consider what the government acted with forbidden motive in this context under Egan and Lee, noting the court concluded the plaintiff's First Amendment claim Lee was not reviewable. That argument fails for the same reason already discussed. Applicable precedent, including Lee, forbids an inquiry as to the merits of the revocation decision. It does not forbid an inquiry into the legality of the process used. Indeed, Lee was explicit about the reasoning the plaintiff's First Amendment claim was not reviewable because, like plaintiff's other claims, it rested on injuries arising from the revocation and its substantive basis. So here is the formalistic structure of what the court is engaged in. The court says, we get you on substantive rationale, but here you're not charging the decision as unlawful, but the process given. And the process given was nothing. And why did they give you nothing for the process? The reason they gave me nothing for the process was, right, instead of doing what other people get, think about the birthday scenario, it was for retaliation that we gave you nothing, right? Not that we denied you because of it. It's you denied me process because of our First Amendment activities. Anyway, we'll be mum on the due process considerations and the other bases here, but just to get you a sense of invidiousness of viewpoint discrimination and how even in the context related to security clearance, it can render otherwise taken actions, even that are specifically and solely trusted to the discretion of the executive branch, unconstitutional. Folks, that's all the legal stuff I have for y'all. And we have no one in Stream Disagreements. So I guess I'll just, I'll talk at you for the last couple of minutes here. Unless we got other people. I'm focusing my efforts always on the Trump administration and what's happening in politics, in the legal world. And I will continue to do that. That said, like, I don't really back down from people who want to take criticism of me in either like my positions on anything else. I believe I'm correct about things I've stated, and like, feel free. I encourage people who disagree strenuously, hop into disagreements, to say what you want to say within the rules of my moderated communities regarding my position on stuff. I am not convinced in the slightest. Thank you so much. Is it fine if I say inane, infuriating things to troll? You can say what you want for the most part. Within the rules of communities, especially the Discord, where we're making, we made some changes. But notice, I'll just say from a substantive perspective, the nature of the argument and what people tend to focus on. And I will say the following. I am not at all convinced by, and I know I wouldn't be, right? It's not made for me, the kind of shit that is being levied at me with respect to some of the opinions that I've held. That any of these opinions relate to like, my attempts to curry favor with the community. I think that's like no basis to say that whatsoever. But also the character and nature of the detractors. I don't really see them in disagreements that often. And when they do, they fold like little pretzels. And so my strategy going forward is not to back down from any of these conversations. My interest is to focus more on Trump stuff, political stuff, legal stuff, no doubt. But I am going to, rule notwithstanding, right? The rule in the Discord is what the rule in the Discord is. I'm going to get significantly more chippy and demanding in conversations. Because I honestly don't think, I think my patience, and it is patience, even though it's been sort of, I think, slimed as like, I don't know, perceived weaselness or something by exhaustively going through things and like walking people through step 1 or 2. It's going to be a lot more just like right to the point every single second. And so if you want to have those conversations, I'm happy to do it. I'm gonna ask probably that you guys like when you get in, like, listen, this is for big boys if you want to do this conversation. And if you're not interested in that, you don't have to have the conversation. You can continue like chatting what you want to chat, again, within the rules of my Discord and within wherever communities you are saying things. But I don't think that it's respected when people are patient and nice. I really don't, right? I've been saying for a while now, I think it is true that like people don't respect that. And for whatever reason, it doesn't get through. And so I certainly am not going to back down from opinions I actually hold. I think that the response has been shambolic and pathetic. And it shows in the character of the arguments, which are all personal, none of the merits. And when they show up, they fold like pretzels. So that's going to be my approach going forward on those particular issues. But it has nothing to do with those issues. None of this has anything to do with those issues. All of this has to do with other stuff, right? These positions I've had on two discrete things, the San Global Entry, where we just read an opinion, and Ethan Klein lawsuit. These have been my positions, or at least most of the positions that people take issue with. There are aspects in which the Ethan one has changed a little bit, but by and large, this has been my position for months now. So none of this is like new breaking news, and it relates not at all to it. And my mission hasn't changed because of it. And I hope you guys, if you feel, I saw there was one comment. It's absolutely unhinged. It's really funny, but it gets, to me, it totally shows the nature of the response here. So I unsubbed you from you over the latest coverage you had of Ethan's lawsuit. I previously defended you against people that criticize you for simply examining his unhinged filing and criticizing him over his attempt at the savior complex. However, in the latest coverage you did, you've thrown away most of your values and morals in favor of dogmatically defending the defendants of these lawsuits in such ways that make you a complete and utter hypocrite on now every previous conversation with a maggot regarding Donald and his legal woes. No explanation, right? No explanation whatsoever as to what the hypocrisy is. No explanation as to a dogmatic defense of these people. Dogmatic defense? In what sense? We're only examining the context of the justification, in which I'm absolutely ascribing culpability in some senses, not just in the sense that people seem to want me to say. But there's absolutely no dogmatism involved in these people. And but the thing is, it's highly emotional. It's highly emotional. And the person continues, not only have you gotten in the paint hard against your own friend Hutch over this, you used all the bad faith debate tactics to intentionally obscure each time with each unneeded analogy parts of the actual case at hand, since you are smart enough to know that on facts and merit, you've got no chance in a debate on this subject. Not the case. Not the case. Those analogies, those things are meant to clarify. And first of all, I don't think Hutch feels any kind of way about it. We're totally cordial behind the scenes, totally like Merry Christmas. One of my friends in this party that we had was like, "Oh my God, you do a podcast with Hutch?" Like a longtime fan of Hutch. No explanation of bad faith debate tactics used. Bad faith. Can anyone describe a bad faith debate tactic I used? A bad faith debate tactic was me saying, "Oh, instead of possible, plausible." Like that's a bad faith debate tactic, is to clarify what we mean by words. Like no examples used whatsoever. You have some of the worst takes of all time in the discussion. Which takes? That of which I do now hope and any and all Rob Noor types clip and hit you over the head with, whilst rightly accusing you of blatant hypocrisy partisanship. No explanation about partisanship. In what sense is this partisanship for any party or side? This isn't about like political view or expression. That's my whole point. That it's not about these things. And then it shouldn't be about these things. No explanation of hypocrisy whatsoever. It is now simply a fact that Ethan had legal grounds to sue the three defendants. Something I've never said he didn't, right? Had the moral high ground on them too for all the coordinated harassments their communities engaged in. And this, I think, is the coup de grace. This guy, I don't give a fuck if you leave, by the way, in the subset. If this is the state of your mind where you're like, You're just so angry. You're unable to give any examples. You're like, you're hypocrite. You're person. Go, bro. I don't need you. I don't want you. Y'all can fucking leave. I don't give a fuck. But the essence of all of this and what's been unveiled is this utter derangement on moderation standards that is so openly one-sided, so obviously ad hoc. I don't even need to say the words. I don't even need to make the comparisons. They make themselves. And so that's like everything. It's a state of absolute derangement and delusion. And I invite conversations with all these people. At some point, we might need to get like a moderator involved so we stay on topic. I challenge you. I challenge all of you to take the time to actually segment the conversations and listen to what's being said. I think people actually struggle with it. All right, we have stream disagreement. Hello. This is Kalinda. Kalinda. Oh shit, you're coming out of the wrong ears. One sec. Kalinda, how are you? Can you hear me?
Hi. Pisco audio issues.
Yeah.
Gotta happen
every time. Hit me.
Well, the last time I was here, if I recall, actually, you know what? If you don't mind, and I don't want to spend too much time on this because honestly, I'm about as sick of it as you probably are.
Yeah.
I want to ask you a question about the Ethan Klein lawsuit shit
Yeah.
because that owner had an interesting idea that he really wanted
Gooner?
to put it. I guess that he just Loner Box.
Loner? I thought you said Gooner had an idea.
Yeah. No, Boner Box.
Okay, got a boner.
Gooner Box. Yeah. He had an interesting idea about it. So I just have a hypothetical for you, okay?
Yeah.
And I might even add a little bit to it. So you know how Ethan called you a fake lawyer? I think he did that, didn't he?
He did not call me a fake lawyer specifically, but I think he implied it.
Okay. Well, let's say that
he said I was like LARPing, but I think it's implied.
Okay. Yeah, that was Let's say that Ethan decided to do that, to continuously call you that, like to like literally call you a fake lawyer.
Yeah.
And like, let's say that he decided to cover you and react to you over and over again continuously, or like comment on shit that you like. Let's say that he would decided to go after you as obsessively as they say that he goes after Hassan. Okay.
Yeah.
And then after that, you come out with some video about something, maybe something related to him actually, and he announces to his stream, and he's like, you know what? Fuck Pisco. I hate this guy. He's a fake lawyer. And we're going to watch this video. And I want you to come watch it on my stream so that I can take all his views away. Fuck him. And because I don't want him to make any ad revenue or money from this. And then he does it. Do you really think that you wouldn't be within your bounds to sue him for copyright infringement after he said all that shit?
When you say with
represent yourself.
When you say within your bounds, what are you referring to? Legality, morality, or what?
I mean, like, I guess what I'm asking is would you want to sue him for copyright infringement and also represent yourself while doing it, so you could, as a fuck you to him? Is that something that you could see yourself doing?
If you're asking me whether practically I would file a lawsuit on that basis, almost certainly not. But I'm assuming that's not what you're asking. I'm assuming you're asking me, like, if I wanted to file a lawsuit, would I be justified in doing so? I'm telling you, like, I would be probably more likely to do a DMCA thing or something like that if I was really pissed about it, or pissed about him doing shit like that. But just be aware of what question you're asking me, because it might just be obviated by some other predominating concern, which is, I don't want to fucking file a lawsuit for some shit I don't really care that much about, which is him being petty towards me. But if you want to ask something different, which is, if I did, would it be justified? Then ask that.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it was Loner's question technically, so, but I thought it was a good question.
What's the question?
Like, was mainly the question that the thing that he was getting at was like, would you not be justified in filing a lawsuit against somebody who had basically spent like the past several months? And actually, I guess you could further even add to it. And like, every time you had a stream, his fans were showing up in your chat and like spamming shit or whatever.
Yeah.
So to like further it. Yeah.
You're asking, would it be justified on that view, right? And my answer is, if I didn't care about the underlying infringement or preventing infringement, I think the answer is no.
Okay. I mean, would you care? I wonder if you would. Like, I don't know. I kind of feel like like maybe you might just a little bit, or like you might be annoyed at the
There
fact
might
that
be
this
some
guy called you
there might be
Yeah.
some infringement that I cared about. But if I didn't care about the infringement, if I don't actually feel like the infringement matters to me, in fact, if I want the infringement, I don't think I would be ethically justified. If that's what you're asking, is that what you're asking?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is. I guess.
Okay,
I mean,
because I
I
can
don't
just
know. I
this is so trivial because if we change this to Loner Box and Hassan, everyone understands. Okay, so if you have seen Loner Box do reviews of Hassan's content in which he's like not doing much in the given moment, right? I'm sure you've seen it.
um. Yeah. Although, yeah, I guess
Yes.
so. I mean, loaner boxes reacts always, but yes, I understand what you're saying. You're going to say that basically, technically, like any React content, you could sue for copyright infringement. Is that what you're going to say?
No, I'm not saying that you can sue for copyright infringement. We're just talking now about the justification, all right? The
Oh.
justification. Like, if Hassan sued Lonerbox for those instances, you would say, right, it's not justified.
Mm.
Assuming he didn't
Oh,
care
well,
about
no,
the infringement. Assuming he didn't care about the infringement. Assuming that he is saying, oh, I'm only suing him to support the socialist Marxist revolution, and all the proceeds I'm going to do, and he's lying, or like, is to that end or something. And it's to protect the React community, the socialist React community. If he said something
I
like
would,
that, and if you didn't think that he actually cared about the copyright, would you say, yeah, that's totally ethically justified for him to sue my boy Loner?
Well, no, I wouldn't. But I would also add to that. I would also say, fuck that, because I would. I mean, this is going beyond the bounds of your hypothetical, because I would say that what loaner does counts as fair use. And to be honest with you, like
All of it,
given
all
the
of it, you
length
think?
of her yeah, given the length of
That's
her reaction,
delusional.
I feel like
That's delusional.
I feel like. Oh, is that not true? Like, is that not how, I don't know how fair use works. So.
I've seen Lonerbox streams where he's reviewing the content and like sporadically commenting in between, like playing a video game where it's okay, it's a step up from like a chair react, but on fair use grounds, it's fucking cooked.
Okay. You're talking about stuff like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Usually when he reacts to a song, he has a lot to say.
Not always, though. What I'm saying is not always. In the case in which he's not doing that, when it's not fair use, that's the case in which we want to examine. And the truth is, and and I want you to grant it, if the roles were reversed, everyone would be on the opposite side. You must agree with that, right? The 95%. I won't say everybody. 95.
Or you mean like all the people that are shitting on you right now?
Correct. Correct. If
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
shitting on his,
they would, yeah.
of course. And so what does that tell you, It's Kalinda, right?
Yes. Well, no, I know. I understand. Like,
yes. So
I get it.
So it's not principled, right? It's not principled. They're not principled. I'm principled. They're not. They're inventing some shit. They're inventing some shit about intentional malicious siphoning and all that stuff. That's all made up.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, I'll be honest with you. I just want to ask you that question because I thought that it was interesting that Loner put it to it. I'll be like, I don't actually care that much about the Ethan Klein lawsuit and whatever his underlying motivation shit was or whatever.
I appreciate you saying that. No, that's fine. You don't have to care about everything. But this is why I ask people, and I get glad with this too, if they care about it. Because if you don't care about it, that's cool. The thing is, people do care about it. They very, very much care about it. The fact we're talking about it, and they're so pissed, they're calling me tanking supporters, they care about it. And the reason I ask do you care is because people will say they don't care. But the truth is, Kalinda, your lack of care is, just be honest, it's because you don't like these people. If you liked them, you would care, right?
No, I mean, I don't care that much about Ethan's motivation, and like I don't even know if like I support the lawsuits or whatever. The thing that I care about within this whole thing is the extent to which that Ethan has been harassed. And I'm not saying that you're doing this, what I'm about to say, but unfortunately, a lot of the people, and I think maybe this is why I've got roped into this, a lot of the people who are supporting or who are against Ethan filing the lawsuits or whatever are people who are against it on the grounds that they also like deny the severity of the harassment that Ethan has faced and like the craziness behind it and the reasons behind that harassment, or they're okay with it because they think that Ethan is an evil, disgusting Zionist genocide supporter and that his wife is like the raider of Ramallah and all this other insane shit. Like I care a little bit more about like the way in which everybody basically came at him because he did not toe the line 100%.
Yeah, because
I
he
think
didn't
that,
he
and
didn't
like
deserve
people,
that criticism, right? He didn't deserve those kinds of
no,
attacks.
I don't think that he deserved that criticism, and I feel like it was a waste of like it just I guess it said so much about the online left if this was going to be their focus, attacking a liberal over this dumb shit instead of like trying to do
Yeah,
something
but doesn't
politically
everyone
useful,
kind
you
of
know?
fucking know that lefties are cooked as fuck on the Israel stuff and that they take these like insane positions, even with respect to people who are sensible allies? Like they've always been against liberal Zionists. Always. This is not something
Yeah.
the thing, and they say vicious things to liberal Zionists. I just don't understand what the basis of surprise is for these kinds of unhinged views regarding liberal Zionists or two-state solutioners who believe in Israel as a Jewish state. That is like not new. That is as old as apple fucking pie. And so the basis that, oh my God, they all turn on the liberal Zionists. Yeah, the left is unhinged on this shit a lot of the time. And that shouldn't be a basis of surprise. Now, is it unhinged and still wrong for them to do the kind of malicious attacks where they're either lying about him or I don't even agree with snarking in the first place, where you have this kind of like obsessive focus on a particular person. I have no
Yeah,
issue saying that.
I hate it.
But there's this thing where like two wrongs don't always make a right? Just because, and I think you would grant this, if they're lying about him, do you think that we should lie back in response?
Oh, no, I don't think
Right.
that,
So
like, we
so
should but, honestly, I don't
just knowing
think
that a
it's
party is being
necessary to
wronged,
lie about these
just knowing that a
people.
party is wrong doesn't resolve the answer. That's what, like, there's two parts of the equation. First is, were you wrong, and is your retaliatory action justified? You have to consider both. And anyone who soys out, I don't really care about the justification part. I just care about the initial aggression and not whether or not the reaction is justified in light of the initial aggression as to the means by which the response is dictated and the target of the response. That is just an excuse not to think. That's just being a coward fuck. I'm not saying you, but like I'm just saying people who say, I only care about that. I don't want to consider other things. They're just being coward fucks who don't, and it's the opposite of what they accuse me of, right? You get plenty of bonus points for staying in line and for saying all the right things according to whatever the in-group preferences of your specific community. I have the opposite approach. It's like,
Yeah.
let's consider it even if it pisses off your own audience. So it's actually, ironically, I think the opposite. And as you sit here, is there anything that I just said that you disagree with? That I just
I
said that
mean, not like super a lot. Like, I guess the main thing that the main thing that's kind of frustrating or like where I sort of feel for Ethan is like it's kind of like a question of, well, what the fuck is he supposed to do? How is he going to stop these people from constantly? Because like the level of unhingedness is like it's off the charts. You know, the CPS call, mailing skulls to his house, the doxing, and I mean, like really, the H3 snark shit. He's been dealing with that for years. It seems like at least part of this lawsuit is him trying to like find the H3 snark mods, maybe so that he can sue them for something else. Although he did complain in the past about the fact that they were like stealing his members only content and then like restreaming it in other
Yeah,
places.
I don't understand that
Um,
either because, like, okay, so if there's a justification, a purported justification that wasn't actually given in the video, right? So what you're saying here, what people will do is they'll do this post hoc rationalizations of the lawsuits that aren't included in the announcement of the video, right? So one that they've done is the CPS call, not included in the video, justifying the trap.
oh
that
yeah,
she
no,
said
he
it.
didn't.
Yeah, right. So another post hoc explanation is discovery rationale, not included in the video. It's unclear to me, why we should credit an explanation that isn't actually offered by Ethan and just give like potential justifications. But even if I granted it, do you think it would be fucking justified as a exercise of a fishing expedition to get discovery material on an unrelated case to do the case initially?
No,
regardless. Yeah. So no.
of course not.
Yes. So
No,
this, it doesn't
of course
even.
not. That's not. Yeah, that, like I said, I just kind of like I'm not. I told you like I don't necessarily have a super strong opinion about like whether or not the lawsuit was a misuse of the legal system or any of that stuff. I'm just saying that, like, I don't know what the hell else he's supposed to do to get these people to leave him the fuck alone.
Listen,
Even that
I
probably
sympathize,
won't work either.
but just because there's no quote unquote solution doesn't mean that what you do is therefore justified, right? Suppose that the only solution to get them to shut the fuck up is to run them over with your Tesla. It wouldn't make it justified. So the lack of alternative, yeah, go for it.
I'm just curious, like, because you know more about law stuff than I do. Like, is there actually a legal recourse that he could take that's not like some crazy shit like DMCA stuff? Like, only other one I can think of is defamation, but that doesn't really work, or does
to what? Right, like to the CPS call. Let's take each of the things.
No, not
right?
to that.
Okay.
Oh no, I think honestly at this point, I think that Bad Empanada could absolutely be sued for defamation.
And why hasn't he?
Definitely by loaner bots.
Then why hasn't he sued him for defamation?
I don't know. Apparently,
there's a lawsuit, right?
It's probably because he's not in America. It's because
I think he's in Argentina, but like. Here, yes, it's easier to sue these other people because they're domiciled in America. They're in places where it's easy to do service of process. But there is this thing called the Hague Service Convention, and Argentina is a party to the Hague Service Convention, and you can absolutely serve people in Argentina.
Uruguay?
I don't know that Uruguay.
Bad Empanadas in Uruguay now.
You know this?
He ran.
You know this?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
yes, I know this.
If he's in Uruguay, you know, I'm not sure. There might be some other process that Uruguay provides for out-of-country people. Has he even tried to look into that? I mean, if he has, and there is no feasible alternative, then that still doesn't help you, right? Because you have to sue the people who are responsible for the thing. And on the defamation case, yeah, there could be a case, depending on what the statement is at issue. And I think that we should analyze it when the argument is made. When the like that's the thing, right? Everyone brings up these other things like, oh, he's frustrated, he can't get to these people. Well, let's talk about maybe what he can do to get to those people, what kind of methods, but the mere lack of alternative doesn't by itself justify everything. And that's another, like,
no, I know.
Okay. So talk me out. Like, you're saying you don't have a strong view on this case. Do you have any view on this case?
Well, no, what?
Do you have any view on this case?
Oh, on the case. I mean, not. I mean, like, honestly, I could go either way on it, but like, mostly I'm just tired of hearing about it. Like, it's kind of just been a thing that I've been sort of popcorn giving about. And I do feel bad for you because of the fact that people keep coming at you and the way that you've been misrepresented, especially by like people in DGG. I think that's kind of.
Oh, yeah. I mean, here was the position. The position was that when I said at the start to Hutch, do you care about this fucking issue? That was bad faith. That when I clarified between possibility and plausibility, that was bad faith. When I asked, don't you have the burden to show that she neglected her chat and read it and chose not to moderate her, that was taken as bad faith. All these things that if it were done in a different context against a different target, people would celebrate, like, oh my God, I fucking owned it. Like, and then the ascribing of he's audience captured, hopelessly audience captured by people who have no fucking clue what a principled bone is, have no idea how to maintain consistent positioning. And this includes a lot of the commentary class who have examined that video. And I encourage you to go through that video and try to see the examples of bad faith. It's so laughable and preposterous. And I don't give a fuck. I'm going to keep speaking my mind. And if people disagree, the great thing is they're allowed to come into stream disagreements and debate it, and actually debate it, and actually see where you disagree.
I'm not tired of talking about this already.
In a sense, I am, but I'm very baitable in that. In another sense, and here's the thing: if people continue to question and undermine, fuck yeah, I'm going to talk about it, and they can come in debates. The thing is, when people come into the disagreements channel, what ends up happening is they say things like, "I don't really have strong views on it," or whatever. I don't really have strong views on what's happening, and the people with strong views don't come and don't talk about it. And so I'm looking for all the people with strong views on it. All the people say that I'm per se bad faith. And when I say they have a perfect opportunity to come and have a conversation.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, does, I don't know, did Kafka have strong views on it?
No, right. He said it was morally neutral, that because of apathy, he doesn't support it. And that because he doesn't think it's in Ethan's benefit. He wouldn't advise it. That doesn't sound like a strong view, right? In terms of the moral implications.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a
Well,
correct summary of his views. And how was that
Kafka's
taken?
also an attorney too, so I'm sure he probably has more information on this than like I do. Like you and he are probably on a similar level, I'm assuming, when it comes to knowledge about copyright and shit like that.
Yeah,
But
but the thing is, the copyright issue isn't disputed. They're strong cases. What's disputed is my reason for talking about this at all, as though that makes any sense whatsoever, given the parties involved and what people want to criticize, namely the ethics of any given situation, including and especially lawsuits. I'm actually going to say a step stronger every time, right? Not only do people sometimes consider the ethical justification of lawsuits, they often do. And not just criminal cases, also civil cases. Both sets of cases, people will judge the ethics behind them. And I'm tired of actually pussyfooting around. I'm actually now going to be more aggressive in taking these people on and challenging, their views about it. Listen, you don't have strong views about them. You're saying basically you could be convinced one way or the other, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't. The thing is that if someone makes a good argument, like I don't know, I would probably have to think a bunch about this. Mainly, like I said, the main thing that I care about, and it's not even necessarily related to the lawsuit. It has more to do with the harassment that Ethan faces and like the reasons behind it.
It's
And yes,
deplorable.
you said all that stuff about how we knew that the left was going to be unhinged on this, but I mean, it's probably I don't know the extent or how much you knew about Israel Palestine before October 7th or whatever. Like I knew a little bit about it, and like I've since learned way more since October 7th, but I feel like I don't think it felt like everybody was taken by surprise by the way that the left reacted to October 7th and the amount of like the number of people who were cheering it on. And like it was the same thing with when Russia invaded Ukraine. There was also a surprise by how people on the left reacted to that and how like they either justified it or they were indifferent to it or they didn't think that America should support Ukraine or like all of these sorts of things. Like this sort of exposure to that was something that I think kind of it took a lot of people were surprised by that. I remember Lonerbox mentioning that he was surprised when he saw that leftist reaction to Russia and Ukraine. And like it wasn't just because that it was a small number of people, it's because that it was so ubiquitous across like so
I'm
many
not
platforms.
surprised
Like, yeah.
at all. Well, first of all, I think that there's this like lack of support for Ukraine among a certain segment of either the tanky left or the very hard left. But that is totally consistent with the left's myopic, and here when I say left, I mean the hard lefts, and I think totally stupid view of international politics relating
Foreign
simply
policy, yeah.
to imperialism and mainly through the lens of imperial aggression and colonialism, which I think is a limiting way to see these conflicts, and oftentimes a reliance on America bad foreign policy. And this is not at all new. It's not at all new in the context of Russia or Eastern European politics, where these people have been around for decades. And specifically on Israel Palestine, I mean, the criticism of liberal Zionists is as old as the conflict in many respects. And so this is not like, yes, October 7th absolutely intensified, brought to the forefront in a way that we haven't seen before, given the development of technology. And I do put these kinds of delusioned views on the extent of culpability by liberal Zionists on the nature of the conflict. I view that as in keeping with a larger pattern of delusion on the issue, and I think misplaced aggression. Basically, that anyone who signs on to the project, the Zionist project, but by which I don't consider myself in any respect a Zionist, but I don't think that liberal Zionists are the problem in the way that a lot of these lefties do. But that's just like not new. Like, this has often been a way by which liberals in America have been ostracized and pushed out of otherwise lefty communities.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you just said something about Zionism that I kind of want to move to in a second. But first, I'm going to ask you another question because I'm curious. Because I think that it was the number of people that kind of surprised everyone. Like, unless maybe my perception of it was wrong. Do you consider Kyle Kalinske to be like the hard left?
I think like a little closer for sure. I think he's very skeptical. I've heard him say things about Russia Gate in the context of the revelations regarding Trump that I hugely disagree with, and that I would actually want to talk to him about at some point. I haven't heard him as much be in recent streams be critical of Ukraine specifically in the funding. Maybe I've missed those things, but to the extent that he says that, I'm totally against it. I would say he
Oh
represents.
no, I'm not. I'm not asking you whether or not
Oh.
you're against it. I just was. I understand where you stand on Ukraine. I just was curious as to which people, because that I think like part of this was that we were surprised that it wasn't just people that we consider to be tankies. Kyle Kalinske is like anti-NATO, and he had a debate with Vosh. I think I don't remember if it was before or after the war started. I think it was after, where he was basically blaming NATO for the war, and yeah, like it.
Yeah,
just,
that's horrible.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so I don't agree with
Yeah.
that, right? But like, but that isn't by itself, right? That position is one I disagree with. There are a lot of political
Well,
positions
Kyle
that I disagree
is-
with, and mere
Oh
agreement.
yeah,
Yeah.
I know. I know that. Yeah, I'm aware. Like I know where you stand on Ukraine.
Yeah, I want to
Kyle is also
expand NATO.
pretty-
Not only do I
Yeah,
want to
me
protect
too.
NATO, I want to expand NATO to include other parts that are on, like allies that are in the Pacific. All right, so I am a NATO expansionist. I think that America should be involved more in world affairs and should, gleefully accept these international obligations so as to impose our vision, our structure, which I think is preferential. Now, I don't agree
Should we,
with like. I want it to be voluntary. I don't want us to do like Iraq style shit, or like Vietnam style
should we
shit. But
rename
yeah,
it to the North Atlantic Pacific Treaty
just
Organization.
keep it NATO and just don't worry about the Pacific part. But all I'm trying to say is like your viewpoints on those things. There has been a robust debate on these issues for years and years and years, on NATO itself, on Israel Palestine. Some of the views I think I consider them to be more serious, but the lefty infighting thing is not new. Harassment is absolutely
I know it's
deplorable.
not new.
I know, but I'm just saying, like,
I know.
I deplore harassment. Harassment is horrible, and people who encourage or want to actualize harassment should be deterred to the extent of their encouragement, to the extent of their harassment. No doubt about that in my mind, and that is so clear to me. What I don't appreciate, though, is notions of collective guilt. You understand that? Like collective guilt. That's what I don't I don't
do.
appreciate. Because that's exactly the frame of mind that would lead one to say, oh, well, you're a liberal Zionist, therefore you are culpable for all the things that Netanyahu does. Or you're culpable for the IDF and when they did this or that, or when they raped the prisoners or what have you. I don't hold to that view.
Yeah.
I think that America needs to work hand in hand with liberal Zionists, reformers. I don't know. Frankly, I'm incredibly pessimistic about the outlook for that. And I think that's being made harder by Israel and its population, just to be clear. But like I'm practical before I'm an ideologue on that shit. But all I'm trying to say is like we should not endorse that view of collective responsibility, which I think is typical of that like mindset, which we all ultimately disagree with.
Yeah, of course. No, I don't disagree with that. And by the way, like yeah, like it's okay. Like I know that you don't agree with all this other kinds of stuff. Kalinske has also been, I think, pretty unhinged on Israel Palestine. Like he thought that the Houthis were based for or that they were right for setting up their blockade, which is I think incredibly silly. And yeah, like he's just
but I just don't see how that relates to Ethan stuff. Yeah, I mean, like you could disagree, and I do disagree.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It's not about Ethan. I was trying to steer the conversation elsewhere. I was just wondering about whether, like, the extent to which that you saw how far out you saw the left. Because what I actually came in here to talk to you about was not about Ethan.
Yeah, people don't give a yeah. This is actually very helpful because if you ask about those political issues, you can see in which ways I'm allegedly quote unquote giving ground, in which ways I'm not giving ground, and where my principles are. So what I just said about me not thinking that liberal Zionists are inherently culpable will be taken like a bad way by lefty communities, because they do view liberal Zionists as culpable. Now, I said at the start of this, I am not a Zionist, in other words, what I'm saying is I'm not ideologically committed to the existence of a Jewish state on the basis of its Judaism, like the fact that it's the Jewish character of a state. That's the way in which I'm not a Zionist. I don't believe that there ought be. I don't have like a ideological commitment to a state for Jewish people in that sense. That's the way in which I'm not a Zionist. But I'm so happy and willing to, if I were in charge of all these different actors, to have Israel live side by side along an independent Palestine, all that stuff. And because there are a lot of states that are founded on things that don't make a lot of sense or things I don't support. I don't support kingdoms. I don't support ethno-states of any kind ideologically. That doesn't mean that I want to abolish every state that exists. And that position where I'm willing to abide the existence of a state that has its character some sort of Jewish identity should show that I'm not I'm not a committed Zionist, but notwithstanding that, I'm willing to abide the existence of an ethno-state if it means peace. And that is something that a lot of lefties would consider anathema. We can keep going. I don't agree with lefties on all their politics. It's the bad faith shill liars who say I do that I'm trying to appeal to their sensibilities when it's not the case.
No, I understand that. I'm not like, I wasn't necessarily, believe me, like I've tuned into your content and it seems like for the most part, you don't even really talk about this shit. It seems like you mostly talk about Trump.
Domestic policies. Yeah, exactly.
SCOTUS and domestic stuff, right? Even though I'm now coming in here to talk to you about, I guess, kind of a foreign policy thing, just because that I figured that I would offer up my more, I suppose, like my perspective on certain things related to it. Because I don't know how much time you spent reading about Israel Palestine or like what you've gleaned with regards to it or whatever. But like I guess okay. So you said you don't consider yourself a Zionist, but you also don't want Israel to be destroyed. So that's that's fine.
When I say I'm not a Zionist, I'm saying I'm committed not to the existence of a state whose character and identity is significantly based on its Jewishness. I'm not committed to a Jewish state in either the version of Zionism where it exists in the lands of the old kingdoms of the old Jewish kingdoms. In that sense, I'm not committed to it. And also, I'm not committed ideologically to an ethnic project, an ethnic state of any kind. That said, I'm a pragmatist before I'm an ideologue. And so ethno-states exist and, unjustifiable monarchies exist and dictatorships exist. And what I want is a solution that makes people's lives better in the long run. And so in that sense, like I said, I'm a pragmatist before. It was bought into this consensus of the two-state solution. The problem is that Israel is destroying the possibility of a two-state solution as though it weren't already destroyed in many respects, but by continued, and I think they just passed a new resolution for continued development in the West Bank. And so this is just more evidence that bipartisan consensus, that international consensus is a dim hope. And that is very scary.
No, I agree. It is. I mean, it also doesn't help that at the moment there's not really anyone on the Palestinian side that has popular support for Israel to negotiate with, which makes it harder. But I mean, it's a vicious cycle because that Hamas and Netanyahu basically feed off of each other, and it kind of works that way because Netanyahu's the security guy, quote unquote, and so every time Hamas does some crazy shit, then Netanyahu can come out and say, "Hey, we have to go get them. We need to make them safe. We can't negotiate. Or we need to make you guys safe. We can't negotiate with them." And then Hamas will see Israel doing some crazy shit, and it'll just keep going around. And then they'll say, "See, we can't possibly make peace with these guys. They just want to kill us." And then it just keeps going round and round and round, which is kind of like what they want. And so it sucks. It's not good, but. I mean, I don't necessarily want to get into that too much. What I really mean,
but I just want to say, like, this isn't. I know this is not surprising to you. It shouldn't be surprising to anyone in my audience that I take the kind of like, I don't know, the national security consensus on Israel Palestine that America has developed over the last, which is the existence of a two-state solution, not the recent one, that is founded fundamentally on the pre 67 borders. So. That should not be surprising to anyone that I would take. That is like the consensus view of liberal apologists, of liberal Zionists, of both parties in this country for the longest time. And so there's not a basis or surprise in my opinion, or any kind of notion that lefties are influencing my politics on this issue or any issue. Now, on the issue specifically of genocide, I am convinced on it over time. But that, again, that's just like an assessment of intentionality that we can get into. But ultimately,
did you actually want?
Go for it.
Did you want to get into that? Because that's I
Not
mean,
particularly in the moment, just because I know it'll
Yeah.
excite the masses. But,
Yeah, I don't want to get into that. What I actually wanted to ask you about was more about it doesn't necessarily have to be about Israel specifically, but the last time that I was here and I was talking to you about Hassan versus Fuentes, you seemed skeptical of the notion that Hassan would also be bad for Jews, if not maybe in a different way, as and like I guess against, or that Hassan is anti-Semitic. Do you think Hassan's anti-Semitic, or do you think his actions produce anti-Semitic outcomes?
yeah, so as to Hassan's anti-Semitism, I have seen the comments about pig dog. That's what I've seen. The pig dog. I've seen him say, as he said, let me. I've seen the reaction to the Twitch getting rid of Israel. Right? Is that something that happened? I don't know that I have a.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and also
He-
Twitch banned the use of the word Zionist in like a
oh,
derogatory way,
right,
because
right.
in
And he was
Hassan's
like upset
chat
about
you
that.
could find, yeah, in Hassan's chat you could find people using the word Zionist,
Yeah, I think in
and
his
in a lot
community,
of
here's what
ways
I'll say.
the way that he
I,
said it,
I
it's
think in his
yeah.
community there are people who are anti-Semitic, but it's sometimes it's maybe intentionally so hard to delineate because of this conflation of Zionism with Jewishness that is done by both sides. So there's a conflation done by bad faith lefties who are anti-Semitic, um, and but also by right-wing religious Israeli politicians and
So
influencers. So the answer is I'm not sure. I have not seen a
okay,
case for his anti-Semitism. I do think that he's probably a Marxist-Leninist, but I'm not sure on the anti-Semitism.
yes. Yeah, no, Hassan's definitely. I mean, I feel like after watching him like simp for China for like the past several weeks, I think we can all probably at least fairly confidently say that he's a tanky. But that being said,
What's the best case that
so
he's? Do you think he's anti-Semitic?
um yes, but not because that he thinks to himself, not in the same way that Fuentes is. I think
Well,
that he's anti-Semitic because like not because he thinks to himself, "Oh my God, I hate Jews," but I think that his actions result in like anti-Semitic outcomes.
oh, but that's
So
not. But
let me
then we
just
just
ask.
wait. I just want to have. I don't want to have an equivocation, by which I mean we're misunderstanding the terms. So I understand anti-Semitism to be a prejudice against Jews because they're Jewish. That's what I understand. Now I understand that the Semitic people included more than just Jews, but in the modern context of the term
Yes,
anti-Semitism, I
yes,
understand.
that's how.
Okay, so
Yeah,
anything that
that's
says that
basic.
it's not intentional or not deliberate or not voluntary, unless you're making a case of kind of like implicit anti-Semitism, we're just using a different notion of anti-Semitism.
Okay, yeah, possibly. Yeah, we could. Yeah, we could do that. Like that's not. So I guess the question that I want to ask you is,
Wait, but which do you hold
this
to?
is like more of a.
Do you think that he harbors a knowing prejudice against Jews, or do you think it's implicit?
No, I think it's implicit because he
Okay.
would never say "I hate Jews."
No,
Like I think
regardless
all
of
that.
whether
I
he
think.
says it, do you think in his mind and heart
Or,
he has a dislike for Jews on the basis of their Judaism, either
no,
ethnically or
I
religiously?
think. I think that in his heart, I think it's implicit. Just like with for most left wing anti Semites,
Okay, and
I
what's
think
the
it's
best?
implicit.
What's the set of best evidence that shows he's not knowingly anti-Semitic but implicitly anti-Semitic? By which we mean he accepts. Let's just ground that out a little bit more. Implicit anti-Semitism meaning he harbors unconscious prejudices against Jews. That's what I understand that to be.
No, okay. So let me hold on. Let me ask you a question because I think that this kind of gets to the heart of
Yeah.
what it is, of what left-wing anti-Semitism is, and how like there is a Venn diagram between it and anti-Zionism. Do you think that all people have a right to self-determination? Like all groups of people?
Depends on the nature of the group, its size and level of coherence. So no is the answer.
So okay, all right. Well, then why don't we say it like this then? Do you think all groups have a right to self-determination as long as they are not denying another group their right to self-determination in the process?
No, it's size dependent. So no, not all groups.
Okay, geez, all right.
Wait,
Can you like
When you say G's, it sounds like that was
expand
a
on?
wait. When you say G's, it sounds like you disagree with that. I mean, there are groups of people
Well,
who are like seriously coherent. They have an in group, but they're just very small. And I don't think that those people have a right to self determination.
Oh, okay. If that's what you mean, all right, then all right, that's fair. Like I'm still kind of figuring this out myself, but I've kind of come to this kind of general conclusion that I think that for the most part, most people have a right to self-determination, and that we here in the West have self-determined and decided that we are fine with immigration and that we don't want to have an ethno state anymore. But there are some other people who are still figuring that out, or for whatever reasons they've decided to have an ethno state, or they have not yet like come to the conclusion that let's not have an ethno state. Like I feel like Japan will wrestle with this question as their demographics get more and more fucked,
And
and their
when you're
economy
asking
stagnates
right,
more and more.
when you're asking right, do you mean like it's my preference, or do you mean under international law?
um, I mean, I would say preference. I think
Okay.
under international law, it is it not is self determination not like a right that is granted under international
There's
law, or is that not a thing that's important?
there's definitely um, international notions of self determination, 100%. All I'm trying to suggest is people will do this kind of right to exist argument. It's an old argument with Israel, and oftentimes there's a conflation between the quote unquote right to exist argument, which isn't a specified right under international law, with just like a mere preference that these people be allowed to do what they want to do, and that self determination isn't necessarily construed of as a right. And I just want to get clarity on what we mean. So when people bring up that does Israel have a right to exist, that is a kind of a framing that is, I think, conflating preferences with what is the case under international law. But we can just make this more general and get to the kind of essence of what you're trying to say, which is, in general, I think that sufficiently sized, and we'll leave that ambiguous for now, discrete groups of people who are denied fundamental rights by whoever oversees them, in general, have a right to self-determination at a certain level of cohesiveness. I'll give you that. There's a general right there.
All right, that's
And by right here,
yeah,
I just
that's
mean
fine.
preference.
Okay.
It's my preference, and I think that there
Yes.
ought to be a right.
Yes. Yeah, okay. So I guess like the thing is the problem so Zionism is basically just Jewish nationalism. It's just Jews saying, "Hey, we want to have a place of our own where we can self-determine because we've constantly been fucked when we have had to like, be at the whims of other people or whenever we've been a minority anywhere." And so people saying basically that Jews shouldn't get that right, and like the whole notion of anti-Zionism, I would argue that like you're basically saying this particular group of people, no, you don't get that right. You're not allowed to do that in this way. We don't like that.
You think
And
I'm
I
anti-Semitic
would argue,
because I'm not a
no, no,
Zionist?
no. I'm not
Oh,
saying no. You're not. No,
my bad,
no.
my bad, my
Because
bad, my bad,
you're
my
not
bad,
an
my bad, my
anti.
bad.
You're not an anti-Zionist, which is
Oh,
different.
okay, by anti-Zionism, you mean I'm, as opposed to not being committed to Zionism, someone who's committed against Zionism, right? Right?
Yes,
Okay,
anti-Zionism means that you don't think Israel should exist at all as like a Jewish
as a
state,
Jewish
and
state.
like you want,
So,
yes, you
so
want the
what?
one state. You want to
So I
destroy
have
Israel.
heard.
Yeah.
Here's the problem, right? People who have said that anti-Zionism is equivalent to anti-Semitism. There are many people who say that that belief is itself anti-Semitic, because
Yeah, I
you
know.
understand that there are Jews who are religiously and or politically committed against
Yeah,
Zionism.
I would yeah, that's why I don't think that all anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, because it depends on where it comes from. But if your belief is that like for example, a lot of the religious Jews who are anti-Zionists are anti-Zionist for religious reasons. It's not like
Right, so
it's
you would
not
have
that
to
they
get into
don't
the
think that.
reasons, right? You need to know what is
Yes,
motivating.
exactly.
Yeah, so it's not enough to
Yeah,
say
but
someone is anti-Semitic
for
because of their anti-Zionism. That's just
oh,
a
I'm
reason to
that's
inquire further.
yeah, yes,
Okay.
yes, but like I'm getting there. Don't you
Okay.
worry. We're going that direction. But like so like that's like the first part of it is like is that you are basically denying, you're basically saying no, you're not allowed to have that self-determination. And then the next part of it is where the anti-Semitism part comes in
Hang
is
on, wait, hang on. Not necessarily, right? Someone could be supportive of the state of Israel, just not as a Jewish state, and in which case the self-determination aspect would be preserved, all the while denying the the notion of the Zionism.
yeah, but if so here's yeah, but here's the issue with that though is that if I'm assuming that like if they say, well, it won't be a Jewish state, then what follows from that is that means that they bring in all the Palestinians and they become one state or what have you. Oh boy, it's Doobie. He's donating a gazillion dollars to you because he probably
Okay.
vehemently
Do you
disagrees
want
with
me?
me on this topic.
I haven't even looked at it. But I can turn off comments.
No, don't. No, you don't have to turn off comments. I don't
Okay.
give a fuck.
So,
I'm not reading the chat. I just was wondering if
here's
he was
one
gonna
problem
do
I
that.
have
It's
with this
fine.
entire thing, right? Because, and I think unfortunately Kahan noticed this like years ago, decades ago, which is the notion of a democracy is premised on certain sets of rights and access and allowing majority to rule given certain constraints, right? And in any
Yes.
democracy, the people of particular backgrounds have a right to peacefully become a majority of the country, right? Like it would be absurd to say that in America, for example, there isn't a that it would be against the notion of America or something to allow non-whites to peacefully become a majority in this country. But so there is like a kind of like tension here, which is to the extent that we're preserving Israel as a Jewish state, there is an exclusion of the right of individuals who compromise part of that state to peacefully become a majority in the state. And so that's one of the reasons why I think that there's a tension between Israel as a democracy and as a Jewish state. And unfortunately, it takes like a fucked up person like Kahan to notice that.
That's why. Oh no, he wasn't the only. Well, I mean, other people have noticed it since him. But
Sure.
although I'm pretty sure there's other people who have noticed that.
He puts it simply in a way that I think is like it's hard for. Now I am totally willing because of my pragmatism to allow for this thing that I'm otherwise ideologically against. But being ideologically against it does not necessitate anti-Semitism because it doesn't fundamentally say that these people are without self-determination.
Yeah, I know. But I'm not. Yeah, I'm not quite. I'm not there yet, though. There's more. There's other stuff that I was going to bring up. But
Okay,
the thing is that with regards to the whole like self-determination thing, though, is that I think. And by the way, some of this, at least for me, is pragmatic. Obviously, I don't like ethnostates because they tend to be inherently exclusionary, and I do not think that is good. That being said, I wouldn't necessarily describe Israel as an ethnostate anyway, because 20% of their population is Arabs, like people who descendants of the Palestinians who got to stay after the 1948 war, and those people have voting rights and are mostly equal under the law. They deal with systemic discrimination that I would say is worse than what Black people in the States deal with. But they're not like second-class citizens or whatever. They can vote, they can run for parliament. I think one of them still sits on the Supreme Court. I don't know if that's still the case or not. But yeah, like there's a bunch of like fucked up shit that they have going on there. But for the most part, like they live pretty decent lives. Like I've talked to a couple of them. And it's not like, yeah, so I mean, in that case, because like if Israel were an ethno-state, those people would have been kicked out or they would be in camps.
Wait, do you believe that the mere fact that a state has some significant percentage of not like that doesn't make that an ethno-state? My notion of an ethno-state is a state that is at least significantly centered around the promotion of or protection of a given ethnicity, and I don't think that is necessary. Maybe you have a different notion.
I mean, if we the reason why I have a different notion of it is because I think people use that term and slap it on Israel in order to invoke white supremacy because they're thinking of Nick Fuentes and his white ethno-state shit. And I don't think that Israel is in that like an ethno-state in that same vein, or they're thinking of like Nazi Germany. And I don't think Israel is an ethno-state in that same vein. I think that it's probably more like an ethno-state in the same vein as a lot of the other surrounding Arab states, which are like, Arab republics, except in those states, their minorities get treated really, really badly, much worse than the,
I'll say the following, right?
Israel.
So the lack of parody or the lack of analogy might be in the fact that it is possible convert to Judaism, that even though it's not like something necessarily that's okay. Thank you, Doobie, for your continuing effort to get people to hate me. Donations. What was I saying? People can convert to Judaism, and so in that sense, if that's possible, it seems less on all fours with
they can. They shouldn't have to, though, right? Like I think that Israel in some ways has to like work out its shit with regards to that, because I don't necessarily think that it's saying, hey, this state is a sanctuary for Jewish people or whatever, but also we welcome our Arab citizens here and they have equal rights. So, like, I don't necessarily think that those two things are mutually exclusive, considering that, like, up until like the nation state law was, I think that was passed in like 2018 or 20, or maybe it was 2018 or 2019, I think it was. But before that, like, if you look at their basic laws, like, they promise equal rights to all their citizens, and the Arabs who lived there were made citizens right away, although they lived under military rule until the 1960s, um, and which limited. But now they have like the same freedom of movement and stuff, but they have to deal with like a bunch of other shit that like Jews don't have to deal with. In the same way that black people in America deal with shit that white people don't have to deal with. Like the
Yeah.
cops tend to harass them more and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
I will know, just
Extra stuff.
when you're referring to them as Arabs, is this
Sorry, I mean the Palestinians
no,
in Israel. Although
I just want to.
yeah,
The
go
reason I'm
on.
saying that is because I just want to know if that's like a deliberate thing that you're doing, or if that, I'm just trying to, like, because people will often be like, oh my god, she said Arab as opposed to Palestinian, but you're just using
Oh,
it.
no, it's not. I mean, like, I could
Okay.
say the Palestinian
Yeah, sure.
Israelis as well too.
Okay,
It's not
cool.
a deliberate. Although, like, I think when you talk to them in particular, it depends on which ones you ask. They identify in different ways. Some of them
Okay.
identify as Palestinians. Some of them, like the Bedouin Arabs, they don't necessarily, or the Christian ones don't necessarily identify as Palestinian. It depends on which ones you ask.
Okay,
But
so
yeah, like,
I hear you.
the guy that I know who lives there identifies as Palestinian, though. So I will often, I'll try to refer to them as like Arab
Sure.
Palestinians, or I'll just call them the 48 Palestinians or the 48ers, because that's also what they call themselves as well.
No, I
'Cause
just
they're
know the people
the ones who
that
got left behind. Yeah, I,
that there are
I know.
people
I've
who
had this
will, like,
argument
read
with
into.
Israelis
Yeah,
before.
and they'll
Yes.
read into it. I just want to make sure that you're heard on that, on the
Mhm.
the terminology shit. But all right, put
Yeah,
it in
no,
it.
I think Palestinians are real. I don't, like, I hate that shit when, like, far right Israelis put Palestinian in quotation marks as if
And
it's
just as
like
a
God
as a
or
people will
something.
take the fact that I stopped there to be like, let's give you an opportunity. Like, what do you have to say about this terminology war? Do you read into it as bad faith? Like, I'm just trying to, like, fuck with you. Virtual
No,
signal.
I
I
don't.
already I
No,
already see
I don't
people in the
think.
chat like, just like, they're so emotional and highly dysregulated that any kind of stop in the conversation for some, like, neural pathway that they've gone through in their head before that's triggered them will cause them to immediately
Listen,
start soying
they're
out.
they're they're chatters. Okay, I mean, you can't really expect too
Okay.
much from
What I'm failing to
chatters.
see, though, is regardless of how you cast it, and maybe there's their inflation with white nationalism versus Zionism or whatever you want to say, or Christian nationalism, this or that. I don't understand why being against the project itself
Oh,
is
it's not.
is
There's more.
anti-Semitic. Okay, so what plus
All right.
anti-Zionism equals
Um,
anti-Semitism?
so the rest, so the oftentimes anti-Zionism is all bound up, like, it tends to be all these things. Other parts that are the other things that I would argue that would make it would be the double standards that arise. So, for example, Hassan has spent the last 2 years obsessing over Israel Palestine. He talks about it so much. He did not have, and I checked, I went and I looked on his Twitter and I've looked at some of his other content. He had nowhere near the same amount of smoke for the amount of suffering that was going on in Syria or Yemen, which, by the way, part of that was happening because the United States sold Saudi Arabia weapons, which they used to blockade Yemen. And he doesn't have the same, and, like, you could argue as well too that the US contributed maybe in some ways to the stuff in Syria, although I don't think that they contributed as in they made it worse. Although you could also argue really that the only reason why ISIS existed is because America went into Iraq. So I mean, that's like another big thing, right? But, like, none of that stuff was stuff that he necessarily cared about or focused on.
Yeah, I
But,
hear
like,
this. I hear this
if
claim, by the way.
you
So can we deal with it first? So the claim is hypocrisy, and that hypocrisy in terms of
Yeah, he
coverage. And
doesn't. Or Sudan, Jesus Christ, he has not talked about that at all, and he got super mad when somebody challenged him on that.
yeah, so I hear you. Here's the claim, right? It's not just anti-Semitism, or sorry, anti-Zionism. It's double standards plus anti-Zionism, and the fact
Yeah,
that you
and
would.
there's more, but yes.
Okay, but here's one component of it, right? Which is double standards in coverage. That is, he's spending all this time on Israel Palestine and not enough time on Syria, on the Saudi coalition strikes against the Houthis in Yemen, on what's happening with the rapid support forces and whatever in Sudan and the civil war that's going on there between those, two generals and shit's going on in Darfur. So there's that criticism. Is you ought spend proportional amounts of time. Maybe you spend more times here, but you're ignoring these other conflicts. And I'm like, how does that show anti-Semitism?
Hold on. Well, it's because you're holding Israel to a different standard than you're holding these other countries by constantly talking about it and calling out all of its like war crimes, but then you don't look at other war crimes, or you support people
Can I ask you a question?
Participated in war crimes like Hezbollah and their participation in Syria. And Hassan unironically thinks Hezbollah is based. Go on, yes.
Yeah. Should America be held? This is not Israel. So this is a analogy to test the reason in neutral principle. Should America be held to a higher standard than Bashar al-Assad?
I mean, sure. Well, actually, yeah, I guess.
Yes, right?
Like,
because America holds to ideals, and it's supposed, because I love America, I want to protect America. I'm going to be there's going to be a principled basis, at least in this context, for me to be more harsh on what Trump is doing. Also, the fact that I live here, right? Than Bashar al-Assad,
I would
right?
Say that's a big part.
Yeah, that's a predominating one as
well. I would expect like liberal and left-wing Israelis to like be more angry about Netanyahu than I would expect them to be angry about like whatever the fuck else is going on in the Middle East.
Right. So
because they live there.
I'm not trying to say this is exactly like the situation I have, although I do think Israel should be held to a higher standard than Bashar al-Assad. That Israel should be held to a higher standard than the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And I do think that, by the way. That said, there are neutral bases on which to differentially judge the conduct and to cover different things. One might be his interest is in the conflict. He just has more knowledge of this area. Another, now I don't.
Well, he doesn't.
But whether he does or doesn't, that could be his perception. I don't cover every legal case the same way. It doesn't make me a hypocrite for covering some cases more than others. You need to, I think, in order to show anti-Semitism, you need to show that the differential coverage is because of prejudice, dislike, distrust of Jews. That it's not enough to show a disparate coverage. You need to show that the best inference there is dislike, distrust, or prejudice against Jews to show that that is anti-Semitism. Might be that there's some cause that it causes people to be anti-Semitic, and I have no doubt about that, that there are things, just to be clear, I think that there are things that Fuentes does that he's obviously anti-Semitic. He says so, right? That will have a causal role. But there are also sometimes things that I think the Netanyahu regime, by its conduct, might lead to people be more anti-Semitic. And that, I'm sure, isn't the desired result of Netanyahu. And I sure wouldn't call him, and I just want to say, I wouldn't call Netanyahu an anti-Semite simply because some of his conduct leads to further anti-Semitism.
Well, yeah, no, you wouldn't. Although I don't know whether or not, but would you morally blame him for that though? Because you want to be careful with that one. If you do,
maybe, yeah. So that would be more like the sense of culpability. You're doing actions that are recklessly causing anti-Semitism, even if that's not your actual objective. Or maybe you think that it's a necessary sacrifice to that's a necessary consequence of the other stuff that's more important than the anti-Semitism. So there are ways in which I could see someone ascribing moral culpability to actions whose express intent isn't to cause more anti-Semitism, but whose natural consequence is that it happened. But I just wouldn't call that person anti-Semitic, right? Someone who claims, if you took the position that annexation of the West Bank were justified because it's really important to the state of Israel, and you did it knowing that it would increase anti-Semitism by 5% across the globe, I don't think that makes the person anti-Semitic. I think to be anti-Semitic, and here I mean what I think is a normal vision of anti-Semitism, not this implicit one, where you're actually conscious of you have a bias or prejudice against against Jews. It's more than you're causally related to anti-Semitism. I think you need to show that you actually harbor that prejudice. Maybe you can show it through subconscious prejudice or unconscious prejudice. But I don't think it's enough to show that you're causally related to anti-Semitism. I don't think it's enough to show that you're anti-Zionist.
Oh, wait. And okay. Well, no. That I guess the point that I was trying to make though about that is that and this isn't necessarily so much to do with anti-Semitism, like to say that, oh, Netanyahu's an anti-Semite because he's causing all these issues, or because it's more like the logic. And I saw this a bunch after the Bondi Beach massacre. Was Hassan actually did it? Hassan actually said it on his stream. He was like, these kinds of attacks wouldn't happen if Israel didn't exist the way that it currently exists. And like, I think
have you heard that of the Luigi guy? Have you heard this kind of argument from the Luigi person? Which, by the way, I disagree with people who glorify Luigi. I think that guy should rot in jail, and I'm pissed off that there could be some problems with the prosecution. But have you heard that before, where AOC or someone says like, this shit wouldn't happen if we had an equitable healthcare system?
Yes, I have heard that. I don't know if I would necessarily say that is this. Like, to me, the Israel argument, it sort of springs like, my problem with it is that we wouldn't really apply that anywhere else. Like, would you turn around and like blame Muslims for like Islamic terrorist attacks?
No.
And like from like ISIS, let's say ISIS, which like bills itself like they're literally called the Islamic.
Did he blame? Wait, no. Did he blame Jews for Bondi, or what did he blame?
He blamed Israel. Bondi, yeah.
The state of Israel.
He blamed it on the state of Israel, but I feel like that doing that is like, it's very stupid. Like, you should blame the people who did it. You shouldn't like be putting culpability on other groups, because I feel like that is similar to blaming like Muslim people for like terrorist attacks. Like, do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's not.
I think that there's like a couple of. First of all, I'm absolutely convinced that there needs to be a distinction between the people who want to actualize these kinds of attacks happening and those who whose actions lead to them. Right. That's precisely what I'm talking about in this whole discussion of the CPS call. You realize that?
Well,
I'm the one distinguishing between the conduct of people who want to see this kind of thing occur versus those whose actions might lead to it because of negligence or recklessness. So I absolutely recognize the distinction.
Do you believe in the concept of stochastic terrorism?
I don't know what it means, but I think I understand what people try to get at. They basically say that there are people whose words cause certain forms of illegal violence, and they kind of hide behind a lack of explicit commitment to that end, right? So that's how I understand how the term is being used. But very often when it's deployed, I fail to see a way that we can judge something that is stochastic terrorism versus other than intent.
How about like, well, yeah, I know, and that's obviously the difference. But I think that's kind of like, that's why like you couldn't prosecute somebody for this. Like, you
no. As an ethical matter. So I want to, when I call someone a stochastic terrorist, I want to know that the standard that I'm applying. I had this issue before in respect to the Jan 6 stuff, where people were insisting that we use the term stochastic terrorism. I had big problems with it. With applying it.
No, that's just straight up incitement. That's
no.
I think what Trump did is just straight up incitement.
I agree that
I think
Yes, I agree. Trump is inciting. What people would say are these people like Tucker Carlson are stochastic terrorists, right? They would say things like that, right? Tucker never said go charge the Capitol, right? But he is a stochastic terrorist. And my issue with that at the time, you guys can watch my debates. So you can go back and see that I'm being consistent there. Was it's too loose of a standard? Yes, I had a debate with where
you had a long ass debate with Destiny, which by the way,
he called himself a stochastic terrorist, and I have this is my position.
I don't even remember that. If
he called himself a stochastic terrorist.
Keep in mind, Pisco has always been like this. He didn't just magically become this way.
100%. No, it's all lies. I'm telling you, all of it is lies. Anyway, my position on stochastic terrorism then and stochastic terrorism now is exactly the same, which is people need to define it in a sense that it will not collect all of the accurate statements that libs make, Democrats make, which might incidentally cause violence, as it might, right? Because it's not enough just to say, well, if it's true, it's not stochastic terrorism. That's not going to do your work for you. Yeah. Because, so truth can't be the distinguishing factor there, and we can talk about why that is. But but I have never gotten a good response there. So no, I don't think that any kind of I don't think you should call statements that might cause violence stochastic terrorism unless you can show that that's what the person desires, or they're recklessly disregarding that it will cause it to a level where we're going to ascribe kind of like a constructive intent. But that is like at a level of threshold which none of these things meet, in my opinion.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that was kind of a bit of a tangent. Like, to get back to the anti-Semitism shit
Yeah.
though, I think that so
Wait, pause. It's just that someone says truth is actually a way for it to be justified. It might justify you doing a form of terrorism or something if you think it's like true or whatever. But what we're talking about is not whether truth might justify a set of violent conduct. What we're talking about is whether truth will justify calling it stochastic terrorism versus not calling it stochastic terrorism. That there needs to be something about your state of mind, right? It can't. I could say some shit that is absolutely true, and it could cause a bunch of people to do some violence. And I don't think it's enough to call that person a stochastic terrorist. And I don't think we should be labeling people, if for anything, because I take a view that if you start to use these labels like terrorist or stochastic terrorist on people who don't deserve it, and on people who are saying no more or less than views that are inflammatory, might cause additional government burdens that we don't want to see.
yeah, I know, yeah, because at that point you're kind of like, inflaming that kind of stuff. I mean, like, there's some interesting moral questions there, like, for example, the extent to which that Lauren Southern and others are culpable for the Christchurch synagogue shooting, and the mosque shooting in Australia, because I believe the shooter actually named her in his manifesto as somebody
Yeah.
that he watched, or that he called her out specifically, and it was her rhetoric probably that helped inspire him, her whole great replacement shit, and that's why he went there and he killed a bunch of, like, innocent Muslims.
Yeah, but
And
the same thing could be said of, like, to the extent that there's like shooters who are trans or shooting because they're upset about how they've been treated and discriminated against. People could take that view of, like, who are calling what America's doing right now a trans genocide. You're like, you guys are doing stochastic terrorism because some great, like, I want to be able to have a consistent framework by which I judge things as stochastic terrorism or not. This is what I think is upsetting so many people, is that I actually want a set of neutral principles to categorize things as harassment, as justified for certain lawsuits, as stochastic terrorism, and people hate that. They just want me to come out and say, yeah, Lauren Southern, absolutely, I'd bite that bullet. It's stochastic terrorism. I bite that bullet. Like, no, why don't you have a actual, consistent, neutral, interpretive philosophy that is, that people can predict your position. So anyone who watched my position on stochastic terrorism back in the day will be able to predict that that's what I'm saying now, which is I'm very skeptical of the notion.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that that's fair. That's not even necessarily what. Although at the same time, obviously, I do think that it's bad when there's other shit that goes on. Like, if someone gets into a mind state where they feel the need to, like Aaron Bushnell, go and set themselves on fire because they basically have very obviously been sucked into a whole bunch of, like, insane rhetoric regarding, like, Israel and stuff, that they then feel the need to go and do that to themselves. But that's like a whole other thing that.
Yeah, they'll get,
Anyway, I don't want to get like
people should get culpability for lying, for being stupid, right? But I don't ascribe to them the culpability of the intentional malicious act, or in this case, the intentional suicide of this person, for some dumb reason that people forgot about, and or in some way that I think is unjustified. I do think it was unjustified for him to kill himself in that moment. I think that was a wrong thing for him to kill himself. I think it was wrong to do.
Yeah, no, I agree, and
Right.
it was like I don't know. I obviously I just, like, feel bad for him, and I don't really think that it achieved much, and it just, yeah, like,
So let's get to
um,
the anti-Semitism,
but
because
yeah,
people are going to take the clip of
okay,
me being like, I don't know if Hassan's anti-Semitic. Let's get to the root of it. What's the best evidence? So he denies.
okay, well,
Yeah.
hold on. So I'm not quite done yet. So here's
Okay.
the thing. When we're talking about the double standard, it's not just, like, I understand, like, holding Israel to a higher standard or whatever, but, like, to add further issue to this, like, part of this whole thing is that Hassan seemingly, supposedly cares about, like, innocent civilian lives. And yet at the same time, because he hates Israel so much that he will run defense for groups like Hezbollah that, like, helped kill thousands of people, like innocent civilians in Syria, because they helped to keep Assad in power. And when confronted about this by Ethan, he's like, yeah, like, not ideal or inappropriate. Like, he always, the way that he words it is, it feels like he's like downplaying it, or like he doesn't care that much in comparison to the kind of language that he uses when he is like going after Israel or America or any other country that he doesn't like. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's actually
he kind of
crazy.
he kind of has this, I think, thought terminating oppressor oppressee mentality. I don't think that he prices in the problem of Islamic extremist terrorism, or indeed the threat of Iran, as much as I think he should. I think that he, does cover for these groups that is totally fucked up, including but not limited to Al Qaeda and Houthis.
I don't know if he's ever covered
Iranian
for Al Qaeda,
proxies.
but yeah, he covers for Hezbollah.
Well, no, when he said America deserved 9/11, that's cover that. That is covering, in my opinion, for Al Qaeda. I believe he apologized for it, but that statement stands, and I think it was a deplorable statement to make. I'm glad that Mamdani condemned it, or I don't know, did he walk it back? Mamdani condemned it. But anyway,
Mamdani condemned it. I don't know if Hassan like fully, but I don't remember. Maybe.
Okay.
Oh no, maybe it was one of those. I shouldn't have used that kind of language or something. That kind of an apology rather than I was wrong, or it was more like I shouldn't have said it like that, or But
it's different to say that the way you say the point, right? If the point is, this is like someone saying, blowback for American interventionism and presence in Saudi Arabia, the first Gulf War, what they have done in terms of intervention with Egypt and the crisis in the Suez, what they're doing with various different interests that they're having in Iran back before the revolution, etc. If your point is, well, this was so predictable because of America's involvement in the region, I'm going to say that that's, a descriptive claim that I don't know that I have to buy into. But even that's not like, that's not, I think that's just stupid, right? It's a stupid thing to say that America deserved it because of that. I understand deserved to be a question, like a normative question, whether they have culpability for the thing. And the claim about blowback is a descriptive one, which you can agree to or disagree with. But I just don't understand why having stupid opinion on international politics makes you an anti-Semite.
Okay, well, no. Well, it was because of the it's not just that, it's all these things. It's because he has that opinion. And then last but not least, the last one is typically, and I think maybe this is like maybe one of the stronger ones. It is left-wing anti-Semitism often comprises a reliance on anti-Semitic tropes. So people obsessing over AIPAC and the Zionist-occupied government shit.
Oh, that I think that if people say Zionist-occupied government, I view that as like a dog whistle, and I've said as much when it comes
Schenk
to.
is doing that.
Yes,
Hassan,
the thing is, I've seen more evidence of Anna Kasparian being anti-Semitic.
Oh yeah,
in that respect.
And Anna and Cenk are like they fell down that rabbit hole real hard, to the extent that they're like praising Candace Owens now and stuff.
It's wild. So. No, it's absolutely wild. But is he saying things like Zionist occupied government and shit like that?
Hassan's not saying Zionist occupied government. I'm trying to remember exactly how it was that he phrased it. I'm sure that he has talked about AIPAC. I know that he has said like really sus.
Yeah, but the thing is,
about like
here's my position on AIPAC. I think every Democrat should stop taking money from AIPAC, because the fact that AIPAC supports MAGA Republicans is an abomination, and we should not be working hand in hand with AIPAC. So I'm going to go out and say it. Fuck AIPAC for supporting the destruction of our country by supporting basically traitors to the Constitution and to our country. Like, for example, this Alyssa Slotkin, Trump himself. How dare they? Fuck them. And the Democrats should totally not take any of that money. And should demand, if you want to work with Democrats, you need to stop supporting MAGA Republicans. Fuck them.
You know what? Honestly, no, that's a based take. I think that's like a really good reason not to support fucking APAC. Also, I'm pretty sure APAC is like a more right wing. Like I think like J Street is probably a better one, although I'd have to look into what they've been saying lately because they're a little bit more of a liberal sort of like Jewish lobbying group that also supports Israel rather than because I think APAC has been like probably more increasingly hawkish. Like some people have even said that they are kind of like they're basically like any criticism of Israel is bad, or if you say anything bad about Israel, then we'll pull your funding from you, which I think is really stupid. Um, but obviously, like, but people like push this idea that APAC is like controlling politicians rather than politicians don't, or rather than APAC donating to politicians that already agree with them, and then like funding campaigns against politicians that don't agree with them, which doesn't even necessarily make a difference all the time. But that being said, that's actually a pretty based reason to not support APAC.
Yeah, so all of these things, right? Do I think would I be like shocked if it came out that Hassan had texts where he's doing like happy merchant memes and all that kind of stuff? Like no, I don't think I would be shocked, but I just like, and maybe there's more evidence that I haven't seen, but it reminds me of the Marxist-Leninist point where I was like, I don't know if Hassan's a Marxist-Leninist. And then people showed me a clip of him saying, I'm a Marxist-Leninist, showed me other clips, and I'm like, yeah, I think that he is. I just don't understand, like, why people take my, like, if someone were to come with me to a lib creator and like, Lonerbox is this, he's anti-Muslim or something, I would be skeptical until I saw the clips. And so if people think that he's anti-Semitic, just produce it to me. I don't watch his content all the time, but people think that that's somehow like bad faith to even ask for the justification of views.
I know that there are some clips that I recall, or like some things that I recall seeing. And like, by the way, like now that I have the glory of Filmot, I can check the context for any of the clips in question. But like I recall if I recall, like I think that there was one instance where he was watching some sort of Q&A at a university, and a lady stood up and she had like a Star of David necklace, and so like he knew that she was Jewish, and he immediately assumed that she was going to ask about Israel. And like obviously the Star of David is a Jewish symbol. Just because you have a Star of necklace doesn't mean that you like support Israel or whatever, right? But like Hassan assumed that because she was Jewish, she was going to ask a question about Israel, or that she was going to say something pro-Israel, which I mean, like, the majority of the world's Jews are Zionists, so sure, but it's kind of weird to like make that assumption.
Yeah, no,
like,
I think that's. Like I think in the academy, in these circles, we'd call it a microaggression, and I would say that that's discrimination.
Yeah, and like I mean, there's other like sus shit that he has said too that like I would have to like honestly like I feel like Dan is the one who knows like a lot about this, but the
have him. So have Dan come on and tell me all the horrible shit about Hassan, and in the meantime, we can talk about the Ethan Klein thing. You think he's going to do that?
He's not going to want to do that. He's not going to want to talk about.
Can you tell me why you think he won't talk about it?
Listen. Dan, if you're listening to this, okay, I think you're very entertaining, but you're not a good debater, and I think that's probably why you don't want to talk to Pisco. I mean, like, he knows that he's not a good debater.
What kind of chicken shit is this? This motherfucker goes on stream, starts lying about me, saying I'm grifting about lefty audiences, doesn't have the balls, because he's a little bitch, to come on and actually have a conversation about these issues. He says I'm audience captured by Hassan Tanky. It's total ridiculous, total smear. And he's too much of a bitch to actually have a conversation. It tells you all you need to know. These are all lies that are being perpetuated and have no bearing on what's actually in my mind.
Yeah, I get it. I understand. Like, I mean, at least Destiny has the balls to come on and talk to you. So, whereas, yeah, no, I don't think that Dan is necessarily a great debater. I mean, maybe he'll do it if like Loner would moderate or something.
I heard that he was willing to do it if Destiny would moderate, and I said, yeah, accepted.
Okay, yeah, well, maybe. I mean, if I manage to get onto Steven's stream or whatever, then maybe I'll bring that. Or if the next time Dan is on Loner's stream, maybe I'll say something about it to him. I don't know. Yeah,
do it because I find it funny that he actually has a closer connection to the Justilk community than I ever did. Isn't that right?
I mean, kind of, yeah. Oh, yeah, actually, no.
He was friends.
At least, yeah, he was. He used to go on there. Because I remember that community a long time ago, like before all the shit happened.
And remind me.
Sometimes.
Did Destiny joke and say that he hopes that CPS gets called on Ethan Klein?
Wait, did Destiny?
Yeah.
No.
I recall seeing a tweet where he said
Or
that.
maybe he did.
So
I don't
is he
remember. Oh
is
yeah,
he
yeah,
is he
because he went to that.
is
Yeah,
he is
that
he
world.
culpable? So under the standard, you would agree, under that standard, he's culpable for the harassment of Ethan Klein?
Is Destiny culpable?
Yep.
Um,
Any of these standards applied to any of these people, it's so insane that we think that these are the standards. It's like this. You want to talk about the double standard in the context of anti-Semitism? Anti-Piscoism is all built on double standards. It's insane, insane. But the thing is, when you have truth on your side, when you have facts and logic on your side, you can walk out with a pure heart and say, debate it anytime, any place.
Yeah.
Get a moderator. Bring the information.
Okay.
If you want to go step by step on all the videos, spend 8 hours on it, I'm here for it.
Yeah. Okay. As far as the rest of the anti-Semitism goes, sorry, the other part of it, because like there's a bunch of different factors that go into like left-wing anti-Semitism doesn't look like right-wing anti-Semitism, and I think that's probably why people are very often like they're kind of taken aback by the notion of it, because right-wing anti-Semitism is very easy to identify, and usually when people think of anti-Semitism, they think of Nick Fuentes, they think of Jews control the world, they think of like Nazi Germany and that kind of anti-Semitism. But I mean, yeah, left-wing anti-Semitism does involve Israel.
I'm concerned. Yeah, I want to say I'm very concerned by left-wing anti-Semitism. I think it's growing. I think that there are multiple instances of left-wing anti-Semitic violence that have occurred in the U.S. I think that it's been a bipartisan consensus that it's a problem. I agree it's a problem. I'm alarmed by it. I'm alarmed at some of these anti-Semitic tropes, like the Zog memes. I think.
Okay.
That,
So, wait. So, do you
yeah.
think that what Elias Rodriguez did when he went to that museum and shot those two embassy workers, do you think that was anti-Semitism? Because there are people who don't think that was anti-Semitism.
I definitely think that's anti-Semitic.
Okay, yeah, I figured that you would, because he didn't, like, he went to a Jewish museum and he basically killed, like, he didn't know those people worked at
Right.
the Israel embassy.
So understand, like, I'm an intention cuck. I am going to judge someone's conduct and culpability and state of mind based on their intent. So we just had someone post like the video of the guy running over someone else, and I know just because these always go like the people are going to post a bunch of stuff about his past and shit. The only thing that matters is what the person knew at the time. And that's what's gonna the same thing, by the way, in terms of how I assess the plan to make the trap for the lawsuits. Now you can come up with this like bullshit that he changed his mind on the trap after he said it, and so it was informed by new things. And sure, it might have been informed by new things, but you have to assess the moral culpability at the different stages. But you need to work with what was apparent at the time that the actions took place to assess intent. Otherwise, you're fucking with the linearity of time in a way that is
Yeah. Okay.
acceptable.
I mean, basically, like the double standard aspect of it isn't also just like you over focus on Israel. It's also that you feel the need to like, even if you believe it, but like somebody somewhere down the line must like know that they're. I don't even know like what kind of views this comes from, but there's this weird tendency, to basically exaggerate everything that Israel does to the point where, like, I mean, you probably heard back when the Gaza wars first started, people were talking about how Gaza was on the brink of famine and how like Israel was starving people. I imagine like we've heard that for like 2 years. And then Israel actually did start starving people when like after Trump got elected, and they cut off all aid for like 3 months. And like they're actually, and then like actual organizations started reporting on famine. But prior to that, you could see that there were definitely like lots of like there were enough like aid trucks going, and the issue was distribution. But people pinned it all on Israel, and like this weird exaggeration. Like even one could argue that like the claim that they were committing genocide, and there were people who were saying they were committing genocide on October 8th. Like, I feel like that's kind of insane. It's like this weird thing where you over focus specifically on Israel, and it kind of makes people in Israel go, why is it just us and not everybody else who's ever done bad shit that you're talking about? Or like, why are we being held to this insane high standard that you won't necessarily hold anybody else to? Like, I've had conversations with people who get like, I talked to like a progressive person the other day who said that like all of Israel's actions in Gaza are unacceptable because it's bad if a single civilian gets killed, or the pager attack was bad because that like some civilians got killed, even though that was like a very sort of proportionate attack, but that wasn't acceptable to them because like most of the people that were killed in that were like Hezbollah operatives, and
Yeah,
most of the people that were Hezbollah operatives.
there. I think
Yeah,
certainly there's overlap between people who are against the state of Israel, and then I would even say some significant overlap, by which I mean more than 5%. That of people who are anti-Semitic and are applying double standards that are justified in a differential
yeah,
treatment based on
that's
that. But
but yeah, but that I would say that that's the left wing anti-Semitism aspect of it, and I feel like you
no,
run
but
into
you
that
have
with
an
some of the
obligation for any particular person. Before I'm willing to call them anti-Semitic, I need to see more than just they're part of the group of left-wing critics of Israel, and that I think is
oh
where
no, well yeah,
there's a
it's
distinction.
not specifically left-wing critics of Israel. It's like the ways in which they criticize Israel, because there's ways to criticize Israel without like being like fucking anti-Semitic about it. And I think that it's just like in particular, or like there's even ways to criticize like APAC without being anti-Semitic about it. Like you just did it a little bit ago with their support for MAGA and shit like that. Um, and it just I guess that's kind of the issue, but like this is sort of where it comes from as well too, with the implicit bias thing, right? Like I don't think that Hassan. I can find you leftists where it's definitely where it was obviously not implicit, like the
Okay,
Elias Rodriguez guy.
yeah. If
But I think Hassan
oh
is
wait
more
wait, no,
implicit.
like okay,
But I
yeah.
honestly though, like again, I could be wrong. Like I didn't necessarily come here armed with the clips. I more was wondering what about like the extent to which you understood left wing anti Semitism, because it's kind of complicated to explain, and a lot of it does relate to Israel. And like I do think that in some ways the notion of saying that like um Jews don't get self-determination in the same way that other people, like you don't care about other people wanting self-determination in basically the same way like all the surrounding Arab states, or like these same people have no problem whatsoever with Palestinians establishing their own state and making it be a state just for Palestinians, which is really the same kind of shit that Israel is doing, or even them doing that at the expense of all the Jews that currently living in Israel, because they'll be
Yeah,
the
but
majority
hang on,
if
you
it were to
agree?
become one state.
You agree with that view that in principle you don't think that there should be Arab ethnic states or any state whose
No, I
foundation?
not in principle, but pragmatically, I and basically, I'm not in favor of forcefully denying people or like telling people, no, you can't have an ethno state. I would rather instead
Oh
that
yeah, but
they,
that,
as we
but
have decided to
that's just
do.
a disagreement on like how worth it is it to enforce your principle in this case. And I would agree with you that I don't think we need to go to war with all the ethno states to stop their ethnic centric policies or ethnic protectionism. Because I think the consequences aren't worth it. But I don't think that just because you take a view that you're anti-Zionist on the basis that it's regardless of whether the essential quality
It's
is
not just that though. There's multiple parts to the left wing anti-Semitism, right? Like it isn't just the denial of the Jewish self-determination. It's also all the other stuff that I mentioned too, like
wait,
the double
would you
standards.
deny the right of, by which I mean the preference of Jewish people to have self-determination to create an ethnic state? I think you would deny that, right? They have the right
Um,
to make a state, but not on the, and by right here I mean your preference. You don't think that they should have a right to create an ethno state.
I see. I think that this is an interesting. This kind of is interesting because that like it's hard for me to kind of like separate the whole on a pragmatic level though.
No, in
It's actually
principle,
very hard for me.
in principle, you don't, you would prefer if Israel were not an ethno state,
I
right?
would. Okay, how about this? No, I would prefer if I, or rather I'm okay. I would be okay with that as long as it was not done in a way that was like insanely exclusionary or denied other people a right to self-determination, like I had said previously, right?
Like what's happening right
And I
now in
would
West
rather,
Bank and
yeah, well, yeah, exactly. That's why I want Palestinians to have their own state, right? Because right now they're being denied self-determination, and so they should get a state too, so they can also have self-determination, and then everybody gets to self-determine. Now, in the long run, in the future, it would be great if the two states could maybe come together as some sort of EU style confederation or whatever after they've like worked out their shit. But right now there's too much bad blood for that kind of thing to happen. I think it would probably take a couple generations and for them to be educated differently and also like maybe for some increased contact as well. But that's like a whole other thing. And
Yeah,
I think
sure,
that they can have increased
I
contact. Yeah.
so in other words, you are saying that as a long-term goal, you would want to see some sort of federation or one-state solution that isn't on the basis of confessional disposition or isn't on the basis of ethnic background. In which case, you are
I
aligning
was
yourself. Well, let me just finish this. You are aligning yourself with the underlying goals of the people who are anti-Zionists. You're just saying that it's on a longer timetable. And so you could take the position that you do, that they're anti-Semitic in other respects, or it's this plus another thing. But the goals fundamentally are aligned. It seems that's how I
yeah,
understand what you
well,
just said.
kind of. They're kind of aligned. It really depends on who you ask because for a lot of these people, that's not really how they're looking at it. They're looking at it as like Hassan thinks Israel is Nazi Germany. That's what like he for if you he did it he tweeted about this actually. He said this in a tweet. He doesn't just think America should cut off all arms to Israel and do an arms embargo. He thinks America should or like the world should like invade Israel and like topple their government if they don't stop doing what they're doing. That's how he views Israel, which I think is different. Whereas like I would like a future where both groups of people can live together in peace, you know, at first in their own state and then ideally later on down the road should they choose to do so and like we can encourage them to do so but you can't force them to do so, right? Like do I want ethno states? No. But at the same time it's very hard for me to sit here and say to the Jews who have like dealt with so much shit constantly from it's like basically since the dawn of their existence, no, you don't get to do that self-determination shit that all the other Arab states in the Middle East are doing.
No, sorry,
Because
not
yeah.
not denying self-determination, but denying the legitimacy of an ethno state.
Yeah, basically. And I mean, like again, I quibble at using that
But
term for them, but yeah, because I think that they could potentially I think it would be possible for them to fix stuff with their Arab minority or their Palestinian minority, and like have that work out better.
such that they would accommodate a demographic shift, that where it would lose its
Well,
Jewish
no,
Jewish majority.
they could do it without accommodating a demographic shift, though, right? Like, because we still think that it's okay for countries to have their immigration system however they want. Now, that being said, if in the future Israel started to run into the same problem as
On a
Japan
racial
ran into,
basis.
then they would have
Wait, so
to
but you
answer
don't
that
do
question.
you think that America should restrict immigration on the basis of ethnic
No,
background? Okay,
no, I don't.
different.
But part of the reason why I think that, and I also think the same thing about Canada, and other Western nations as well, is because that these are values that we have decided to like. And I also don't think that white is the quintessential American identity either. I think anyone can be an American if they move to America and they get naturalized, or if they are born in America and they believe in the values of America, then I think that yeah, like they are. And when I say the value, I mean like the stuff that's in the Constitution. Although even that's harder because
Yeah,
obviously
but
there
you're
are
not
people
taking
who live
you're
in
not taking an
America right now
ultimately
who don't believe in that stuff.
but you're not taking an ultimately cultural relativistic stance where country is the way it is and therefore it's good. And so I would think that the principles that you're
No,
you
no,
know
I'm not saying it's good, but I'm saying that like pragmatically, I think that we should encourage people to self-determine in ways that will like that reflect our values, but we can't force them to do it, basically. And because we have to self-determine in such a way that we have decided that that in America the melting pot or multiculturalism is based and awesome, and we would like to welcome all people into our
yeah, but
countries because we've decided we're not an ethno
regardless
state.
of whether or not you would do it by force, would you say something like this? I think that Israel should stop being a Jewish sort of a state that's defined by its Jewish character. Would you say
Um,
something like that?
In the long run, yeah, I think or rather in the long run, I would hope that something like that would happen, or that, or rather that they find a happy medium between that and a state that is also welcoming and accommodating to their Arab minority or their Palestinian minority. Because I don't want the Palestinians who live there, unless they want to be forced to leave to go live in Palestine. If the Palestinians living in Israel right now want to stay in Israel, I think that they should be able to.
So really,
And some of them do want to stay because they have lives there and they don't want to uplift themselves.
right. So really, in terms of values, the distinction here is largely one of timetable and pragmatics, not so much in terms
Well, yeah,
of the end
not
state.
entirely, but
In what respect?
mostly because, like I said, hmm?
It just sounds like your end state is some sort of um, ethnic neutral, racial neutral, confessional neutral set of countries.
Yeah, that's yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, but I don't necessarily think that we'll get there in my lifetime. Like,
Oh
just
yeah,
like I
no,
hope that one day Japan stops being so fucking racist and starts letting in some immigrants before they get completely fucked, you know? But that
okay.
doesn't mean that they will. Um, but it's just like, but no, I mean, I don't think that I have the same goal as like Hassan and those guys do though, because like they militantly want Israel to be destroyed. And I don't know how much, and some of them, depending on like how far you go in terms of like the insane lefties, like people like Bad and Banana, like they actually think that it would be fine and epic and based if in the course of the destruction of Israel,
Yeah, you
Hamas
killed.
basically killed most
Yeah, no,
of
it's
or
crazy.
drove all those Jews into the sea.
Yeah.
Hassan probably wouldn't say that. I think Hassan would be fine if they all left, which as he said to what was that guy's name? Was it Nick? Or
Who?
Nimpole, I think it was Nick, as he said, like, "I'm leaving Israel, that's the goal," or whatever, like, when he was talking about how the Houthi blockade might make more people leave because it was impeding,
Oh,
like,
okay.
certain commerce going to Israel or whatever, so I think he wants that ultimately, like, he wants them to leave, or, like, this notion that they should leave and go back to Brooklyn. Oh, yeah, that's another part of left-wing anti-Semitism too, although this is also just regular anti-Semitism, denying that Jews have any right to be in that land whatsoever, or that they have any history there at all, and like basically claiming that they don't belong there and that they can just leave and go back to Europe or Brooklyn or Poland or whatever. Like there were signs at those protests that said "Go back to Poland." Yeah, like the left-wing anti-Semitism is so complicated because there's like multiple parts to it that like fit together into one whole. It's kind of like fascism, where like I define fascism usually with like a series of things rather than just like which makes it a little bit more difficult to explain because it's slightly complicated. But yeah, like you get what I mean. Like I can find I
No,
can
I
I'll
think some of
send you
these are
yeah.
anti-Semitic tropes. I'm interested in the evidence of anti-Semitism. I want to see it. I would be happy for someone to come on to show it to me. That's why I have these kinds of channels.
Yeah.
If there are claims and if people are upset that I'm qualifying, I think that people should be able to
Okay.
produce that. And no, I appreciate you coming up. So in terms of last words, do you have any disagreement with me that you want to spell out in terms of the Ethan saga, in terms of what's going on? You don't have strong views on that, but anything else that you disagree with me on?
Um, I'm trying to think like, well, I mean, obviously you and I don't agree about the genocide thing, but that's something that I would have to like, I'd have to like really prepare myself for that because I
Yeah,
feel like
we don't have to do it right now.
I'm just curious before I go,
Yeah.
how much do you like, how well read would you say you are on like international law? Did you have to take classes on that or whatever when
So
you went to law school?
specific international law, I don't think that I'm an expert in the slightest. I'm currently part of my reading, going through this international law textbook that I have. I have some familiarity with certain concepts, including I did some research on genocide specifically, where genocide comes from, the crime itself, the definition, the internationally accepted definition of genocide, and some of the exemplary cases on it. So it's limited to discrete topics by and large, as opposed to a unified set of ideas. So I learned about some international law concepts relevant to the strikes in the Venezuela boats. So I'm trying to have a more unified understanding of international law, that I could be more confident in it. But I do research in discrete areas for scope of claims when people present things to me, that are relevant to my.
Okay, yeah. For the genocide stuff, you probably already know about this, but like there's uh if you read about the I think it's called the only reasonable inference, like the ways in which genocide is proven.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
I
I think you
so
know. I think that was in the Christic. It's from the ICTY for Bosnia.
yeah, so like there is. this notion of the evidentiary case for genocide, or at least certain cases which suggested that it's only when there's no other inference, there's like some basically insane standard as a matter of the finding of the various different tribunals. To be clear, I don't think there's ever been um, a finding by the like there's ad hoc tribunals internationally for certain genocides that occurred, but I don't think that the ICJ has ever made a finding as to genocide of a state. And so, yeah, I know
I
that there's
I
some
don't.
decisions that have tended to say that it's a higher standard of proof, but in terms of my um, determinations or what I think, I don't think that I'm bound under that international definition by by that kind of evidentiary.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty, like, my bar for it is pretty high. I mean, I
Well,
don't,
no, my bar is
I
I think high, but like if I think that there's an international law definition that applies, I'm not so sure why, and everyone seems to agree on the definition. I'm not so sure why I'm bound by the particular determinations of a specific tribunal if the international concept is
oh,
such that there's agreement on it.
um,
Why the evidentiary case needs to adhere to some standard that
well, wait, but isn't that like a precedent that's set? Like, so, like, I think the only reason why the ICJ hasn't, because that I believe that the ICJ and the ICC were not set up until after.
well,
That's why they
so
had
let me give you an
the
example.
ICTY.
So take the Holocaust. Agreed, it's a genocide.
Of course.
Yes, of course. The Nazis considered that the death, the genocide of the Jews, that it's the mass killing of the Jews, let's not presuppose genocide, was a war aim. They felt, and this is part of the ideology, stabbed in the back theory, that
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
that
yeah.
there was a war aim in killing the Jews, that it was necessary. Part of the reason why they're taking resources to conduct the genocide is specifically because they
Yes.
viewed the extermination of the Jews as essential to the conduct of the war.
Yeah, because they had all these weird conspiracy theories about how, like, the Jews were controlling, like, the Western nations. And yeah, and there was also stuff previously to that as well. Like, Hitler thought that, maybe maybe we could hold them hostage and use them as a bargaining chip against America or some shit. Like, this was before the US entered the war, or against other Western nations. There was a whole bunch of weird shit that went on before they finally decided, okay, we're gonna kill them all. And there's a debate, historical debate. It's called intentionalism versus functionalism, with regards to exactly, like, when it became an idea, and or, like, not became an idea, but, like, did Hitler intend to
In
kill
a
them all from the
specific
beginning,
moment,
or
yeah,
was
yeah.
this something
No, no,
that he
but I'm saying
decided
is
as a result of the war?
understand that at a certain point, the quote unquote war rationale, to the extent that it's merging with the specific group, it's similar to some of this Trump stuff, right? Any Tim Pot fucking government is gonna be able to, or is gonna try to put in some pretext rationale for why it's necessary to do on. So for example, in the context, or even maybe it's sincerely held view that in addition, like there's a mixed motive here. That yes, we despise the Jews and we want them to be gone. And although initially there were right the actual attempts
The
by the Nazis,
Madagascar plan.
yeah, they deported people. They tried. Now it was obviously anti-Semitic, obviously terrible, unjustified. But the existence of like this kind of mixed motive analysis that like precludes genocide, because our standard for intent in that context is just like so specific and so high, such that even potentially like you could make a non-trivial argument as to the Holocaust. I think that's insane, and it's not how people talk, and it's not a bar that I'm
Were you talking
thrilled
about the
about.
only reasonable inference thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, I would, I wouldn't necessarily look at it quite like that, but I think that that's probably just because of the
Well, let me give you an
like,
example. If it were true, if you could prove that the intent of the Holocaust progenitors, um, yes, they didn't like the Jews, but their ultimate motivation was to win the war, and killing the Jews was a step towards that aim, genocide or not.
um no, I think it still would be, because that even if they thought that, that doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't committing the crime, right?
Well,
Like, it's still, because, like, you don't actually, like,
They
In
actually
reality,
genuinely imagine they actually genuinely thought that this was that there's the major primary purpose of why they're killing all these people is to win the war.
like I
If
feel
the
like
war,
that's
in other
almost
words, you know in their heads that if the war were won, they wouldn't kill all these people. They would treat them as second-class citizens. They would deport them. That the war is a but-for condition
no.
to the genocide, to
Oh,
the
okay.
eradication.
You're asking it in a hypothetical sense because we know that, like, in
Yes, in the
reality, that's not.
hypothetical sense.
They made a whole bunch of plans to like
In
kill
the
and starve a whole bunch
in
of
the
people
yes, in the
doing it too.
hypothetical sense.
Um, if they legitimately thought, no, I think that I still say that I would still say that it's that like no, that wouldn't make it genocide unless like they had some sort of, because the problem is that they didn't have any real evidence that the Jews were actually doing anything.
Um,
Like I just it was all just bullshit, like there was no there was no
well,
actual
that
evidence
can't
behind
be.
the
I know,
notion.
but is that the determination? The determination as to whether or not the assessment as to
I well
military
no,
preparedness
actually,
is in fact
wait.
true.
No, it's no, there's no, it's not. So okay, to like sort of God damn it, I'm so sorry. I've been here for so long and I
Yeah.
feel bad because there's like three other people in the waiting room. Are you gonna be streaming for a while?
For a little bit longer, but let's just go through this dialectic and then I'll send you on your way and we can come back
Okay.
later.
Okay, in terms of like the whole thing with it with the reason why I guess the only reasonable inference thing comes up, or the notion that Israel is targeting civilians or whatever, and like I'll kind of just tie it back to this is because that so the issue with regards to Gaza is the fact that like it's about the way Hamas fights, right? It's because they deliberately set up shop in civilian areas, and like I think most of these human rights groups that everyone relies on in every other instance has basically confirmed this. And they built all these tunnels, and they never built any bomb shelters for their civilians, and they've even said that they consider their civilians martyrs, and that they have no obligation to protect them or any of this shit. And they also tell their civilians to tell people who come to interview them that they never saw any Hamas there, and that they never saw a bomb or at like a rocket getting launched from X, Y, or Z place. You're not that like the civilians aren't allowed to say anything, and obviously Hamas maintains a tight hold on them, and so like nobody's going to want to say anything because otherwise Hamas is probably going to come for you and kill your whole family or something. So like I think that in that particular case, I think that like if Israel bombs like a civilian apartment building in order to get like a bunch of Hamas guys that they know are hiding out there, then I don't think that you could say that that's an act of genocide.
Okay, but
Whereas if you're
you're
talking
making the
about,
case more
hold on,
unclear for more ambiguous, more unclear, more. I'm trying to take on the easy cases to establish our standard. That's why I'm going through this of like doing these
the
hypotheticals
stuff with
is to establish
the
a
Nazi,
standard, right? So I'm just going to ask, if Israel nuked Gaza, would you call it a genocide?
um, if they nuked, if they said that they were, God damn it, people are going to get so mad for this. If they nuked Gaza and they said they were doing so because their intention
That's the
was
only
for,
way. That's the only way that we're supposed to deal with Hamas, and they hide
if
behind,
we,
and
if
this eliminates them for good. It's the only way to do it. We're nuking them. Genocide.
if um it would be genocide if the intention was to kill all the
Right,
Palestinians.
and so then,
Yes,
no, Israel
otherwise it
says
wouldn't
no, no,
be.
no. Israel says no. We're not doing it to kill the Palestinians. We're doing it specifically
Palestinians
because
with collateral
this
damage.
it's because it's the only way to destroy Hamas.
Um, okay, yeah, but it's not about what they say though. Like if you found, so let's say and like I'm damn sure this would happen because it's happened previously. So let's say they did it, and then afterwards someone leaked to the or they were talking about doing it, and then somebody leaked to the public conversations with Netanyahu and like Ben
Hmm.
Gvir and all these guys
Oh
talking about
yeah,
how yes, we're doing this because now we can finally be rid of those disgusting
yeah.
Palestinians. Finally,
That's
we
the
want to
kind
kill
of
them
hang on.
all.
That's the kind of evidence that these groups are producing as to the intent behind the actions of some of the ministers. They're not just backbenchers; they're ministers.
Yeah, but
It's
I
conversations.
haven't
It's not even
seen
just private conversations. It's public statements.
Oh, yeah, but the public statements, like, I think that that's a little bit, like, I think that unhinged statements during a war is a little bit different than conspiring behind the scenes and saying a bunch of
This
insane
is
shit
the
privately
Trump
that then gets
argument.
leaked
This
to
is
the
the Trump
public.
argument that, well, because he says it publicly, we shouldn't read into his intent. I don't know why
No,
we
no,
shouldn't.
well, no, like, you can read into their intent, it's just that I don't know that the problem is that with a bunch of several of these statements, a lot of it is, like, if you go through that South Africa court case and you actually, like, look at their citations for all these quotes in several or, like, I think most of them, they're actually just talking about Hamas, they're not talking about Palestinians as a whole, and they were, like, kind of, like, cut up to make it look like they were talking
Okay,
about
but assume
Hamas. Like,
so
I
I've
think
I've
there's
seen statements
yeah.
that are unambiguously not just Hamas, but even just put that to the
Okay, have
side.
you
Eh,
seen statements from Netanyahu and people who are actually in the war cabinet? Because Ben-Gvir's not in the war cabinet, just to keep that in mind.
He's a government
Neither is
minister,
Pinterest.
so
Yes, he
uh,
is, but
and
he
he's
doesn't run the
essential.
war.
He's essential to the maintenance of this government.
Yeah, he is, but he doesn't run the war.
Yeah,
He's not in charge of fighting the war.
okay, so I mean, if it were the defense minister, you would say that's very clear,
Um,
dispositive of intent.
yeah,
Or if it
and
were Netanyahu
yeah, and I
specifically, I mean, Netanyahu's made certain
um,
references to biblical genocides.
yeah, I know he's talked about that Amalek thing, although I would have to go back and look at that quote, but if I recall correctly, I'm pretty sure he was talking about Hamas in that one. Now that being said, the former defense minister, I think his name, um, uh, uh, Gallant, he was one of the
Um,
ones who that they issued an arrest warrant for him. He's not there anymore. And like at the start of the war, by the way, like he did some shit that's most definitely like war crimes. Like he engaged in collective punishment because he was the one who basically wanted to lay siege to Gaza and who cut off the food and the water for like a couple weeks, I think, until Biden got them to knock that shit
yeah, so
off.
here is my perspective on this whole genocide issue. Is regardless of what you want to say, that I don't think that the standard. First of all, the standard in terms of the quantum of evidence required for the intent has changed over time. This is a historical fact. If you look at the like the sort of the original notions of genocide, they're a lot less married specifically to the level of individualization and atomization of the genocidal intent prong. I still obviously think that intent is critical to
Well, yeah, full of
determinations of
specialis is a
yeah,
very high bar.
yeah.
Yes.
But what I'm just trying to suggest is the mere sort of self-serving statements and war rationales that could be protectually offered in any circumstance, including in the Holocaust. That's not going to stop me from having a deep look at the implication of the act itself. Like most of the time, when we look at someone shooting a gun, right? Now, I know in this context it's a little different. It's kind of a special intent as opposed to the shooting of a gun. We're going to intuit a lot based on the action itself, but also just my read on the statements and positions of important government ministers. That is going to bear a lot on that's circumstantial evidence that's indicative of intent. And I'm not going to do this whole thing. Well, if there's a plausible non-genocidal motive, like for example, necessity for a war effort, that therefore I can't prove it. I just think that's way too high a standard. You definitely need to show intent, but it's not at the level of is there at least one other plausible motive or a mixed motive? Like imagine a mixed motive where there is a significant purpose that's war related.
There could be a mixed motive, but I guess what I mean is that like you especially in the case of Israel, I think with Nazi Germany, it's a little bit different because with Nazi Germany, the intent was like so insanely like if you look at the war and the facts behind it, there was no reason for them to put all those people on those trains and ship them to like basically mass death centers that were built for the purpose of killing them.
Wait, do you think the Nazis didn't actually view the Jews as contrary to their war aims?
I mean, yeah, they did, but they were wrong, and they
yeah, well, no, but whether they're wrong, whether they're wrong or not, that can't be the test. The test is about your subjective intent, and what you're suggesting is, and I think that I would agree that
their intent was to destroy all the Jews of Europe.
Right, but
that was their intent. Their
intent
was to kill
part of their
Jew in Europe.
rationale, a significant rationale, was as a necessary component of the war. Now, I agree that they also had ideological motives related to their ethnicity, related to their ideology, uh, related to their race ideology. In other words,
I
oh, no doubt about
even
that. But you agreed, like the the genocide started in a particular year, right? It didn't just
yeah, it
okay.
was
So
it's decided upon typically it's late 1941, I think.
right,
Wannsee Conference was in 42, I believe, in January.
right, so
Yep, of
so
43.
all I'm trying
Yeah.
to say is that a mixed motive where these deluded people thought that the Jews eliminating the Jews was necessary to their war aims. Even if it were sincerely held, I don't think that that should
I
preclude a finding of
I
genocide.
mean, the thing is though is that like okay, yeah, if we're gonna take that as a hypothetical, because obviously
Yes.
in real life,
Well, no, but
like
then
I
buy
do
it.
not believe
But no, I know. But then accept the hypothetical, and because the reason I'm offering it is just to show that this focus on a singular intent, as though human beings work that way, and you have to prove that's the only thing
no,
there,
no, no.
and that seems to be.
I'm not
I understand that like the test could be construed in different ways, but people who have that myopic focus, I think, are missing the broader point.
okay.
I'll give you the
I
last
mean,
word, and then I do have to move on at some point, but I'll give you the last word.
yeah, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry that I kept you on for so long, although I
That's
kind of
good.
figured that that would happen because yeah, it was a good conversation though. I think I guess like all I'll say is that in terms of like intent or whatever, I think that like there's a big difference with regards to intent between doing something and wanting a certain outcome and doing something and not giving a shit if that outcome happens, and I
I
feel
do.
like a lot of
Yes, I
Israel's
agree. That's a
actions
difference.
fall into the latter category rather than the former. I think that a lot of the times, I think the issue is that they just don't give a fuck if a lot of civilians die, and that's not good either, by the way. That is also a war crime.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
I kind of view that there's this like people think I'm callous when I say it because I do think it's true. It's conceptually possible to imagine war crimes or crimes against humanity that are worse than particular genocide. Genocide, the definition itself doesn't necessarily even require death to occur. And so
Yeah.
you can conceive of situations that are um, technical genocides, which are not as bad as certain war crimes or crimes against humanity. And so I do think that the left, in some sense, has had a myopic focus on genocide because the word invokes a certain memory,
Yeah, it's
which is
because it makes
effective.
people
Um,
yeah, it
and
that's I think that's
and
why, yeah.
I'm
I
always skeptical of people who operate to that extent because it's a similar kind of critique I get, though it's not my intent with respect to insurrection. I have the same kind of back and
yeah,
forth where people are like, you're only using that term because it's invoking this or that. I'm like, no, I'm using it because it's the legal term that applies. And so I do think that there's like, when people think of war crime or crime against humanity, it doesn't carry that same, and even though, right, like the oh my god, Nuremberg wasn't really about
yes.
genocide. I mean, there's a reference to the genocide, I think, in some of the charging documents, but the crimes actually laid out there, which were invented, some of which were invented for the first times, like war of aggression, war
Yeah,
crimes, and like crimes against
crimes
humanity.
against
Right.
peace.
Right. Yeah, crimes against peace. I think that's war of aggression or whatever that is. But
No, no,
uh,
they I think they might have called it both or
yeah,
actually,
I
yeah,
don't know.
no, it was. Yeah, war of aggression was
But
part I don't know if genocide was even used at that point because I don't think that was before the Genocide
well,
Convention was written.
well, there was development of that term, and there was and so
Yes. Oh, yeah,
the
because
term exists in
Lincoln
one
came up
of
with that term a long time ago.
yeah. But all I'm trying to say is I do agree that there are oftentimes lefties who are invoking the word less for its legal ramifications and more for what it invokes from a perspective, and like in some sense, war crimes and crimes against humanity can be worse
Yeah,
in different contexts.
there's also the crime of extermination, which is a different crime that looks a lot like genocide, but it's not quite exactly the same thing. I don't know if you maybe might want to look into that. Like I've been trying to look into that, but I think extermination is like genocide without or like it doesn't require the dolus specialis necessarily. I think that that's what the distinction there is. It's like the mass killing of a large group of people, but not necessarily to the same extent as or like the without, but like you don't need dolus specialis to prove it, I think is the way it works. But yeah.
Okay.
Anyway,
I
should let you
appreciate the
go
conversation. No,
because
there are a lot of people who appreciate the conversation. I appreciate come back anytime, and I do appreciate what's going on, what's
yeah.
happening. Oh
Okay.
shit, fuck. It's late, but thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so sorry.
No worries, no worries.
Bye,
Bye.
chat.
Okay, Usurp, where are you? You were next. Yo, it's your time, buddy. No, Ryan Mullally, he's busy today. I probably won't get him until the new year. But there's a lot of cool stuff to talk about, Ryan. Including on the recent decision. All right, we're gonna have Usurp on. Usurp, what up, my brother? My DGG brother. Usurp. Merry Pismas. I don't approve. They say this. Thank you, Kalinda, for taking the time, by the way. You're deafened. Just know that. Deafened. Are deafened. Chill. Good. I'm filibustering. Oh. Yeah. I think it's important. It was hilarious and base of how you called out Ogre. I don't know, like I actually don't know. I kind of used him there, you know? I kind of just like used him to make a point to like show that I'm being consistent. But so yeah, was I able to be like, oh, he doesn't have his on collar gate or whatever? Yeah, but I actually think that was probably one of the more bad faith things I've done. So I appreciate that you enjoyed that, but I don't know. It's like he came on to basically say, hey, this is why it's valuable to have your perspective, even though you're a liberal. And then I was just like, let me just use you real quick to show I'm being consistent or something. And it's I don't know whether Surface is just getting ready. He's has like a new computer or something. Maybe Santa came and get. How we doing, folks? Oh, drag me in. All right, all right. Yo, what up, brother? Deafened.
Hello.
Yo, my guy. There's a little bit of like grain to your. I don't know if that's the best way to describe it. To your audio, it's like there's like a little static.
A little bit of static. Hold on. Is
Chat, will you lose it if he maintains the static? It's like white noise.
better? If not,
That's not better. Maybe if there might be like a user setting that does voice isolation.
do you want
Input.
that on or off?
Try voice isolation to see if it has the effect that we. Oh my god! Say something. Your gain might be too high. No one can hear it now. No man like this. Poggy. Poggies. The Poggies. This is a Gaspies. Gaspies. the caller.
Hello, hello, hello. Is this any better?
Can
Is this any better? Testing, testing.
you guys hear the white noise when he talks like this?
I will fix it. I'm so sorry.
Are you on your phone? Yeah, people can hear the white noise.
I'm not. Hold on. Give me. Can you hear me right now?
I can hear you, but it's the
Okay,
white
but
noise.
give me 20, 30 seconds.
Yeah, you're good.
And let me
We're
come back
chilling.
in.
Yeah, we're chilling.
All right, awesome. Sorry, 1 second.
Timothy Douglas says, fun fact. Screaming genocide from your living room doesn't mean you give a shit about it. See, we have people who hate on lefties all the time. Timothy is a valued member, Timothy, our community. Will you move to Canada if JD wins? Plenty of pissing to do up here. No. Use push to talk so it's not always running. Yeah, we could do that. Am I more than you are for you? What message did you? I never want to debate you, just callers. Yeah, I kind of used you. Feels like that was an example of me apropos of nothing, kind of bringing up a potential inconsistency. Frozen Trump's economy. Timothy's a freak who wants. I didn't. Sorry. Can you lower the noise again? Sometimes it's blocking out my voice. Okay, let me try to fix this. Do I lower the close threshold or the open threshold? What do I lower? All right, Usurp is ready. I don't see you in any of the rooms. Actually, I'm not sure. I never use one. All right, then go. All right, we got Usurp. My brother, use your phone.
Any better? Is this any better? Please tell me.
It is so much worse. Use your phone.
Wait, it's worse? Fuck! This is literally my AirPods. It's the same thing that you're using. How is it?
Use your speaker, or put it to your ear, like your daddy used to do. Maybe you're using your PS5 controller, Mike.
One more time.
Yeah, check the inputs.
Can you hear me?
I can, but you're using your DualShock DualSense 5 controller. You're using your microwave as a mic. You're using your Switch 2 camera peripheral. You love Usurp on Twitter? Yeah, he's a bit of a poster. He's a bit of a double standard caller outer. He added me about Ethan Klein, though. Fucking losing wood over here. Oh, stopped. Oh, he left. 'Twas fine before. Huh? Linda, wait, do you have a... Why didn't you shout yourself out? Linda live on YouTube? Using the fleshlight as a... I condemn Doobie saying Ethan is just gross. I condemn Doobie for what he said about, and this isn't even being ironic, what he said about the strikes on the drug boats. And I'm confirming that Doobie was properly banned. Oh, when you say condemn a song podcast like that, Ogre Boy, you're being bad faith because it's not ironic condemnation of gang's all here. Oh, is someone?
Can you hear me, buddy?
Oh yeah,
Oh my god, dude. Oh,
good shit, bro. My guy.
bro. It's the holidays. I'm fucked
It's
up.
the holiday. Oh, you're fucked up. You're drunk.
No, well, yes, but also no. But
Hell
also
yeah, bro. Oh wait, I need a
new
equipment, beer.
New stress.
I need a beer.
Yeah, grab a beer.
Should I grab a
can see
beer?
from that room, you're from the Northeast, so grab a beer, buddy.
All right. 1 second. I'm gonna go grab beer. You're back.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Just let me get the beer. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll entertain chat. Chat. Merry Christmas. How you guys doing? We love Pisco, don't we? Guys, I think you guys are going to be in for some fun news. I have some information for you guys. Now, what information does this person have? Person that nobody knows? Person that's a mystery? Someone that nobody knows who is this guy talking? What does he have? He has information on one of your best, or one of the best, most popular MAGA influencers in the country. What? What information do you have on the most popular MAGA influencer in the country? Well, you have to stick along. You have to stick here and figure out. You have to stay online and figure out what kind of information he has. Sorry, but whatever. No, I'm not. I'm not going to stay on forever. This is going to be as long as Pisco wants it to be, but I promise less than 2 hours. I promise that. That is not a reference to anything else that has happened. I promise. But what kind of information does he have? I don't know. He didn't print out like 30 or 40 pieces of paper because he's autistic and he needs to actually have physical paper in front of him. There's no way he did that. There's no way he did that.
Back.
What's up,
You've
dude?
been. Yeah, what's up, bro? One second. Oh, full screen. My brother, how are you? How was your Christmas?
It was good. It was good. It was busy, obviously, with that whole, the wife's side of the family, my side of the family, but it was good.
You have a wife?
Always good to have time. Yes, I actually got married in this year, in August this year. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
What was the theme of the wedding? Was it like Lord of the Rings?
Was outdoors. It was very, 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 very small because weddings are prohibitively expensive.
Oh yeah.
And even with less than 25 people, it still costs over like 12 grand. Which, yeah, figure out how that works. But it was
I'm
awesome.
glad. Happy Christmas. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we talk about what the fuck is going on.
Okay. So, yeah, there's been some interesting things that have been going on. And I am actually going to message you some things on Discord right now because I think it works best if there's kind of a story or kind of a theme that goes on with it. So,
you want me to show this, right?
A few months ago. Yeah, you can show everything everything except what I think I sent you.
Okay.
Yesterday, but again, I am not the lawyer. That's what I'm going to need your help with. Okay. Trying to figure out what I can show publicly and what I can't.
Okay.
So
I can't give you specific legal advice, but I can react to things.
No. That's not obviously that's not what I'm asking. You are not my lawyer. Pisco is not my lawyer, but I also know that you sometimes can say, hey, maybe watch out with this, but we're not getting there yet.
But as soon as I reveal this article, we will know the personality that you are investigated about. So are you ready?
I don't mind. I don't mind that because fuck him and he deserves to die.
Whoa!
In a video game. In a video
disavow.
Game. In a video game.
I know you DGG guys. You got
or a short story that I'm writing. No. I'm sorry. No, but yes, you can show that, but just not the pertinent piece of information a bit later. But um, so a few months ago, I read an interesting article about one of our favorite MAGA influencers, Jack Posobiec.
Yeah.
And it was about how Jack Posobiec potentially was committing voter fraud since 2014, minimum, maybe 2017, where he was voting for president in Pennsylvania. Yet he wasn't a citizen of Pennsylvania, or more likely, or should I say, he hasn't been living in Pennsylvania since at least 2017.
Not
And
only
I
am I
think that's
familiar with this story, though I'm sure I've given it more investigation.
Mhm.
Jack blocked me on the basis of me asking him about it. He had never
Wait.
blocked me up until that point, but I added him and was like, "Hey, is this true? Are you committing voter fraud?" And he blocked my ass.
That's
I-
actually very interesting. that you
I was
mentioned that.
I was a reply guy for like a lot to Jack Posobiec. I would be like, "You're a fucking hack," haha, with the Pepe emotes. And then this one time I was like, "Hey, why are you committing voter fraud, bro? Is this true?" And he blocked me.
Well, that's very funny that you mentioned that, because there are very few people that have blocked me on Twitter. And the one person that's blocked me is Jack Posobiec. And it's because I kind of mentioned or retweeted this story to him a couple months ago, and around October. So it's kind of funny how that he's done that twice to you. So let me ask you one question real quick, Pisco.
Yeah.
Is federal election documentation proper? Like, are you allowed to show, if somebody sends in money saying, "Hey, I'm donating to this presidential candidate, here's my Schedule A form," are you allowed to show that information publicly?
Well, what do you mean by allowed? Do you mean legally?
Like, is it considered doxing if you consider it?
Doxing is like
Or
a term. Doxing is like a
if you,
term, is like a meme term, which has disparate meanings in different contexts. I have a notion of doxing, but I don't understand there to be like some overarching, like
illegality
defined
to it?
legal version of doxing. Like I would probably consider that to be protected by the First Amendment, releasing this kind of information under certain circumstances. But I don't know if it's in compliance. I might not be able to show it on stream because of Twitch's doxing standard or whatever. But if you're asking me whether it's legally doxing, I just don't know if that question has a answer.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to figure out. Honestly, my computer crashed like 5 minutes before you picked me up. So all of my links I had were okay. Anyway, go back to the thing. I read this article,
Mhm.
and usually you read an article like this of anything that anybody on MAGA has done within the past 10 years. And if you're anything like me, you get angry because you see everything these people get away with. And if you wonder, or you get frustrated thinking there's nothing you can do, there's no way you can kind of figure out anything, if any additional information on it, blah, blah, blah. But I read this article, and the one interesting thing about reading everything about Jack Posobiec is kind of where he had voted in the past couple elections. Because normally you read it, and for me, it's in Colorado, it's in Nevada, it's wherever. But it just so happened that Jack Posobiec, his parents live in the same county that I live in Pennsylvania. So that
You're doing
means
IRL
by law-
harassment. You're IRL harassing.
Exactly. Now, usually people who get IRL harassed don't deserve it, but in this case, well, anyway. So because they lived in the same county as I do in Pennsylvania, similar to a Freedom of Information Act request you can do to the federal government, Pennsylvania also has a Right to Know Act. Essentially, there's some information for PA residents that are available to anybody who's able to fill out an online form. One of those
Oh.
pieces of information is everybody's voter history.
You didn't
Now-
do that, did you?
Well, one email form in, 12 days later, and you kind of get a bit of
Holy
information, interesting information, I should say. Now, I'm going to need you to entertain the audience for 2 seconds.
Okay. I just
as I
want to
look
say
for one piece of information.
this is reporting. We're not giving any addresses or information. You did something that was allowed under public authorities, according to say, is what you're representing. I don't know anything of that, but you are trying to allege voter fraud, right? Or potentially. You don't know. You're saying okay. And let's just make sure whatever you say, I don't want to hear any specific addresses or specific personally identifying information about other people other than the public figure of Jack Posobiec.
Yes. Now, Jack Posobiec is the person that we're going through. Now, the interesting thing, he's not actually Jack Posobiec. His real name's John Posobiec. Jack is just who he likes to identify as. So if you're looking for information about Jack Posobiec, you're not going to find much because it's usually his real name is John Posobiec. So that's one piece of information that we can do.
So he's a liar. He lied about his name.
Yes, he lies about his name because he's ashamed about who he is. And I just need this zip code 210.
Okay, is that doxing? So chat, let's get a quick little one if that's doxing, two if that's not doxing. One if the Jack John distinction is doxing. I should know if I disavow. Samo with 1.5. We have 2 from Tomato, 2 from the Gray Rock. We just want to make sure we have a representative sample before.
Mm-hmm.
You want Jack is a common nickname for John. 2, so Timothy, 2 from the South Side. 2 from Drunken Machine. Right, so get some 2s. 1.5. Common Good says 1. The first one is, of course, Common Good. 1.52. Ooh, all right. So I'm gonna say I think that Jack is a common nickname for John. I didn't know that he was John Posobiec. You're telling me now for the first time. And I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know how I feel about that.
He is John Posobiec II because there is another member of his family who is.
All right, and we're going to have to take another pause. Pause. Is the second here, was that just doxing additionally? So one's for doxing, 2 for not doxing. This is for the second. Now it's not a common nickname. It's an additional identifier. Uh-oh. Sammy says 1.25. 1.99.
Okay.
A full torch 1. All right. I'm gonna disavow on the second. What?
All right. I'm gonna need you to take a look at your DMs real quick. I just sent you a link.
Okay. I don't want to show this.
No, you don't have to show what you're looking at. But I want you to kind of describe for your chat what I had sent you.
Okay. So what you were sending me here okay, here's the problem, right? Because when Hassan did this with certain streamers on certain other publicly available forums, we criticized it, right?
Yes.
So distinguish what I'm doing now from that.
No, so okay, so I am sending you this information not necessarily to show to chat, but to just understand what I have been going through the past 4 days. So I'm trying to figure out if this person actually voted or if this person actually committed voter fraud.
Okay.
And I don't know if he did, or excuse me, I don't know if he did because I don't know what the legal definition of a primary residence is.
Okay, this is something I know a little bit more about. I'm just letting you know, there's nothing, the search is not obtaining any results as, this is the Federal Election Commission website. Oh, wait, it just did. This is for
and you can click
contributions.
Any one of those. So you see win red, never surrender. Click any one of those and then open image.
Okay.
And then find the Jack Posobiec that we're looking for. And I just want you to look at his address.
Okay.
Ooh, I can also send you.
I don't see. Why don't you give me a sample image because I can't actually see it. It's not showing me.
All right, I just sent it to you in Discord. If you click that, it should be the last. It should be number C on that form, or letter C.
Okay. Got it.
So you noticed where now what I just sent Pisco is a donation form for somebody who donates some money to a politician in a federal election. Now, usually for myself, when I donate money to a politician, I kind of put where my house is for the address. Is that correct?
When you put in information, you put in your house. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I usually put in like if I'm filling in where I'm shipping something, if I'm
your
sending any
address.
money, I usually put my primary residence.
Well, it depends where I'm shipping, right? Sometimes I ship things. So right now I'm not in New York. I shipped a bunch of Christmas gifts to this address and not my primary residence.
Okay. Now, if you were donating to a political candidate, where
I
would
would
you
use
put
my I
as-
would use my primary residence. The place that I
You would use your primary residence as the listing of it.
So the word I use for primary residence is permanent home, and that it is a legal concept. My domicile. So I
Your
put
domicile.
my domicile as if I were to be voting would be in my domicile.
Now, okay. So would you say that if you put in any information on this federal election document, if you're donating money to a politician, does that address that you put in hold any real weight to it? Or can you put in any information you want? Kind of, I'm donating to Joe Biden for his 2028 because he has one more run in him. I want to donate to his campaign. Do I have to put my actual living address on that? Or can I put any information in there?
I'm not sure whether there is a requirement on your disclosure forms for FEC that when you put an address that you're putting the address of your domicile.
Okay.
I don't know that.
You don't know. So that's the one part of information that is really screwing me up, because what happened was, because Jack Posobiec's parents live in my address, I read that article on Slate that you have on your screen right now, and it turns out to be the same county as me. So I sent the request. I asked for all the information and all the evidence that this person voted and when did he vote and how did he vote in my county. And it turns out that Jack Posobiec voted every single time since 2004 until 2024 in Pennsylvania, while at the same time living
a different state
in Maryland.
Why'd you say the specific state?
Because Maryland is a huge state.
Okay. So the claim here is the records, and this is backed up by this public reporting, seems to suggest that he has been, in terms of where he's actually living, he has been living in a different state and voting in Pennsylvania, where his parents are located.
That is correct.
Okay.
And the reason he's doing that is because that Pennsylvania is more of a purple state than Maryland is. Maryland, solidly blue state, goes Democrat every single time. Pennsylvania, more of a battleground state, where his vote might be more impactful.
We have just real quick potential correction. Jack Posobiec's Wikipedia page says Jack Michael Posobiec III.
Ooh, the third. You know what? Might be the third. He might actually be the third, and that's where it's going to really fuck me up at this point. God damn it.
No.
Now, if you were to, can I ask you like more like this is going to be more of a personal question.
Yes. Yes.
But it's going to get me going. Let's say, Pisco, I don't think you have any children that we don't know about, but let's say you had a kid.
Okay.
And let's say for that kid, you wanted to throw a birthday party. Where would you throw this birthday party?
I don't fucking know where I would throw it. Where did you find? Did you find a birthday card?
Birthday party. Maybe. Listen. No. Maybe you'd go to a Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese is a lot of fun. Kids fucking love Chuck E. Cheese.
I do love Chuck E. Cheese.
Maybe the kids.
Sorry. Wait. Stop. People are gonna have the wrong question. When I was a kid, I liked Chuck E. Cheese. I of course don't anymore enjoy Chuck E. Cheese, but at the time, yes.
We all love Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah.
By the way, okay, maybe you'd go to a place like that. Now, maybe you would actually, if you didn't want to save some, if you wanted to save some money, you didn't want to go out, maybe you would throw it at your own house. Maybe you wouldn't go anywhere to spend money. You just want to
Oh,
send money. Now, I did send you a picture. I don't know if you can bring it up because it does have like
yeah.
an unfortunate side.
Oh no, you did this. You actually did
Yeah,
this. Are you
yeah,
geoguessing?
yeah.
Wait, how did you get this image? Can you describe? So I'm looking at an image. And this image is a heartwarming image of Mr. Jack with a member of his family. And how
Mhm.
did you obtain this? You obtain this ethically?
So I did attain this ethically. I got this from the Instagram of Jack's Russian wife.
Oh, so you would consider this to be um
Public information that you can get
okay.
on any Instagram profile anywhere in this world. Like, just go onto it. If you know who Jack Posobiec is married to, you can get that information.
Okay. And the image roughly looks like a nice green, actually multicolored lawn. Doesn't look like it's the best lawn. With a fence, and there's some greenery behind it, and Jack looking very warmed and enjoying the company of a valued member of his family. And you
Yes,
did
and
did
it
you do
is.
GeoGuessr? Did you do this?
I did a little bit of GeoGuessr. And the one thing I will say before we go any further is Jack's wife, Tanya, she seems like a wonderful mother to her children. She is teaching her several languages, including Russian, English, Spanish, French. See, she seems like a wonderful mother. But the very interesting thing about the photograph that I sent you is not necessarily what's going on in the foreground, is what do you see in the background of the photograph?
I see. I see a fence and water. Is that water?
Hmm.
Looks like a reflection.
Now,
Yeah.
yeah, it's more like a reflection. It's like kind of like a lake or a pond. Now, I
Okay.
also sent you a Google Maps link.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
looking to open that and describe what you see.
I do see. In fact, the lake. You were probably successful in. Looks very.
Yes. Yes.
Is
So,
this ethical? How did you obtain this address? Did you look it up and confirm according to the
the
documents?
FEC,
Okay.
yep,
So you.
from the FEC documentation.
Hmm.
So basically, essentially, the document that Jack Posobiec says, hey, I'm donating to Donald Trump's campaign. I'm going to donate $200. This is my address. This is where I live. In fact, this is where I host my birthday party for our young child. This is our home. And that place turns out to be in Maryland. Yet, it's really weird that he voted by mail in Pennsylvania, even though going back at least 4 years through all the public Instagram photos that I can find,
He
that
lives
every
in
single
this different place. He lives here.
he lives in, yes, he lives in a different state than when he votes into. But for some reason, he decides to cancel out my vote, my personal vote, by voting illegally in Pennsylvania.
All right. So now let's look. Let's think a little bit about things. Okay.
Okay. Now
So
I might be schizophrenic. I might be fucking crazy.
yeah.
Very real possibility.
So first of all, federal election law makes it illegal to vote in more than one place. Agreed?
Mhm. Yes.
He's not doing that as far as we know. Right?
No, actually, because I have every single election that he's voted for, at least in Pennsylvania, since 2004, and he hasn't missed one. So it's ever since 2004. Now, a lot of those I will defend Jack. He was enlisted in the military, and for several years, for almost a decade, he voted via absentee ballot. So he was either deployed or enlisted, and he voted legally through Pennsylvania because I guess that was his primary residence, just like me. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you vote out of your parents' house when you don't have your own spot. So those were all fine. What's more interesting is 2017 and further up until today.
Mm-hmm. Why is that more interesting?
Because at least in those old ones that he was, let's say he voted in Pennsylvania before he was married, before he bought a house, before he had kids. All of those things are fine if he's if he's overseas or deployed and he's
Right.
using
It's
his
the
parents'
last.
address.
Yes.
That's
It's the-
fine. That's
okay.
his last residence. That's okay. 2017 and up until today, that is when we get some wacky voter fraud potential shit.
Okay. So the legal question is, where are you allowed to vote under federal election law?
Mhm.
And is it allowed to be a place other than where you are domiciled, or for purposes of military people, your last place of domicile within America, right? Something like that.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
So excluding the military exception, and it would be he might be doing this because it's the way he's always done it, right? Or he's always mailed it in for Pennsylvania. Or I don't know. Does he go to a Pennsylvania voting booth? I don't know. These are all like decent questions I think to ask for one of the biggest election. Listen, I don't think it's actually
No.
necessary to do all of the scoping out of his different plays. I think it's enough that we have the question reported on Slate. Or tell me more.
Actually, the last time that he voted in person was 2017, because I have between 2004 and 2024 every single election that he has voted in and the method in which he's voted.
And how it's been done.
So I can see. So, for example, 2005 general election was at the polling place. I'm going to pick another
Weird.
one. 2011, 2011 for the municipal election, it was an absentee ballot. 2016 general election was at the polling place. But 2022 general election for the midterms was absentee.
And
Absentee.
And so you guys know a big controversy in Pennsylvania was in 2019 under, I think it was called Act 77 or something like that. They extended universal mail-in voting in 2019 before COVID, and people were very pissed about that. But it seems that Posobiec is taking advantage of that law.
Well, he especially took advantage of it in 2024, this past election, versus Kamala and Trump, because he did a mail-in ballot in 2024. Not absentee, he did a mail-in ballot in 2024. He was out of the municipality in that election, which is weird for somebody who, he hasn't voted in person since 2017 in this state, yet he lives here, which is just like kind of weird.
We need to know the regulation. Is he following Pennsylvania state law? And is he following federal election law? So let me look at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania eligible voters. Voter laws. Let's see. Voter registration requirements.
That's like the biggest thing. That's like my biggest issue here. Because like in my opinion, he seems to have his primary residence in Maryland. All of his Instagram, between him and his wife, all of his posts, social media posts, show them living and growing up with their children in Maryland. Yet, every time he votes, it seems to be in Pennsylvania. Now, normally, I wouldn't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. But it seems like he's like kind of canceling out my vote in particular, because he's illegally voting here. And it really pisses me off, especially with how much MAGA and conservatives and Republicans in general bitch about mail-in voting and voter fraud. And it goes back to that every accusation is a confession bullshit. Every time I read this stuff. And it just, anyway, sorry.
Okay, so this is what the federal voting program.gov says. And so I don't know where the source of law is here. Maybe the VRA or something. It says your voting residence is within your state of legal residence or domicile. Legal residence is not necessarily domicile. It is the address that you consider your permanent home, and where you had a physical presence. That is domicile. That's the definition. So they seem to be suggesting it's your domicile. Your state of legal residence is used for state income tax purposes. Okay. And determines eligibility to vote for federal and state elections and qualifications for state tuition. State of legal residence and voting residence are sometimes mistaken for home of record. While your voting residence may be the same as your home of record at the beginning of your military career, you need to update your voting residence if you change your legal residence or domicile. Okay. You can only have one legal voting residence at a time. All right, so let's look now at Pennsylvania state law. This is reporting. I mean, I don't know if this is. I'm thinking about whether or not this is justified. I think it is. Some of it.
Well, luckily, all of it is everything that I have shown or said publicly is public record.
Okay.
I mean, that makes me feel a little bit better. I'm trying to find one more picture. Ooh, yeah, that's a good one.
This is the qualifications for an elector under Pennsylvania state law. An individual who will be at least 18 years of age on the day of the next election, who has been a citizen of the United States for at least 1 month prior to the next election, and who has resided in this Commonwealth in the election district where the individual offers to vote for at least 30 days prior to the next ensuing election, and has not been confined in a penal institution for conviction of a felony within the last 5 years, shall be eligible to register as provided in this chapter. No individual shall be permitted to vote at any election unless the individual is registered under this subsection. No registered elector shall be required to register again for any election while the election is tied at the same address. Except as otherwise provided from this part, a registered elector who removes residence from one place to another outside the elector's last election district will not be entitled to vote. A second, I need to change that.
Mhm.
Say something?
Oh,
One second.
all good.
Say something? Hey, say it again. Oh, they're not picking you up. So, you guys can't hear him, right? Now talk.
Hello, hello, hello.
All right, perfect.
1 2 1 2.
Okay. Huh. I'll go to subsection 1302. 1301. Let's go to 1302.
I was thinking you have it all. Awesome.
Okay. This defines it a little more clearly. 1302.
Thank you. This is what I needed.
For the purpose of registration and voting, no individual shall be deemed to have gained a residence by reason of presence or loss of residence by reason of absence in any of the following circumstances. Being employed in the service, either civil or military. Okay, so that's the military carve out. Doesn't matter anymore, right? Being engaged in the navigation of the water.
Since 2016. Yep.
Being engaged in the navigation of the waters, not applicable. Being in an institution at public expense. This subparagraph does not apply to a veteran. Okay, not applicable. Wait. Being in an institution at public expense. This subparagraph does not apply to a veteran who resides in a home for disabled and indigent soldiers and sailors maintained by the Commonwealth. Such a veteran may elect to utilize that residence for registration and voting or vote as an absentee ballot. I don't think he's in an institution at public expense.
Can I mention one thing?
Yeah.
The home that is listed on his federal election donation document is not owned by him.
Ownership isn't what matters.
Okay, great. Because I was going to say the home in Maryland that he lives in isn't owned by him; it's owned by a trust.
Yeah, ownership
means
ownership
anything.
isn't what's relevant for purposes of establishing domicile or residence.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good.
It will matter for other things, subject to certain taxes, maybe certain benefits, but domicile is, and again, we're looking at the specific rules for Pennsylvania, but in general, domicile is where your permanent home is and where you have a physical presence.
Where your kid goes to school, where you
these are all factors in analyzing where your permanent home is. So if it ever became an issue, you would look to where your license is, where your kids go to school, that kind of stuff. It seems clear to me that his domicile is in this different state. Nothing in paragraph
Mhm.
sub 1 shall preclude any elector eligible under sub 1301 relating to qualifications registered from establishing the district of residence as the election district of residence for B. Okay, there's the rules. All right. Except as otherwise provided in the subsection, no individual who is confined in a penal institute. All right, got that. Doesn't apply. Individual who resides at an institution for the mentally ill or the mentally retarded, otherwise qualified under section 1, shall be deemed at the option a resident in one of the following: district where the institution is located. The individual were last registered to vote before the institution. Not. I mean, maybe that's applicable to him, but I doubt it. Rules for determination: the following apply. That the place shall be considered the residence of an individual in which habitation is fixed, and to which, whenever the individual is absent, the individual has the intention of returning. The individual shall not be considered to have lost residence if the individual leaves home and goes to another state or another election district for temporary purposes only, with the intention of returning. An individual shall not be considered to have gained a residence in an election district if the intention into that district for a temporary purpose only, without intention of making the election district a permanent place of abode. Okay, so that doesn't apply, because the question isn't whether he gained abode; it's whether he lost abode by going to this other state. Okay, so.
Okay.
The question isn't whether, because he doesn't have another place to have gained abode in Pennsylvania. The question is, has he lost it by going and establishing a permanent place of abode in another state? If an individual removes to another state with the intention of making that state the permanent residence, the individual shall be considered to have lost residence in common law. I think that's pretty decisive. I think that here's an individual. He has made his permanent home in a different state. He has not. Maybe he has an intent to come back, but it doesn't seem. So basically, what you would have to see is his presence in Maryland, is that for a temporary purpose? Does he intend to return to Pennsylvania, and specifically the abode, his parents' house?
And that is interesting to me. So, like, what could define, oh, I intend to move back to Pennsylvania? That could be in 10 years. Oh, like when my kid is in high school, I intend to move back. So
he doesn't intend to go back to his parents' house, right? The following apply: that the place shall be considered the residence of an individual, the place, right, in which habitation is fixed, and to which, whenever the individual is absent, he has the intention of returning. I think it's fair to say he does not intend to go move in back with his parents.
Okay. Interesting. Now, let me just show you a couple more things I found when going through their Instagram, their public Instagram. So if you can go to your DMs real quick, I sent you a Google Street Map image.
This is weird, the Google Map stuff. I don't know why you're doing this, but okay.
Don't worry. It's all part of the magic. It's all good.
All right.
So that is kind of showing essentially the front of the house. Would you agree to that?
I don't know. You're saying it is, but okay. What's the relevant
Okay,
part?
yeah, but that is so. And then if you look at the Imgur image I sent,
oh my god,
right? Adorable, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I do not want any of this information public. I'm not looking at it for the kid. I don't give a shit. But if you look at the door handle and the door itself from the Google Street View image I sent you, they kind of look like they match, do they not?
I guess maybe.
Yeah, the gold handle, white door. Anyway, and then I sent you also like a quote of this was the caption of that Instagram post.
And this is in the old address or the new address?
This is at the address in which they currently live, that I think they live.
Okay, I think I've seen
another
enough
state.
that it seems like this new address is the permanent abode, and I don't think I need additional information.
Yeah. So essentially, what I'm trying to figure out is what can I do? Is there anything I can do to try and make this information more public? And B, what can we do in general as people who are disgusted at what we're seeing in this administration and seeing all these people breaking the law so openly? Like,
we need to look up. So anything federal, you're fucked, because it's controlled by corrupt
Yeah,
people.
he's
All right.
protected.
So
Yeah.
the only thing you should do, and you don't have any like standing or anything to like sue him in court. There's
Nope.
no like damage that you have as an individual voter in that context. Maybe you could like advocate that there's some sort of like lawsuit that be filed to like for declaratory judgment that he is not a resident for purposes of voting in this place. I haven't thought about that. Maybe there's maybe a Pennsylvania elector. I don't know the rules of state standing under Pennsylvania law. Whether there's
Mhm.
standing for any elector for state law purposes to sue the government for voter roll stuff to take them off. And
Mhm.
I guess maybe I can look up the election crimes in Pennsylvania. Election crimes, Pennsylvania. It might be an intent problem though. Election crimes, Pennsylvania, for any kind of criminal action, and I doubt that Josh Shapiro wants, or his
Yeah,
attorney
smoke.
general wants that smoke.
God, I just want Shapiro, please. He's one of the great hopes. If only he wasn't
Very
Jewish.
popular.
God
He's
damn
very.
it.
What's wrong with him being Jewish?
Well, I don't care, but obviously, looking at the way the country's going, a lot of people do care. And he's such a good fucking politician.
Listen,
Ugh.
you should go talk to a Pennsylvania election law lawyer, perhaps, if you
Mhm.
care to do like, unless you're trying to start a campaign of public attention on this potential election fraud. Maybe you talk to an election attorney from Pennsylvania to see if other electors, and here by electors, guys, we just mean under state law, people who are eligible to vote. It's a term that means like
Not
eligible
like
voters.
actually the electors.
Not the federal electors.
Similar to
Yes.
Trump's elector scheme fraud, not
Right.
those electors.
These are
just-
electors under state law that are allowed to vote in the elections.
Okay.
So the immediate things I think about are trying to convince someone to bring, I don't know, Pennsylvania election crimes, but you'd have to convince the AG or some other prosecutor to like bring a criminal case against it. And it
Mhm.
might not be a strong case because he might not like know the rules or something. There might be an actual willfulness standard or something. Who knows?
that would be.
I don't know.
Oh, that would actually anger me more than him just willfully breaking the law. If he could get away with something like that, be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I was too fucking stupid to realize that I couldn't do that."
But maybe in your own name, you could get hire an attorney to file a lawsuit to. I don't know if this would be allowed under state law. You'd have to check because I don't practice in Pennsylvania, never practiced in Pennsylvania, don't know shit about it. But maybe there's some sort of declaratory judgment action that you could file
Mhm.
to try to like. It would be you suing the government probably to remove him from the voter rolls, but I don't know if that action is allowed under Pennsylvania state law. And
Gotcha.
and this is like what Republicans try to do with like black people and shit, is like vote to sue the government to remove them from voter rolls and stuff.
Mhm.
But I don't know if there's particular standing for you to sue on that ground or anybody. I would talk to someone with more state level expertise in Pennsylvania.
All right.
Oh, here
Yeah,
it says
that's fair enough.
file a complaint with the Department of State in Pennsylvania. Oh,
It-
that's something you could do. Report them to the
Wait.
Secretary of State of Pennsylvania. They're in
Who's
charge
the
of the voter
secretary?
rolls. But they probably already know about it. But you should file another one if you want.
Yeah, I mean, the annoying thing that, at least from my perspective, is that like the Slate article comes out, and as you know, like the Trump administration has been trying and successfully using the flood the zone technique since he got back into office, which is just break 20 laws a day. They can report on 5 of them, and tomorrow we're on to 5 new laws that we're breaking. So fuck them. They're going to try to play catch up, and they're not going to be able to play that game. They're going to lose. So the annoying thing about seeing this is how it's so out in the open. Like this person, at least in my opinion, unless there is some law or rule or something that I'm not aware of that says, hey, even though this guy lives in this state, he can vote here. This guy is breaking the law, and they're just getting away with it because the Trump admin and everything involved in this administration, they're breaking
Well,
the
yeah,
law
no,
so often.
it looks like he's left the state with the intention of making that other state the permanent residence.
Mhm.
And that seems to quite clearly fit. And I don't think that he qualifies one of these exceptions of actually being in service or being engaged in navigation. So as like just a matter of state election law, it just does seem that he and look at sub 5. If an individual removes to another state with the intention of remaining there an indefinite time, making that state the place of residence, the individual shall be considered to have lost residence in the Commonwealth, notwithstanding an intention to return at some indefinite future period. So if you leave with an indefinite intention, that's also considered losing your residence for purposes of election law. So
Yeah.
it very much seems like he's violating ineligible to vote.
I know. And the word, I guess the hardest part is feeling like even knowing this information, knowing that he broke the law, knowing that he committed voter fraud. And this, I found one instance.
Well, hang
probably
on.
not the only one.
That's separate, right?
What?
A fraud is. Listen, we all hate Jack Posobiec. This is me being good faith. All right, he doesn't deserve it, but I am who I am. Fraud is some kind of deceit, intentionally inducing for some benefit, and it seems like to call him a fraudster, he needs to know that what he's doing is deceitful.
Can I say one thing real quick?
Now, again, I'm not saying that means what he's doing isn't illegal or that or that he doesn't know. I'm just saying, in the sort of more, what's the term? Yes, you can say something. I'm just let me finish this. In the more like generic sense, in the more colloquial sense, that's what fraud means. You're deceitfully, intentionally inducing or omitting something with the purpose of like tricking someone or to get some sort of benefit from it. And the response would just be like, well, I didn't fucking know this residence rule. Like, I'm not trying to be deceitful. I filed these things. Why would I be doing a fraud if like everyone can see my address or whatever? And like, why would I do this? And if that were the case, and like, it's one vote, that's not going to have a significant difference in the state or whatever. I'm not saying those are winning arguments. I'm just saying, just be careful before you accuse people of fraud. That is a determination as to their mental state.
See, it's really hard. Like, listen, you're a lawyer and you know all these little things to catch yourself on that I don't know. But anybody who has been in a group of people, and Republicans have been in that group of calling out voter fraud since 2016, I would almost assume that those people would understand what the rules and qualifications for voter fraud are. And
Oh,
this person is committing voter fraud.
Here's the
Like,
argument,
he has,
right? So
like-
this is what the Serpa saying. This person
Mhm.
is hyper conscious about alleged voter fraud, and so he knows the rule. He knows the rules matter, and so it's inconceivable that he's not aware that there's a residency requirement, and that it's trivial that he's not following
Yes.
it. Yeah, I think if you were to ask me, does he know he's doing something wrong? I think the answer is yes.
Yeah.
That's a lot that's priced in there is just I know he's a piece of shit.
Oh, but honestly, this
So
is what fucks me
in a
up
sense,
about
I'm
people
being
like you
I'm being
and
biased.
your
in some
entire
sense.
profession. It's because of like these people's like, oh, listen, he might know. He might have like every reason to understand that he's fucking shit up right now. But because we're going to treat him like a fucking retard, he's fine. We're not going to actually convict him of anything. I'm not saying this is you as you in general, obviously, Pisco. I love you. But this is like that. That's the frustration that I feel. It's that if I know it, some no-name fuck randomly in Pennsylvania who so happens to live in the same county as this guy does, he understands that this is considered voter fraud. But Jack Posobiec, who has had a foot inside the administration, he's now inside the press pool in the White House. This fucking guy doesn't know. Fuck you. Like, that makes no sense. That, like,
hang on. I'm gonna see if there's who can file election related lawsuits.
It just like, listen, I know like that even hypothetically in a perfect world where this information goes out there and everybody knows that Jack Posobiec is this giant piece of shit from that book on humans that he wrote, like everything, like, and he gets in trouble. The worst part is that knowing that none of it would matter. That even if he got like on trial, convicted of voter fraud, it wouldn't be a blip because fucking Tucker Carlson would be in Russia being like, oh, these cucumbers are so cheap. And I would fucking kill myself. in a video game because it doesn't matter. Because even if you have this concrete evidence, like, again, I'm a nobody living in the same county that this guy voted in, and I was able to find this, and I'm dumb. I'm not smart.
Hmm.
It's just so fucking frustrating. God. Oh, sorry.
Okay, let's see.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. No, I understand. I'm trying to see if there's any cause of action here. Voter registration. Judicial mission proceedings. Thank you for the super chat. Has caller checked his status in another state?
I haven't.
I assume should.
I'll respond to that. I haven't because the only reason I checked his status in this state was because through the Pennsylvania Right to Know Act, because I live in the county, I was able to actually submit that information and get it pretty easily. I don't know. I haven't looked into Montgomery County to see if I can do the same thing there. In fact, I want to see if he, like, the next thing I'm thinking about doing is seeing if he's paid taxes in PA, because I feel as if he had not paid taxes in PA, that would almost give kind of a state of mind to say, hey, this person isn't paying taxes. That way he doesn't think he lives here, but he still votes here.
The key part, though, for the intention stuff, is the intention stuff. You can go to another state and be legally residing there for purposes of taxes, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you're not domiciled in the initial state.
Oh,
about proving your intent,
dude. Okay,
I'm just telling. I'm telling you. I had a case, an immigration case, in which these issues came up about should it be taken against this person that they haven't paid. There was an underlying tax issue in their immigration case, because one of the factors that are often considered for immigration cases is whether you paid your taxes. That's one of the factors that go in favor. And so I was called upon, and I did investigate this issue about legal residence versus domicile. And it just isn't the case that just because you're a resident for purposes of paying taxes in a state, sometimes states define that by the amount of presence that you're in the state. And states have different rules. Sometimes you can be subject to legally double taxation in this country. It's actually insane. The big problem are people who work in boats and that are or trains and stuff, where they're technically in places present in a state for given periods. And it's real complicated because there's federal rules that are supposed to limit double taxation in those contexts. But it's not necessarily just because you're subject to source-based taxation in a state and that you actually pay it doesn't mean that you are not domiciled in another state. You only have one domicile. So
you just ruined my Christmas, Pisco.
No, I still think
fucking loopholes.
Wait. So keep in your mind, right? So
everybody up, God damn it.
So there's residency for certain purposes. So you're a legal resident for purposes of taxation. You're treated as a resident for purposes of source-based taxation. You're a resident for purposes of applying some code of ohms to you. Or you're a resident for purposes of determining your eligibility for in-state tuition or something like that. Those are all different states can have different tests and just call different things residency. The one more uniform thing is domicile. That is a more consistent common law concept that's more uniform, and it's your permanent home, your permanent place of abode. So yeah, that's basically. There's some complications here and there. I'm looking right now at the availability for a commission can order a subpoena, and you can the following have standing to appeal an action of a commission to the appropriate court of common pleas. 1 is repeal. 2 is an individual whose registration has been canceled by a commission you can sue. And 3, a qualified elector of a municipality whose rights are impaired by any general order made by a commission. So I wonder if this standing, right? Because technically your rights, if there's an ineligible voter, there's a decent argument that your rights as a voter in that place are violated, right? Because it's a vote dilution theory of harm. Your vote has been diluted by an ineligible voter, right? That's how a lot of these standing things are overcome. The question is going to be, though, is what you would be probably if, let's say, the Secretary of State does not act upon your ground and kick Jack Posobiec off the voter roll. Would that be, quote unquote, a general order made by the commission or whatever this is, or is there some other cause of action under Pennsylvania state law that would allow you to sue, or maybe some kind of like implied right of action under the Constitution? I don't know. This is for a Pennsylvania lawyer. This is for a Pennsylvania election lawyer, man.
God damn it!
It exists because people are constantly litigating in Pennsylvania. But
Yeah, I know.
I'll take a
minefield.
I'll run a couple searches and see what I find out. It's very interesting. You basically want to like sue the state to get Jack Posobiec off the voter rolls, or what else do you want? You want to see him in jail? What do you want to see him?
No, I mean, do I want to see that? Yes. I think this whole exercise, from my perspective, has been an exercise in like trying to somehow, from my perspective, take control of everything that's been going on, because obviously Trump has been crazy, and it does feel like one of those things where it's like, oh my, I can't understand how people in 1938 Germany was like sitting around watching all this shit happening, and I feel like I'm almost in that position, watching everything crumble around me, being like, hey guys, like shit's fucked right now. We should probably. And this whole Jack Posobiec thing is one of the symptoms of it. It's that these people are saying, hey,
it's how you're coping.
Democrats are committing X, Y, Z crimes, voter fraud, whatever. And it's every accusation is confession. So I see all this happening, and I see Jack Posobiec. He has a White House press pass. He's fucking in the White House talking with Trump in between his meetings with South Korea and NVIDIA. And I'm just sitting here thinking like, hey, this guy's committing crimes that he is saying everyone else is committing.
You love justice.
And
you love justice.
I want fucking justice. I feel powerless, and it sucks to feel powerless in a situation that, like, okay, you can feel powerless watching a football game, right? Like your team's losing, you feel powerless to help your team win. But at the end of the day, who gives a shit who wins the Super Bowl? But in reality, in the real world, it actually does matter who the fucking president is, and actions today by the president matter 20 years from now. And I'm going to be raising kids in that 20-year future, and I don't want that future to be fucked because of some demented old fucking narcissistic asshole.
Here's my commitment. Here's my commitment to you, Usurper. Right? Here's my commitment. If you file a complaint with the Secretary of State's office, or go through those administrative channels, again, I'm not going to give you advice on that. I'm my client, motherfucker. If you do that, I will get my ass into Pennsylvania, and on a given day, we will protest after a reasonable amount of time in which they haven't responded to your shit. We will protest outside the Secretary of State's office, demanding that Jack Posobiec be kicked off the voter roll. And I will do that. And we can stream it.
I have your word?
Yes. If you make the complaint, I will show up to Pennsylvania, and we will have a stop voter fraud, get Jack Posobiec off the voter roll. Stop the count. And we will protest an implicit declination decision if the Secretary of State determines not to that they don't want to take Jack Posobiec off the rolls. I'll support you.
All right. Now, I do have one additional question, one addendum to that. Can you help me if I have any questions, because you're an actual lawyer? And
I can't give you legal advice, but I can, as an American, I can.
Can I Venmo you like $10 and then give me legal advice?
I don't know that I ethically can.
See, they have loopholes.
I don't think I can ethically. I'm not admitted to practice in Pennsylvania. And also,
take the bar. How long does that take? Like 2 days?
You want me to take the Pennsylvania bar or do some kind of like a crossover for purposes
I thought
of
you loved America.
Okay, so you want to engage me in my services as a lawyer in Pennsylvania. I'll consider your offer, and
Yes.
I'll take it under advisement, and I'll consider it. There are other states that I wanted to get admitted to practice in, but I hadn't considered Pennsylvania. But
Do you touch PA? There's a lot of shit going on here. It's an important state, dude.
yeah, but you're gonna want a Pennsylvania lawyer if you're trying to do anything specific in Pennsylvania who actually knows the shit. All right. I'm a generalist, so I could like work under a state attorney,
Well,
but
okay, how
I
about
wouldn't
this?
I
Could
wouldn't
you,
trust
like-
myself to.
Could you give me advice? I'd be like, hey, Pisco, like I'm thinking about talking to this guy, and you're
$10?
What?
That's not my rate, bro. But listen,
Well,
I'll
okay, fucking 500, whatever, dude.
just Pro Hoc
Like,
Vice
how much
in
retainer?
Pennsylvania.
How much for like 1 month of like retard questions where I come up to you, be like, hey, should I sign this? And you're like, no, you're actually signing away your liver. Like, don't do that.
You want me to
Like,
take?
like
You want me to take you
250.
on as a pro bono client?
Yeah, oh yeah. Don't you guys do this shit all
for,
the time?
for all your different
Is
matters?
this what you guys do to make you feel better when the coke runs out?
Yeah, but usually there's like some sort of like public interest, public service. You're just like-
Fucking MAGA illegal voting. Come on,
Okay,
public
but like,
interest. Josh Pasobek is one of the biggest MAGA
Okay, well-
influencers on the right.
we'll talk off stream. There are a kind of cases, some cases I want to do. So,
I know. I'm kidding. I don't actually want you to do pro bono work. I love you, Pisco.
all right,
That's why
Hey.
I came to you with this information.
you motherfucker. Appreciate that. We didn't need the Google Maps though, because that's not necessary. So just next time.
The only reason I was sending you that information was to like kind of show you why I think this actually holds credence. That's why I said don't show it to your chat. I just want to make sure that I'm not schizophrenic. Like, because there's always the little part of my mind where I'm like, wait, am I making connections that aren't there? So that's kind of why I showed you that information.
I just want to say that, guys, you don't need to go look up additional stuff. This is just there's a lot of public reporting on this specific Jack Posobiec thing, and so in light of that, I think that you guys should just take the reporting. You don't need to do your own private investigation. You certainly don't need to harass anybody. Go look at stuff like that. But that said, I don't think that that's what you were trying to do, and of course, we condemn any specific.
I am
harassment.
not trying to harass. That's why I try to keep everything
Yes,
as
we did not
vague as
show
possible.
anything like that. Yeah.
I did not show anything publicly. I just wanted to share it privately information just because I think it's in the public interest that we identify.
Yeah, voter fraud
This is a
allegation.
fraud.
And to be clear,
because it's a crime.
back in 2020, I did go through a bunch of these claims from the other side, and so it's
Yes. And criminals need to be held to account. And it would be nice if we had some kind of Roman-esque quick way to deal with these people.
what is it with men in the Roman Empire?
Well, I'm Italian, so I mean,
Oh shit!
yeah, I'm the worst. I'm like, and my wife's fucking Irish, so we're just. Ugh.
The two hated
It's-
immigrant populations from a century ago.
Dude,
Okay.
like, the funny thing is, like, here's the worst part. Like, because I deal with a lot of people, obviously, that hate. Because I work as an IT consultant, so I deal with a lot of different businesses in my area, and they all are fucking MAGA supporters, which makes me crazy. And they all hate immigrants. And like, my grandma came over here in '58. Like, I'm not new to this, or I am new to this country. I'm not old here.
I
And
believe in
I'm like,
America.
Yeah, like, or like Italians in the fucking 20s and 30s were not considered white or American when they were coming over here. So
He's married
really
with a
not-
guma.
yeah, exactly. Fucking. Pisco, I love you.
All right, brother.
I'm gonna let you go.
Hey, let's stay in touch, and we'll talk about the protests and other stuff. Okay.
Yes, I know, and I will send you $250 in Venmo so you can be my
Stop.
counselor.
That has not been decided, but much love to you.
I
All right?
guess it has been. Thank you so much. The contract is in the mail. I love you.
All right, later, brother.
All right, bye.
All right. This guy want drama stuff. What up, Dunk?
Yo, what's good? Can you hear me?
What's up, King?
Yo.
Oh,
First, long time, first time. First of all, I just want to thank.
wait, this is your first time
you
calling
and
in?
Judge Cito. Yeah.
Oh,
But I just want to thank you and Judge Cito for my crimsoning in the piss court. I really appreciate that. So
no
Judge
problem.
Cito, I just wanted to thank you if
Oh.
you're listening in. And second, I was wondering if, and I won't take longer than 15 minutes. I'm setting a timer for myself. Do you want to Is it not too late to talk about Ethan drama slop?
No, it's not, and never too late if you have a disagreement.
Yeah, I guess my first so my general disposition and biases is I'm a Destiny fan. I don't like these people, these, whatever. All the people you would expect, I don't like them that much. Something I think we can both agree on is that Ethan's complaints in regards to how if these people involved did they commit copyright infringement,
Mhm.
right? Like the actual case is meritorious and these
Yes.
people did, right?
Yeah, I think it did. Yeah.
Separate thing was Ethan's complaint, the content in it was it totally insane and totally extraneous and
Just the extraneous stuff,
stupid? Totally, yeah.
the copyright analysis, I don't think
Mhm.
is like so
Yeah.
horrible.
But I just want to be clear that I think his complaint was really fucking stupid.
Yeah, just
Right,
just
including
all the
pictures of
all the
Adolf Hitler
extraneous.
and
Yeah.
Nasrallah and yeah. I guess what I'm wondering about is when you're asking, do you think Ethan Morley should not have
Mhm.
made these lawsuits?
Yes. That's a
Okay.
change in my perspective from start. But yes, given his motivations, yes. Ethically.
Okay. And I guess I feel like to me as someone who's not a lawyer is I'm thinking about okay, like if a case is meritorious, is it like personally I think it's legally permissible or sorry morally permissible, but I don't think it's really I don't really hold moral weight towards if he should or should not have done it. I'm just wondering why
Why?
do you think he morally should not have?
Oh,
Why
okay.
is it bad that he did?
Yeah, so I don't think that mere legal validity of a claim
Mhm.
is enough to know that it's A, good, B, neutral, or C, bad. My stance on lawsuits don't just ground down into their legality. You ask me, why do I think it's bad? I think it's bad because in the actual case, despite its legal validity and strength,
Mhm.
he has a set of predominating improper purposes in bringing the lawsuits, by which I mean purposes that are not barely traced to the copyright statute and the
Mhm.
motivations behind it, and the absence of any, in my view, proper purpose, by which I mean tailored to what the copyright statute is meant to protect.
Mhm.
And because there is no, again, I'm using the same word, predominating social interest or moral culpability in the actors being sued regarding certain matters, I think that it's therefore bad. And that analysis deals with motivations
Mhm.
in bringing the lawsuit. And I think you can ask me a bunch of questions, but I think the first thing
Mhm.
we should agree on is that the legal validity of a case does not determine whether it's ethical to bring. Right? Like there could be a law. I'll just trivially give you an example
Mhm.
that is an immoral law. For
Mhm.
example, the Fugitive Slave Act. It was legally valid
Mhm.
and meritorious for someone to sue to bring a slave back into their possession. Notwithstanding that, I think most of us say, despite its legal validity, even though it's allowed and the specific
Mhm.
purpose is there, it would be wrong to bring them back. So it can't be the case that legal validity, even in the context of the United States, even in the modern context, is sufficient in a civil case or a criminal case or whatever other case you want to say for us
Mhm.
to be neutral, good, or bad as to it. There's something else.
Could
And
I cut in?
I think you should. Yeah, I think you should deal with
Mhm.
that and either agree with that position, disagree
Yeah.
with it.
I guess in regards to the Fugitive Slave Act, though, the reason why it would be bad, to enforce the Fugitive Slave Act or cause or want the state to enforce it, first of all, is that right? That's a criminal law, right? That's not part of civil law.
No, you could bring a civil action
Okay.
to bring your slave back into your possession. So no, it's
Okay.
not
Yes.
necessarily
Yep. Yep.
criminal. But again,
Yep. I can
even
believe that.
there, I don't like. I understand that introducing criminal law into it introduces additional sets of concerns.
Okay. No, I was
Um,
just wondering. Yeah.
yeah,
Let's say that didn't matter. I guess the primary reason why that we would say that it's not right for somebody to do this in regards to the Fugitive Slave Act is because we don't think the Fugitive Slave Act should be enforced.
at
Period.
all, right?
Right.
Right. So, but that's
Do
just the
you
proof.
hold it?
No,
And I'm wondering, do
I
you hold
agree
that
with
same thing
that.
with the?
No, I don't hold it with the cover. But that's just to show that that's just to accept the
Mhm.
basic proposition, which is
Yeah.
mere legal validity isn't sufficient for us to agree with
Mhm.
a lawsuit. And I think you just
I
agreed to that, right?
I agree with that, but I think when I say like,
Okay.
when something is, was the complaint meritorious, we're assuming that like, this type of law or whatever is right to be enforced in general.
We can talk about that for sure, and I will address specifically copyright. But that
Mhm.
the only reason I say that is because people will say, "Well, if it's legal, who cares?" You don't agree
Mhm.
with that,
Yeah, I guess not.
okay?
But the thing is though is when in this present,
Mhm.
in the common day, right? We don't really assume that laws right now, are as bad as let's say the Fugitive Slave Act,
No,
right? So
I
there's only
agree
like
that
yeah, yeah.
the reason I use these kinds of examples aren't to be bad faith. I use
Mhm.
these kinds of
I agree. I
extreme
agree.
examples to try to just get clarity and
Hmm.
to make sure that we agree with a base set of
Yeah.
beliefs, right? Because there are people who will say things like, if it's legal, I don't care. And we just know that that's not true. And
Yeah, I
now
agree
we
with
can
that.
just move on and we can apply it to the
Hmm.
modern
Yeah.
day with laws where, in some cases, it is justified to bring.
Mhm.
Well,
But
let
I
me get,
just want to
yeah.
clarify, just for clarity, that like the reason why you would go against, you would say it's not right for Ethan to bring his lawsuits. It's not for the same reason as you would prescribe to somebody enforcing the Fugitive Slave Act. It's a
No,
different reason. Okay.
it's a different set of reasons because I don't have that level of like um ethical problem with copyright that I do with the fugitive
Mhm.
slave law. In
Yeah,
fact,
because
I
there are
agree
some
with
people that
copyright.
do, and there are
Yes,
some people that do, and they say,
yes.
this lawsuit is bullshit
No, but
because
you would have to
copyright
deal with those
infringement is
people, right?
bullshit.
So if someone
Mhm.
says it's unethical to bring because copyright is bullshit, you might disagree with that, but you'd have to deal with the
Mhm.
argument, right?
Right. But
Because if you granted
I'm
that
talking to
it
you. I
right.
want to talk to you about it, not to
No,
them.
I know, Dunk, but the reason I say this is just to establish a base, right? The only
Okay.
reason I start there is to be like, just to get it out of the way,
Mhm.
like, we should care about lawsuits, ethics, beyond just whether they're legal.
Yes,
And
I agree.
okay, cool. And so now we can move on and get to the more applied
Mhm.
case. So
Mhm.
here's how that's different from the Ethan case.
Mhm.
I fundamentally agree with protecting copyright. Now, personally, I would protect copyright probably less than the copyright statute allows for. I would be more
Mhm.
forgiving. I would let the term expire probably 5 to 10 years, 10, 15 years. I think Dusty and I probably agree with that, to be honest. He's skeptical as well about that. But in general, we agree with IP, and I agree that kind of content that Ethan was doing should be protected, right?
Mhm.
So I agree with the law existing in some form, and this form I think is a
Mhm.
reasonable capacity. I agree with the institution that brought up about the law, so I agree that like the law has both procedural legitimacy and it's a good idea. And I even agree that Ethan's works should be protected, even in this case. All right, and so that's very different from the fugitive slave law case, right? And so you're
Mhm.
asking now, in virtue of what can I be against it? Well, I'm not relying on my just base disagreement with the law to justify my lack of agreement with these particular
Mhm.
lawsuits. It's a different set of considerations. And the only reason I brought up the fugitive slave law was to establish that baseline. Okay, here's my point. I think that it is, in general, I'm going to be against enforcement of a law in a specific context
Mhm.
if what I think what's motivating the bringing of that lawsuit is unconnected to the purposes for which the law was enacted.
Mhm.
And if there is improper purposes, I take to be improper purposes, and for which there is no overriding social reason to deviate. So I'll give
Mhm.
you some examples. I might be in favor of a copyright infringement case against Donald Trump, even though no one cares about the infringement, just because Trump is such a bad person, right? I might consider it to be justified. Likewise, like the tax case of um, the what's this guy, Al Capone, right?
Mhm.
There are certain people who just as people, they're such destructive forces that this is me trying to be reasonable and be like, no, I'll accept if someone is so horrible that
Mhm.
they're like doing incredible damage societally. People have different thresholds for that. I will support like all kinds of legally allowable things against that person. Here's another example.
Mhm.
If there's like a specific impact litigation reason bringing a lawsuit that's motivated by improper purposes. Okay, the reason he's bringing the lawsuit is something improper, but there's just like a predominating impact litigation reason to agree with the lawsuit. It's going to obviate my concerns with the purposes. But absent those kinds of like social reasons related to someone's moral culpability, they're so destructive as a person, or some predominating social interest, I'm in general going to be against it. And I want to know
Okay.
if you agree with that structure that I laid out.
I guess I think it's definitely a lot to think about. First of all, let's go into what are Ethan's purposes. So first of all, his purported reason, he says it in his video.
Can I
is
pause
that
real
he
quick?
wants to-
So
yeah.
the reason why I'm objecting right now
Okay.
is because we're applying circumstances before we've agreed on a test.
Okay.
And so
Yeah.
if I don't have buy-in with you on the test to apply,
No, you're right. You're
know?
right. Could you ask the question again?
Yeah,
Just,
so
slightly shorter.
the structure that I laid out is, if what's motivating an otherwise legal lawsuit is a set of improper purposes, no proper purposes, and we can get into what those are, and there is no prevailing or justifying social reason, by which we mean some set of impact litigation goals, some set of like moral culpability goals to get after a particular person because they're really being so negative to society, then in general we're against the lawsuit, notwithstanding its legal validity. Is that a rule that you're willing to accept, or as a general rule that you're going to go by? And this would be in the context of, by the way, it would apply more than just copyright. A lease dispute, you probably agree with like a landlord's right to go after their tenant for arrears in rent and for their deficit and not having paid the rent. Notwithstanding that, if you were given a situation in which you knew that the landlord didn't care about the money, was going to burn the money, just wanted to cause their tenant to suffer because they just wanted to see them suffer, and their tenant is just like a normal dude, there's no social reason to do it, there's plenty of like rent dispute cases, this isn't going to impact litigation, I think you'd be against that. I think you would be against it on the grounds that the motivation isn't for preventing future arrears. It's not for the purpose of recovering money. This person explicitly wants to continue the tenancy, wants to burn the money. I think you would be against that lawsuit. And I think it would be because the motivations aren't proper.
Let's say, I think largely I agree with you, but I think part of it though is that it depends on the egregious behavior, what the behavior of the other person on the side was doing. So like, for example, if that person, let's say they, didn't pay rent for a month, and then, somehow the landlord is able to sue them into the ground, then burns the money, in front of their kids or whatever, be like, yeah, that's bad. But that's because of the behavior of the other guy, of not paying for a month. That's not really, that bad compared to the malicious motivation.
Right, but we're not comparing, right? Because
if it was, yes, sir.
The question isn't who's more culpable or who's more causally related to it. The question isn't as between them who has more fault for the lawsuit. The question is simply, and I think only, is the lawsuit justified? So you can put a bad actor there who's like really just like not paying rent, even though he could pay rent. But he's not really a social blight or anything. He's just a lazy, selfish person. But the landlord just doesn't care about it. He likes that this is happening and just wants to see him suffer and is trying to cause him to like harm himself or something. Notwithstanding the fact that a harm is happening, if this person is not a social blight, like I could understand if he's renting a bunch of properties, you could agree with it. Be like, listen, I don't care about this guy's motivations, but like, let's be honest, this guy's all over town doing these relationships. And so in this case, right, then you get into more of the Al Capone situation. But in the one-on-one case where he's really not having an impact on the market, this is not going to have a deterrent effect overall. This is really just one tenant, one landlord, and the landlord just has all these evil motivations. It's that situation, right? It's a situation in which you're not really comparing levels of culpability. You're just asking the question whether or not the lawsuit is.
I see. I think I would need to think about that right now. Like my gut answer is yes, I agree with you. But I feel like there are cases though, if for example, if a tenant is lazy enough, is malicious, are not malicious, but let's say they're not making their payments in such a way that, let's say, it pisses off the landlord in such a way that they feel that they need to do that. At some degree, like I would be like, okay, like yeah, the landlord's not doing this for a good reason, but the other tenant is so bad.
No, but like
I don't really care.
But like, imagine, I don't think you're really
Mhm.
just pricing in the type of landlord I'm talking about. And again, I've not yet made the comparison to Ethan, and you can fight me definitely in the application. But just imagine a landlord who wants this infringement to continue. They want. They're not upset about the landlord infringing on their lease. They're happy about it, and they just want to sue to cause misery.
I see
Like,
what
this
you're
is
saying.
someone who's perfectly, again, I'm not saying this is Ethan,
Mhm.
but just this is a hypothetical to show the case in which you really have the motivation where yes, he is indisputably and flagrantly not paying rent, but the motivation behind the person bringing the lawsuit, regardless if you think, okay, you brought it on yourself, is the person with that motivation.
So
Is that
yeah,
gonna bring?
can I ask a question?
Yes.
So like for example, in the landlord's case, is it the case that they don't want the person to pay rent, or that they want to sue the other person for not paying rent? Because let's say in the case that somehow the tenant is able to not pay rent in a way that would make them, civilly legally not able to be sued. The landlord wouldn't want that because now he can't sue the person and
Right. So
he's
it's,
not getting his rent.
yeah, yeah. So he wants the tenant to keep breaching their lease because he wants
Hmm.
to add things to the lawsuit.
Right.
And every time he
But as
doesn't
long
pay,
as long as it furthers the lawsuit. Okay.
right, right. So every time
Mhm.
the tenant doesn't pay rent, he amends the complaint, or he incorporates a new filing that will
Mhm.
adjust the total arrears by X amount, and he adds like prejudgment interest, and he adds like all the different, like, whatever the
Mhm.
stipulations are of the lease of how arrears are going to be handled. And
And
yeah, so
he makes it hard for the tenant not to pay rent, or for the tenant to pay rent.
uh,
Let's say.
yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah, okay, sure, yeah,
Okay, yeah,
that
I
to it.
can agree with that.
So in that case, right, notwithstanding the clear,
Mhm.
right, the clear, obvious liability, and look, this tenant is being lazy, selfish, badly
Mhm.
motivated. You can imagine a ton of situations where you'd be like, of course we're cool with the landlord suing. Now, the lefties won't because they're fucking out there, right? But you can imagine a ton of situations in which you would, like, yeah, no shit. Like, we live in a capitalist society, and the landlord should be able to sue for possession or sue for arrears and start garnishing these people's wages. But like, imagine you have this landlord just come up, like, I don't even care about this. I think this is
Mhm.
funny. I think this is gonna. I like to watch them suffer.
Mhm.
You're gonna
And
be
this would
like,
be in like
no,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. And
Mhm.
he's like, and you know what I'm gonna do with the money? I'm just gonna burn it.
Mhm.
You'd be like, no, why are you doing this? It's wrong.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Mhm. Okay, so that's the straw man. That's the crazy case, and it's just
Mhm.
this. It's just to set the kind of framework, which is, in general, you want people to, when they're going to the legal system, absent a predominating other societal interest,
Mhm.
to come to the different causes of action, motivated by animating spirits of legal principles that they're invoking. They actually care about these disputes for the reasons that matter and that are relevant.
Mhm.
You don't want people uh, to use a legal system when they don't care about the underlying infringement. They don't care about the disposition there, absent, like I said, some overriding social concern for which it's justified. It would be like, well, why do we want the court used in this fashion? When there's not actually there's no problem with rent. The landlord isn't being hurt here because he doesn't care about money. We don't want to waste our resources on this. And this is like, you're using the court's resources, you're using all of our times for a bad motive, and there's
Mhm.
no
Yeah,
overriding
I
interest. Right.
in this situation that you're saying where it's, this is obviously the worst possible situation. Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay. So now that's the framework, that's the structure. And it happens like all the time that people will look to the motivations of lawsuits, right?
Mhm.
And it's not just in the criminal context that this happens, but Trump's lawsuits that he's bringing, he might even have some
Mhm.
winning reasons why he's doing it. But if we detect that the reason he's suing these schools um, is for the like let's just say for the sake of whatever. Remember the case in which people said Trump was a rapist? They said that.
Mhm. Yeah, that he was convicted of rape.
Yeah, yeah, something like that, right? And it's like not a true
I believe
statement, right?
he
Because it
filed
was,
for defamation, right?
yes, right. Now,
Mhm.
if we thought that Trump was actually motivated, that he wanted to discourage people
Mhm.
from claiming that he was, it wasn't a conviction, it was a civil judgment
Mhm.
regarding. Now, as a consequence of that civil judgment, kind of more colloquial definition of sexual assault / rape includes digital penetration, which is like the facts of what happened.
So to be clear, I'm going to disagree with you on this instance
Okay.
because I don't think what they did was defamation. Right? I don't think Trump's lawsuit of defamation is meritorious.
Okay.
So that's why I think that was morally wrong.
Okay. So let's take another case in which, okay, Trump is bringing a legal action. It's going to be hypothetical against some school, and he's doing so because claims the school is in violation of some title of the, I don't know, the Higher Education Act, or let's say that there actually are some violations of some kind of anti-discrimination framework as relates some kind of Jewish student, right? And they didn't protect them sufficiently under the law, and Trump is suing to try to remove the funds they'd already dispersed or something. This is a hypothetical, right? And there is let's suppose a cause of action there that they can, if they wanted to, and let's say he's entitled to take away the money from the university. But we just know that what Trump is doing is he's applying it selectively against the universities that haven't come to an agreement with him, right? So let's say for whatever, there's like a technical violation of these frameworks by all these schools, and it entitles him to receive, return money. But he's just doing this to go after the school as a pretext, to go after the schools that haven't signed on to an agreement with him. I think you'd be against that lawsuit. Now, different implications, right? Because he's the president right now, right? Or technically the president, according to.
Yeah, but the purpose is for the purpose of demonstrating, that greater point of, it's morally wrong to sue somebody if you don't really care about the merits, or
he doesn't really care about that.
Why.
What he cares about is
and I
silencing
agree.
these schools for their because they didn't sign onto the agreement in the hypothetical I presented.
I agree.
And
I agree.
Similar things, by the way, for like as between two private parties. So don't just think that I'm just doing government examples to try to like hoodwink something.
I don't think you're hoodwinking.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
The only reason why I'm going quick is just because
you're granting it. Yeah, I get you. Think about like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing. If we thought that Johnny Depp
I think that was total bullshit. By the way, I think Johnny Depp is I think he's a bad hombre. I think Amber Heard might be a bad hombre, but
I think that people have a misunderstanding of the case. But like, suppose that we knew that the only reason that Johnny Depp was doing this was to continue a pattern of abuse. He didn't actually care about the defamation. Like, just suppose you knew those facts, and what he wanted to do was exert financial control over this person to put them in a abusive cycle. And again, this is a hypothetical. I'm not saying that I can read into Johnny. We would say that lawsuit was wrong. Even if there's a technical defamation that Amber Heard did when she said whatever to the reporter, if the goal of the lawsuit solely, not to recover damages, not to, his good name, but we knew the motivation of Depp, and this was to put her into a cycle of abuse and exert control over her and to try to get her to be back into his cycle. If we knew that motivation, we would be against the lawsuit. I think we would.
So here's my answer. My answer is yes. However, there is going to be some kind of balancing behind. Let's say that the apologies that the lie that Amber Heard made or whatever for defamation. Let's say it wasn't really that bad. That people did that. As the common person would look at it and be like, yeah, that's not that bad. Then we would say Johnny Depp, you're in the wrong. But now let's say it was
really bad.
It was really bad.
Yeah.
And let's say Johnny Depp was still suing her, not for the improper reasons that you're citing,
but the proper ones.
I think
he wants money.
No. Let's say he just wanted to see Amber Heard burn. But let's say she actually did make some sort of defamation that the normal person would see and be like, yeah, this is really, really bad defamation. Even in spite of Johnny Depp not really caring about it, people will probably say like, yeah, this behavior should be punished.
Right. So the concern is like predominating deterrence rationale related to the infringement, right?
I would
related to the defamation.
I would argue that exists.
Okay, so we can talk about it in the Ethan case, but in the situation you provided,
yes. Okay, I understand.
You're saying there's a predominating interest related to the legal claim, not unrelated to, right? So
I would agree.
Because I think it would be different if they're like, well, Amber Heard, she just like really sucks. She's
Yeah, I didn't
going
like
around
I
like
didn't like Aquaman 2 or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And they can be honest about that, right? Or that Amber Heard in a separate case claimed Me Too, but it was like in a different
Mhm.
case, right?
Yeah.
And then I think like, okay, at a certain level of like, I don't know, fake Me Too. Again, I'm not assuming facts about what actually happened, but like,
Mhm.
if there were a person who were really going around doing the fake Me Too's everywhere, I think at a certain level, this is like why I keep saying like social blight. If you're going around being a menace with related to other stuff, Al Capone style esque, right? We can get there, right? But we want to see a
I don't
proximity.
wanna
Yeah.
use Al Capone as an example just because I'm not familiar with all the,
Oh,
you know,
like
all the legal
he was
stuff
like a
involved.
mafia guy, right? And they got
I
him
know
on.
who he is, I know what they got him
Okay.
on, but it's like but that involves, like, criminal stuff that, like, you know, I don't know if it's, applicable here.
What I'm trying to characterize there is not the nature of criminal and civil.
Mhm.
I think basically, um, run this analysis whether it's criminal or civil. But if it's fine,
Mhm.
but fine. If you don't want to do it, that's cool. Someone is just going around breaching contracts and doing civil violations, like to contracts, or
Mhm.
someone is going around and just like causing a bunch of damage in turn. Let's say this person is just like a persistent
Mhm.
infringer, valuing like for the purposes that people care about, right? That people actually care
Mhm.
about. That is causing all manner of economic harm that is actually concerning to people from the perspective of the harm that's being caused, right?
Mhm.
Then I think, okay, more justified because we really need to clamp down on this level of infringement. Problem is going to be when we apply it, no one cares about that, and that's not why they're doing it, right? They don't care to deter it because they don't want to set up, and certainly Ethan
Mhm.
doesn't want to. And so I can, if someone takes the position
Mhm.
like we really care about copyright, we just really need to protect it, then I'm going to be like, okay, so and you think this is going to help, and they just take the position where like, well, any additional copyright infringement, that's going to be
Mhm.
so important. But the problem is, I think these people would be deluded because kind of enforcement that's happening here is not going to affect anything. So anyone who
Mhm.
takes that position is just like, I think, deluded about the state of infringement and what's going on here. But anyway, okay, we've laid out frameworks, structure. I think I have buy-in on at least how some of that works, and I think it's time to apply it. Okay,
Mhm.
I basically think that the copyright statute, that there are a bunch of proper purposes that include um, stopping a particular infringement,
Mhm.
preventing future infringement, indicating artistic interest in maintaining the integrity of one's work,
Mhm.
recovering damages, um, making sure that there's a consistent licensing scheme.
Mhm.
Basically, all the reasons related to the utilitarian ends of copyright. Copyright is one of those things that in the Constitution, the specific basis is utilitarian. It's to promote the progress of the sciences and the useful arts. That is the utilitarian ends of copyright, and that's sort of been understood in our statute. And so, if I felt, let me give you
Mhm.
that Ethan really cared about recovering damages for the
Mhm.
purposes of money,
Yeah.
I would not take the stance I do about the lawsuit being
What if there was some greater social blight in, what, the people sued were engaged in? If
it
that existed,
right.
would you
It would
agree?
need to reach, with respect to non-infringement conduct,
Mhm.
it would need to reach a certain threshold of damage or moral
Mhm.
culpability for me to be okay with this.
Okay.
And it would need to reach some level of significance such that I would and it would need to ground out into not just things that I want to protect in the context of like speech.
Yeah.
So you need to cross a threshold of misconduct, and that
Mhm.
misconduct can itself be something that I think should be protected and not touched, and
Mhm.
it can't be things that are untailored to the specific culpable acts that for which
Okay.
they deserve the thing. And so
Yeah.
that, but
To
if
be
you showed
clear,
me, so let me give you some
yeah.
examples. If you showed me that Denims specifically
Mhm.
was attempting to cause the CPS call to occur,
To be clear,
yeah,
I'm not gonna talk about the CPS call, I'm
okay,
not gonna talk about whatever stuff with dogs. I think all of that stuff, if that motivates Ethan to make that complaint, it's definitely a motivating factor. But I don't think that's relevant in regards to the lawsuit. And I don't think it's relevant in regards to the social blight.
So talk me through the
yeah.
So these are the collateral issues related to culpability that would justify
Mhm.
a lawsuit that's not premised on proper purposes. So go.
So I guess the first thing I would ask is are you aware that are you aware of the existence of the H3 Snark subreddit?
I'm aware of
they
the
go by many
yes.
names, but there is, yeah.
I'm aware of that.
Are you aware that in their subreddits they post links to something called YEWTube?
I don't know what that is.
It's basically a website where you can watch YouTube videos without financially supporting the creator of that YouTube video. So let's say could you grant because I don't have anything to show you, I apologize, but could you grant that this H3 Stark subreddit, whenever there's a new Ethan live stream or whatever, that they will share these YouTube links, YWTube, or some other type of file sharing that ensure that if you watch it on that link, you don't support Ethan financially?
Yes, I think that probably exists.
Okay. And do you can we grant that Ethan has tried to get the subreddit there's been multiple subreddits, but let's say the collective, he's been trying to get the collective H3 Snark subreddit I guess this type of content chilled. He's been appealing to Reddit to basically try to get these threads taken down.
Which threads? The threads linking threads
Yes.
linking these. So do I accept that Ethan has tried to get the Reddit specifically
He's
take down
said
these
it
threads?
He's said it in previous
Yes, I
streams.
will.
And he
I
said
will
that
accept that.
basically-
Yep.
Okay. Are you aware that I'm sorry, I'm saying are you aware?
No. Keep going. I like it. That's fine.
I guess do you think that these people, Casey Tron, let's say the three people named, right? Casey Tron, Frogan, Denims, they were in contact with this H3 Snark subreddit in regards to organizing their watch party?
Possible.
Mhm.
By contact, you mean back and
yeah.
forth, or just one side reaching out and not being responded to?
Let's say even if it was one side and it wasn't being responded to, let's say there was this hidden undercurrent of they both knew, they were both in contact with each other.
So you're saying assume that they knew
Yeah.
that these things existed.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. I'm assuming it.
And then let's assume that they collaborated, that basically this H3 Snark subreddit that was previously engaged in depriving Ethan of money through these YouTube links, if they posted in collaboration with these streamers, if they posted their links to their subreddit so that people who didn't like Ethan could watch them.
Okay, I assume they did that.
I guess, do you feel like that's enough of a social blight that would
No.
make this? Okay.
Because that's basically ad block. That's basically just grounding out into the intentional siphoning rationale. And I was assuming that they were doing that already. And Ethan himself states that money is not the reason for the lawsuits. And given that he disclaims that money is the reason for the lawsuits, and that he's not doing this for money, shouldn't we accept that representation? If we're accepting his representation that he's trying to take these threads down?
Yeah, I don't think it's about he said it's not about the money. It's about I need to relook at his complaint, because frankly what I'm going to get from him, without I'm not going to take what he says in that one announcement YouTube video. I'm not going to take that as what's true. I would take what's in the complaint as true, because that's what he's going with in court.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you're discounting the stated rationale in the video because it's not in the complaint?
Yeah, when he says, for example, I want to protect the React community by, and I'm not, seeking, what's it called?
I'm not doing this for money.
Sorry.
He says, I'm not doing this for money.
I'm not doing this for money. I'm not doing this for to set a precedent that shows React community. I want to protect the React community. I think that's bullshit. I think when he says that, I don't really.
Okay, so the reason why I say I don't believe it is because I just don't believe that he's doing this for money. I think it's probably costing him a lot of money to file these lawsuits. I don't think that they're very valuable lawsuits. I don't think that Casey Tron is giving him a ton of money. He's probably down overall on the lawsuits that and so I don't think that he's doing this for money, because I don't think he's getting any money. And so therefore I don't think that I just want to stress, and whatever money is being lost by the fucking these Reddit threads, it's trivial. It's trivial.
I agree, but do you think that he could feel personally aggrieved by them?
Oh, sure, but I'm just saying it's not money.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, he probably makes a shit ton of money.
Wait, do you agree with me? Yes. I mean, maybe the video itself.
Yeah, I agree. He's not doing.
Okay, but the lawsuits
I agree
themselves are not
he's
for
not
money.
doing it for the money. Mhm. Yeah. If it's not in the complaint, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna keep that as a reason. Um, I guess like my opinion is that this social blight um
Yeah, but no one
of
cares about it, right? Because everyone uses the ad
copyrighted.
block.
Well, I care about no, but that's not the
Everyone
same as ad block,
pirates, and no
right?
one gives a fuck.
No,
Everyone wants to
that's
share
not the same as
passwords and
pirating though. This is an intentional,
no, man.
copyright infringement campaign.
Wait. So when Destiny does
Yeah.
when the Destiny community does the watching of the movies, the movie streams,
Mhm. Yeah.
that a social blight?
Honestly, like I think that like those like
I'll ask you
there's
differently.
YouTube
Do
channels.
people consider it a social blight when that happens?
No, I don't think other people. I don't think the average person does.
And,
But
and
I
do
think
they
a part
consider
of
the
the
ad block a social
Mhm.
blight, or if you watch it, in
No,
such
I
that
use that
yeah.
block myself. But here's the thing is, when I assume when he does these movie watching streams, right? Let's say he's watching I'm thinking of ending things, right? The Charlie Kaufman movie, right? He's not saying to his chat, um, hey guys, I want to make sure Charlie Kaufman doesn't get money from watching this, from you watching this. So let's watch it together, right? He doesn't say this.
No, but he knows it's a necessary consequence of what's going on. So what's the social
Mhm.
blight? Is the social blight the loss of revenue for the rights holders? What's the social blight?
I think the social blight comes from, I guess, the personal aggrievement of this of a dedicated copyright infringement campaign
That's
against the
too
person.
specific. What you're saying is the blight is defined in terms of the specific fact pattern we have here, and it relates
Yeah.
to copyright infringement only when there is a stated rationale, not when someone who
Mhm.
knows that what they're doing is siphoning, but nonetheless does it anyway. And it just seems like an ad hoc thing. Like, why would that
I
kind
don't
of
think
blight be like
Mhm.
considered worse than the one where where it affects more people and they know that it's reducing revenues
Well,
from these
let's say,
places?
yeah, let's say, but like here's the thing, right? Like let's say in this hypothetical in regards to like Destiny movie stuff, right?
Hmm?
That Destiny said, first of all, I think there's a little difference between rebroadcasting a movie and broadcasting something while it's live, but that doesn't matter.
For infringement purposes, I mean, you are
For infringement
violating
purposes,
one of the
no, for
exclusive
social blight,
rights.
for social blight stuff. But let's pretend that's not the case. Um, I think though that let's say Charlie Kaufman, let's say he saw these and he says like, I'm really pissed off, and they are stealing money from me, and even though it's not that much money, I'm really pissed off they're stealing money from me. And let's say then he went
Yeah,
and
if he actually
you know
cared about it, I would
sued.
be okay with it.
Mhm.
I don't think that he cares. He doesn't care about the infringement.
I think Ethan does care that these people are infringing in this specific way.
Then why would he?
Because-
Why would he try to? First of all, why would he try to make it happen then? He was happy when. No, do you
Did he-
agree that
Yeah,
when
well,
when he
okay.
saw the reactions where they
Mhm.
say, if you enjoyed not giving them a view, like the
Mhm.
stream, was he happy or unhappy?
But oh yeah, he was happy. But to be clear,
Yeah.
right? He's not. I don't think he's happy that they infringe in this specific way.
No, he is. He
Um,
said he was like, how do
sorry,
we get them
sorry,
to
I apologize. He wasn't trying to make it happen that they infringed in this specific way. He didn't. He wasn't in
right? So
contact
more
with
of a
HG
reason why we
Smart.
shouldn't say that that's his motivation for bringing the lawsuits, because he was planning some set of lawsuits before he could have known that would have happened. And so I understand that there it's logically possible his motivation to have
Logically possible,
changed.
probable.
No,
Sorry, I
here
apologize.
here I just mean merely possible. It is merely possible that his motivation changed from the time he set the trap to when he actually sued, such that before he was going after to sue people, and then he made a principled. But I think that that's such a small, remote possibility that his. I think he was going to sue people for infringement, and I don't think that it's plausible that he had
But why
this
do you think
entire shift in personality.
why do you
and
think he
ideology.
sued these people in particular, though? These three people.
Yeah, because they're part of communities that are critical of him and from which he suspects genuine harassment occurred from.
And they were part of this specific campaign, right?
Which campaign?
The campaign that I talked about with the H3 Snark and basically them being in communication with each
Oh,
other.
the infringement campaign?
Yes.
Well,
They
I don't
were part
think.
of the-
Wait, no,
Yeah.
I don't think he knew that. They're part
You
of
don't
an
think he knew
infringement
that?
campaign. Well, no, because we
You
still
don't
don't
think
know
he
it,
knew
right? Do we think we know? Do we know that they're part of an infringement campaign any more than Asmongold or XQC just by watching it? What? Because someone in one time in Discovery sent something that wasn't responded to Denims?
Well, I thought we were assuming they were, right?
Well,
I asked, could you
assuming that, okay,
Mhm.
assuming they knew about it, how do we know that Ethan knows about it? That's not there, right?
Mhm.
Now you're
But let's
asking me to
say
onboard another
let's say
assumption, which is
well,
assume Ethan knows that they
Mhm.
know.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, let's say Ethan thinks that, you know, that this is the case.
Well, I don't think he has a reasonable basis to think it.
You don't think that?
No.
For example, when, the H3 Strong subreddit, right, on that particular, you know, I guess announcement or post or whatever, right? They have links to these people's streams.
Yeah, but the plan to sue occurred before this was released.
Yeah, but yeah, I agree with that. But he's not suing, this Millhouse guy. He's not suing these other people, right? He's not suing
No, I get that. No,
Hassan
he
because
he
he didn't
came up
react to it,
he
but
he
he's
came up
suing.
with some
Yeah, yeah.
pretext. Although I will note he
Mhm.
threatened to sue someone who didn't have this statement. To be clear,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. He threatened
So
to
so
sue. Well,
and then
I
he's
think
like,
he
"Oh
threatened
wait,
to
I take it
sue.
back. I take it back. I take it back." So this is not the conduct of
Okay.
someone who is providing a consistent through line. I think that to make us more doubtful his positions overall. But he clearly, regardless of whether he sued, once he made the pretext, I'm sue. At the time he set the trap, he planned to sue people, right? He formed a plan to sue people at a time
Mhm.
before these specific comments were known, right?
I don't think he had specific people in mind to sue, right?
No,
When he's Mhm.
you don't. Who do you think it was? Who was he setting the trap for?
He was setting the trap for a group of people, but he only
Who?
specified, right? He said the people I've named, um, the people that
Non XQC,
no, no,
right?
no, 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 the people that he thought were engaged in this harassment. The
Right,
people that he
right,
thought were engaged in this
but
campaign.
that's different than the
Because
infringement stuff.
Mhm,
Because the infringement stuff that's not going to help you
mhm.
because XQC engages in this kind of stuff.
But no, I'm talking about this campaign specifically. In timeline wise, I believe.
Right, but
Let's
the thing
assume
that
I'm
makes
right.
sense though, Dunk, is not. Let's assume I'm right. I know I cut you off, so I'm just. Um, you don't want to base it on the infringement itself because that's going to be true. I'm going to make a comparison to
Mhm,
XQC. You're going to want to base it on the snark communities, what they do to Ethan, their comments, alleged harassment. That's the stuff, right? That's the stuff that distinguishes XQC, Aspen, all that, those people.
mhm,
Unless you're willing to say, like, he was considering suing Ethan, or sorry, XQC at the time that he set the trap, which of course he wasn't. I think you agree.
mhm.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to just pick up people um who are infringing on his copyright, even flagrantly so. He was
Mhm,
trying to get a more specific group of people. And
mhm.
yes, it's people with some amount of connection to the snark communities, but it's not in virtue of their infringement, it's virtue of other stuff. And the reason why people have that intuition, and just keep in mind, none of this is in the video. And so that's another reason we should doubt we're inventing rationales for which it would be justified for Ethan to do this, right? It's not what's actually stated. But once you accept that the infringement isn't the basis of targeting, it's a pretext and it's a tool by which to achieve your end,
Mhm.
everything makes sense. And when you talk to people about this, they don't talk about the infringement as the blight. They talk about as the blight is the snarker activities, attacks on his family.
Yeah, to be clear, I'm not those people.
Okay. So you're characterizing the blight as this kind of persistent infringement activity, but that persistent infringement activity is present among the people who Ethan himself identified in his video, or the big streamers who keep the same thumbnail and just
Mhm.
basically do nothing. And that includes Hassan, it includes XQC, it includes
Well,
Asmongold.
I would argue that's different, and I apologize. I have to go soon just because it's
Oh yeah.
late and there's other people I live with, so
Oh
I
yeah, sure.
apologize. But I think the issue though is in regards to the specific H3 Snark campaign that these people were a part of, that we are assuming that they're a part of. That's the issue, and I believe that those people had made communication before that video released in regards to the setting the trap. So
Okay, so
that's the issue.
if that's the reason, here's the question I think answer. Why didn't he say that?
hmm Well, I would argue he is suing Reddit, right? He is suing.
He's not suing Reddit.
He's suing the particular Redditors. My
Yeah.
apologies.
But
Mhm.
if that was the motivation for the trap, why didn't he state it?
Do you state it in the complaint or
Yeah.
in
Well,
the
no.
video?
In the video. Why didn't he state that in the video?
Oh, in the video, it's because I think that he is generously. You could say he has panache, but I think he's sanctimonious.
Another
and that
way
he wants to look good.
it's
You can
it's
say
a-
he's
so
lying.
he's lying, right?
You can say he's lying.
But the problem is if you judge him to be lying about why he's suing
hmm
at the video in which he's justifying the lawsuit, he's trying to appeal to people.
Mhm.
If then what's the basis to believe that you're correct about
Mhm.
what is your evidence that this is actually his
Mhm.
rationale, as opposed to I think a simpler is it's related to the snark threads, not
Mhm.
the infringement shit. That's
Mhm.
tertiary. That's
I understand what you're saying. So you know what? I apologize to end this early, but
Mhm.
if I go through the complaint and I can show you stuff in regards to that, would that be satisfactory?
If you go through the complaint, show me that he makes these allegations of persistent. No, I know that in his
Or that he
complaint,
makes
yeah,
mention
no,
of
in the complaint, he's going to paint a pattern of
Mhm.
infringement from these people, including the redditors. I totally acknowledge that he'll be able to point. The question is, when he's giving the rationale in the video, the reason why
Mhm.
I stress on the video is 'cause that's the public facing rationale that he's providing everybody. And he doesn't need to look good in front of the court.
Mhm.
And even there he's public facing in some respects. But in that view, he's trying to paint this narrative. And if there's a mismatch, I'm not sure why you think that this is grounded out in a pattern of infringement, which is true of the actors that he in fact identified, XQC, Asmongold, and others. There's a pattern of infringement there too. There's an equality there as between them. Maybe these Redditors specifically asked to him have this pattern of infringement, but frankly, some of these other people, they react to his content. So I just don't understand. If you think he's lying, being sanctimonious, in your words, in the video,
Mhm.
why you're giving him the benefit of the doubt that it's just more limited
Mhm.
inquiry that's unrelated to CPS, unrelated to harassment, and merely about the pattern of infringement from these specific actors, but not the other
Mhm.
specific actors.
So if I could just have one
Yeah,
last word,
yeah.
and then I'll leave. Is what I believe he's lying about is him saying, "I'm doing this to protect the React community." I don't think he cares about that. And what I think really what he wants to do is he wants to punish these type of copyright infringement campaigns that I've outlined, as they pertain to him, and he doesn't want those to happen again.
If
Especially
he
in regards
thinks
to
that, I think he would say it though.
okay, that's fine.
Don't you think he
Okay.
would say that if his goal is
Mhm.
to deter a specific kind of copyright infringement pattern, and I think you agree that this whole thing about like analysis is like garbage. That would be a stupid line to draw because that's not the blight. The blight is rampant infringement, which there is no intentional analysis. But if that were the rationale, hyper specific kind of infringement that isn't really like an kind of implied stated malice in the context that you're bringing up, I think that he said it. I don't think he
Okay.
did.
Mhm. Well, you know what? I'll take a look, and if he did say it, that would be nice for me. If he didn't, then that's nice for you.
Okay. But
Mhm.
I appreciate it. We'll talk again soon, all right?
Yep. Have a
Enjoy
good
the
one,
night.
bro.
Yeah, later, bro.
Bye.
All right, last caller. Yo, what up, Jokel?
Yo, what's up, bro?
How you doing, bro?
Hey, sorry, my vocal voice good. I gotta move my shit around. I got like a Lego set of shit here.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, so a couple things. One, I think that everyone who's kind of arguing about this lawsuit shit, they are focusing on the wrong thing. I put a big up for post up in your subreddit
Hmm.
about and I think what everyone's sort of like trying to avoid is talking about yourself included is talking about like the justification of like vengeance as a motivation like is going after someone just to be like you got to get punished. It's what you deserve. Like I think that is I'm willing to defend that position that for that alone.
Revenge
Yeah,
for its own sake,
yes.
but
I'm willing,
not to deter. Just specifically, this is just desserts, not as a connected to any kind of deterrence or protection rationale.
correct.
I do think that that's
So
unjustified. I consider revenge or a punitive thing only to be justified in the context of deterrence, protection, either specific or general deterrence or protection. I don't recognize the legitimacy of revenge for its own sake because I think it's grounded out into like these notions of free will that don't make any sense and are incoherent to me. But you can go. Sorry.
okay. Yeah. So I guess it's depending on where we want to start, there's like two ways you can kind of go about it. Is one we could go at like the is revenge justified at all, or vengeance? What makes it justified? Because I think that seems where you're probably going to disagree the
Yes.
most.
Let's start with that. So
Sure.
I think revenge as a notion is that something ought happen because the actor who did it deserves it in some sense other than it will specifically deter the general public. It will specifically deter that. Sorry, it will generally deter the public. It will specifically deter that person, or it will protect society in some way to do this kind of enforcement. That is independent of what the instrumental effects are of that action. It just should be done in virtue of mere vengeance, and that I don't understand as logical or it doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, so I guess as far as like justifications for why is vengeance justified, or retribution, I'll say, because that's the
Yeah.
technical term, is one, there's like a very strong intuition here, and I think if you were to look at like the justification for any moral action, like why should we protect babies, why should we save the innocent, it's all gonna, no matter what, you're gonna, at some point the rubber's gotta hit the road and you gotta say it is because that's what I think is true. So I think there is some, at least a grounding for like, well, why should we suspect that vengeance is justified? And I'd say like it's pretty intuitive to most people, right? Like if someone harms you in some way, you clap back, right? So
Can I push your intuition on the following example? All right,
sure.
here's the intuition. Someone kills your entire family. Okay,
Mhm.
they've done an action for which you know certain that justified for vengeance. Find out through the reason they did it because they have tumor in their brain. Tumor in their brain led them to have bloodlust. And wouldn't you know it, there's a cure for this. Doctors go in after he's been arrested. They remove the tumor. And you have a mind control device or a mind reading device. You're able to know. And he's so remorseful. Genuinely did sense of once you excise that tumor out of his brain, he is more mortified than you of the actions, and you know for certain he's no longer posing a danger to the community. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna start again because people say that they can't hear me. Guys, you can hear me? Can you hear me? Yes or no? Testing 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna set it out again. I'm sorry to bother you if you can't hear. Okay, all right. So here is the hypothetical. All right, the hypothetical is as follows. Someone kills. Sorry, your name is Jokul. Someone kills Jokul's entire family, annihilates them, and we know for certain that it's because there was a tumor in this person's brain. And wouldn't you know, we have a cure. The doctors go into and remove the tumor, and we're able to scan his brain, and we know that this person is actually more remorseful, more upset, more sad than Jokul is about what they did. And you know also that after having removed the tumor, this person is not a threat to society. You know for certain that everyone in the world knows why he did it, and that the laws are in force. And you know that you don't need to protect, you don't need to specifically deter this person anymore because he will spend the rest of his life atoning to you specifically and talking about prevention of this kind of tumor. In that context, would it be justified to enact retribution on this person?
So the tumor is like a totally like neutral entity, like it's just something that like caused him to do it. Like
Yeah, there was
rage spores from like a virus or something like that.
Yeah, there was a growth in his head, a tumor that caused him to have bloodlust. He went to the first house to kill everyone he saw, and your family happened to be there.
Yeah, I would say no. Just retribution would not be justified in
Why?
that case.
He did have the intention while he was alive.
Mhm.
He did, in
Well,
fact, do
mostly
it.
because it's a third party, right? The tumor is like
No,
forcing you to do something.
it's not conscious. It's not an agent.
It's irrelevant, right? I mean, like for example, like let's say that like by total random happenstance you fell into a machine, which like this machine, like once a person drops into it, like it just starts killing people, and you're stuck there, and it needs your body to be there, but you're the one who's doing it.
Okay,
like, I don't know.
okay. So I'm
doesn't make sense to me.
I'm gonna change it again. So
Okay.
let's remove the tumor. The person just is a psychopath. But we have found the cure to psychopathy. We have a pill that, when administered, will cause this person to change their disposition from one of bloodlust to evil to morally virtuous pacifist, and we give him access to this medicine. He's cured of his psychopathy, and he is no longer this person. He is not a threat. There's no deterrence. Same facts. We just have the cure to evil. We give it to him, administer it. Justified?
I would say it is justified in that case, and
Why?
I'll actually flip that. I can give you an example, actually, of another counterexample. Am I allowed to talk about the leader of Germany in World War II? I don't remember
Yeah.
the stream rules and all that.
Hitler?
Yeah. Okay, so like, let's say we had caught Hitler alive, right? What are the odds that he actually would be able to, commit all the same crimes, right? Like, he's never going to become leader of Germany again. He's never going to be able to enact the Holocaust. He's never going to be able to do any of that stuff. So wouldn't it make more sense in that case to be like, well, we got him. Let's just take all him and his friends and like,
Well, general
put them on an
deterrence.
island. We can
General-
give them servants.
Wait.
We can keep them.
General
Mhm.
deterrence.
So
You're
I mean,
punishing.
They already lost everything, right? They're
No. But you're
they're not
you're
in power
deterring.
anymore.
You're deterring future fascist expansionist dictators who start wars and do genocide.
Well, do you think they were undeterred by the fact that he killed himself? Right? Like,
but-
sorry, he Minecrafted
I'm not sure.
himself?
Whether they're specifically deterred by his unaliving himself, I don't understand why that would bear on the general deterrence question.
Well, because there was no like deterrence, right? I mean, either way, he was going to die, right? I mean,
But you're
first
imagining
of all,
you're imagining a situation in which he was captured, right?
yes, the assessor
So
was captured.
yeah, and then in the hypothetical in which he's captured, he hasn't killed himself, and so in that situation, you're like, why kill him, or why put him in prison for the rest of his life, or why not give him good conditions? And the answer is general deterrence.
Well, I mean, first of all, I mean, I don't think most people would consider like, even, if you were the leader of Germany, right? If you fall so far that you're on like an island, right? Like, it may not be like the sweet life, but it's like an acceptable life. It's a life that might be good for like a coal miner, right? Coal miner might choose this option.
No,
but
but
for
whatever
Hitler,
pu-
it would be really
whatever-
bad. He's like, fuck, I don't want this to happen, right? I'm the leader of Germany.
Whatever
I wanna
punishment
see-
you do is justified in
Mhm.
virtue of its general deterrence, and maybe Hitler, you are actually scared that he's gonna need to protect society from this dangerous person named Hitler. But again, I just like really truly imagine the person sitting in front of you who killed your entire family. That he's taken the pill. It's like, oh my god, I see now. I see that what I did was horrible, and I've caused you so much pain. And you believe it, right? You genuinely believe it, and you know he's not going to do any harm in the future, and you know he feels horrible, and you know he's going to dedicate his life to only good things, and you know he's gonna be totally amiable in society, and he's going to actually make society way better. And there's no need to protect, there's no need to rehabilitate him. He's rehabilitated. The pill has been taken, and there's no need to protect society from him. He's just now a good person. In that context, you would still think this person sitting in front of you who recognizes all the evil he's done, who will never reoffend. And again, I'm adding the hypothetical in which everyone knows that you will be punished if you murder. So there's still the general deterrence factor. Just get rid of that aspect. That there is no general deterrence rationale. In that context, why is your intuition is that you would still like hang him?
Well, first of all, I mean, you're kind of positing that he's basically like a completely different person. It's dubious whether it's even the same person anymore, right? Like, if you could take a pill that could like change your entire psyche, I don't know.
Yeah, no, but just grant it. Just grant it. Yes, it's changed him as a
Right,
person.
but yeah, but that's sort of at the heart of the case, right? Is this guy even the same guy? Right.
So,
like,
so
I mean, what if we like
sound-
what if we gave him a
it-
lobotomy?
wait,
and like
it definitely is. It definitely it's changed him, but it's the same matter in there. He has the memories of what he did. He just has a different disposition because his mentality has changed and he has different sets of values now. He still did.
Well,
he still
the
did
matter
it.
wouldn't be the same. I would seriously question whether the matter would be the same, right? I mean, how could you change his brain without like changing the matter?
Okay, a
That
couple.
doesn't make any sense to
I
me.
know, but like in the course of it's a relatively minor difference of matter, or like maybe it just causes the electrons to fire off in different ways. Whatever
Well, I mean,
it is.
a relatively minor difference in matter is what separates your brain and my brain, right? Like, if you were to like say, like, if we were to take like my meat pieces and replace them with yours, like one at a time, it would probably you would probably be the same people.
Right.
So long as like,
So if your notion of if your notion of just deserts and
no,
revenge,
that's what I
but
think that's an issue, right?
I'm acknowledging that on your view, right, that
Mhm.
that this difference in matter makes you a different person. That if it's the case that your revenge justification can't survive minor differences in matter in the brain, then in what sense is it just desserts for that person, right? Like it does really seem that adjusting this person's personality in the way he thinks, the way he operates, changes the disposition. And there's some like desire now to just say, oh, well, it's a different person. But this, someone could be, given a set of different rehabilitating treatments where it's not a drug, let's say, but he's just like, you have this really good guy who's able to convince everybody to be good. And it's no longer a drug. You just know this guy has like an absolute godlike charisma and is able to convince everyone to do the right thing. So in that situation, yeah, maybe you've affected his brain matter in some sense, and like different neural pathways have been unlocked or some shit. But it's still in the normal sense of how we would describe it, like the same person.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that I don't agree with. I'm not sure I would say that. I mean, we're talking about something speculative biology here. Like, I don't know if either of us are really qualified.
You need to bite the bullet. You need to bite the bullet because, like, think about it, right? Like, in the case in which
let's say I did bite the bullet, right? Let's say I did say, okay, fine, I would agree with you. Like I can turn you into Trump by giving you a pill, right? You become Donald Trump or whatever, or you behave like Donald Trump, but we still say you're Pisco, right? I don't know how that would work, but let's just say that was possible.
Wait. This shit happens, right? Because not in the specific thing, but people will go on substances, and people will, like, their personality changes. You know?
Yeah,
and I mean, people will take,
it's pretty normal to say, like, oh, I don't know if you've ever had someone who, if you know someone who is like under like a mental illness, especially one that can affect their cognition, but it really does feel like you're talking to someone completely different. Like, if you've ever seen someone like a manic episode,
right? But
like
we still say they're themselves, right? Like, if there's someone who takes regular like anti-anxiety medications or ADHD medications, or takes, like, those things affect how they perceive, and I'm sure that there's some, like, just imagine that, but in the context, we're upping the degree that it's causing them to have found differences in how they view things, but you just know that they're not going to be a threat anymore. And I think the reason that you're pushing back on, like, well, are they the same person? Because this is usually what will happen. Is
I'm willing to play the ball. I'm willing to say, yeah, it's the same guy, right? Yeah. I mean, I am actually willing to take that. So let's just get past that, because.
So you would kill him. You would execute the person that you know is going to be good for society, who he feels genuinely bad. There's no general deterrence reason, because let's say no one knows about the crime and it hasn't been charged yet.
I mean, let's say, we'll consider someone who did all that stuff, and then they just, right after it, like, they're just like, no pill, no nothing. They're just like, wow, I'm actually really sorry. I shouldn't have done that.
And we know it's true. And we actually know it's true.
Yeah, you know it's true, right? Like, so you really believe, like, those guys, someone should just be let go? Right, like, if we did invent a mind reading device, we could figure out who we can and cannot kill or something.
No. What I'm telling you is, if there's no general deterrence rationale or specific deterrence rationale or protection rationale, we really know that this person is going to be good for society, and we really are able to predict with a high degree of confidence the person won't reoffend, and no one knows about it, such that there would be a deterrence issue. And you certainly are just there with yourself. I don't think that there's any. I think our intuition would be, yeah, don't punish this person. There's no reason to.
Well, I mean, first of all, I think you're saying there's no reason because you're sort of bought into the, you must have deterrence.
As a motivator. I think most people's intuitions would be, don't punish this person.
For someone who's like truly, like, they just killed your mom, they're like, wow, you know what? I really shouldn't have done that, and they really mean it.
No, but like, you epistemically know to.
Well, first of all, I mean, if I had done something like that, there have been times in my life where I feel like I have done something wrong. I haven't killed anybody, but I've done something wrong, and I actually do feel like I should probably pay some sort of price for this, right? I did something that I shouldn't have done, and I am genuinely remorseful. And it's like, you know what? Yeah, I do deserve some form of punishment. I mean, I don't think it's that crazy actually to say that, like, someone who did just kill someone's family members, and they just because they genuinely have a feeling
but
of
you epistemically know.
Like, I should have known that. That was bad.
No. Now you're changing it. Now you're saying they genuinely have this feeling. That's not all. I'm saying not only do they have this feeling, they have the feeling, and you're epistemically certain. They have it,
and you know it, right? Let's say
they have it, and you believe that they do. But that's still not enough. And you're epistemically certain that there will be no general deterrence. There will be no specific deterrence. And
sure, yeah, I'll grant all that.
Okay,
yeah.
So and I mean,
I think that's the case for most things. I mean, for the vast majority of wrongs that happen, there's no such, like, you're never going to have general deterrence, right? Like,
I think
some guy
calls
you. Well, some guy gives you the finger on, like, in the traffic. No one's gonna change their behavior on that.
No, but when the government does these kinds of, like, cases and stuff, people know about it and they find out about it, right? Not always.
For giving someone the finger in traffic?
Oh no, forgiving. I don't know about that, but, like, if they were charged, like,
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, for most things that are, like, you should or should not do, right? Like, deterrence doesn't really factor in at all, right? Like, it's not going to tell you what you should do for like, should you like, I don't know, call your baby a bad word? Like, how is anyone going to know? Right? It's something that's unenforceable, basically, but you shouldn't do it all the same.
So the
Right. I mean, the fact that like
okay, so let me,
the problem with general enforcement as like a moral basis is that like there's so many scenarios where it just doesn't cover. Right. Like, for example, like I said before, like some guy flicks you off in traffic. Right. He shouldn't have done it. But like deterrence is never going to
yeah,
factor
okay,
in. There's
so
something you
so
do
here's
that would be like,
here's my what I posit to you. The reason why
okay,
in those situations where there is no protection rationale, there is no specific deterrence, there is no, we nonetheless do some kind of like what we think is some cosmic justice, we flick them off, is because we extract some independent value out of that display that is purely animalistic
that I agree with.
and
Mhm.
purely to satisfy our like inner animal, our inner gorilla.
Well, I would take some issue to the way that you're sort of framing it in the sense that like how would you like, for example, why shouldn't you like, I don't know, punch a baby, right? I'm the punch baby guy, by the way. But like why shouldn't you do that? Right? At some point you're gonna say like, well, the only reason you do it is because you have animal instinct of, punch baby, good for
Well, you
genes
get
or something like
no,
that.
I'm saying that you're deriving some pleasure, I guess, from flicking them off back,
From
right?
not punching a baby? I mean, I got
Oh no,
yeah,
no.
you might be, but does that make punching a baby, right? Like, let's say that doesn't make punching a baby good for the guy who does get the pleasure
Right,
from
that's
it.
that's where I'm trying to go because people could get independent pleasure from like raping a woman,
Yep.
and there's a
And
violation of like a right for sure. So I would understand that difference, but
so I guess I don't understand then what's the animalistic objection, right? So because monkey brain,
oh, I'm not
I
saying
guess
it's
I'm
wrong.
not seeing the
No,
connection there.
I'm not saying it's wrong because it's monkey. I'm saying like, I can potentially recognize the benefit there, but that benefit is an instrumental benefit to oneself. That it makes them feel good. It makes me feel good to punish this
Yes,
person.
yeah, I agree. There's absolutely Schadenfreude with revenge.
Right.
That's
So
probably the
that
reason
is
you have it.
that is the one area in which I would acknowledge that there's some self-standing benefit to that, which is punishing these people will just make me feel good.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the only you think that's it? I mean,
Making
if
them
that's a
making them
motivating factor to you, but it has nothing to do
making them hurt
with.
will give me pleasure.
Hmm. But so I guess if you are willing to grant that, now I feel like you kind of open yourself up to a lot of issues because before you said it was all about deterrence, and if deterrence is not a factor, then we have to look at like the total, I guess, how much Schadenfreude was received in exchange for this retribution. Would that be like a fair?
Yeah, no. But usually, what I'll say is, I think that these gratifications that we get from these kind of instant reactions are fleeting and not worth it, and not desirable in the long run, especially when we have like impactful cases of like a major damage being done to someone out of punishment. I think that there it's like, okay, in the context in which we have someone who's going to be socially useful, um, for some benefit that is it's not going to make you feel really that good. I think for most people, I just don't. I'm not convinced that it's worth it. So I mean, I can definitely like, and I think in most contexts, people would see that as worth it in the long run. That it's like this kind of
Well, let's go back to the Hitler thing then, because I think this is it's a strong intuition, right? Where you do feel like Hitler, something should have happened to him, right? Like either maybe not kill him, but like I don't know, put him in like a supermax. He's in isolation. He basically can't
yeah
communicate with anybody. So
for the reasons of punishment that I think are legitimate and that I value,
well,
which are
let's
deterrence and
say there was a
general.
like some research that we had that showed that like that doesn't really affect most dictators. They may not try to be as egregious, or they know how to toe the line, right? Like that didn't happen to Assad, for example. He's done a lot of bad things. I don't think that happened to Milosevic. There's a lot of people out there who went on to do a lot of the similar things, maybe not at the exact same scale, but it didn't seem to have much of a deterrence factor to the fact that Hitler lost, right? And it's certainly not
Yeah,
having any deterrence factor against like Trump, right?
if you're just going to assume away that plus the protection rationale plus the rehabilitation rationale to make him a better person, then I'm just going to grant that he should walk free. All you're there is you're just like appealing to
I mean,
some kind
do
of.
you really believe that though? Like, let's say, I mean, forget the
Yes, I
granting of it.
do.
Like, I mean, so
I just don't
if
think it's the world we live in. Yeah, so like if you grant that there's
Well, but I mean, then why didn't it deter people like Assad or Milosevic? Like, shouldn't those people have been deterred? Like, it should have deterred Trump
well,
too,
no, just
right?
because no, just because someone it's an imperfect deterrence doesn't mean different value. And what we did to Hitler, what we did to the Nazis in Nuremberg, the whole purpose of Nuremberg was specifically like to deter these kinds of actions in the ever again, right? And we haven't had like a one-to-one like the general war like that we had in World War II for a while. And so yeah, it's not perfect deterrence for every dictator, but it's had some deterrent effect. It's like the major moral framework of
Well, that's the other
most of
problem
the
with deterrence, that
world.
it's kind of difficult to measure. And I think you are hitting on that in the sense that, like, well, how do we even know it's deterring these people, right? There's no way to know, like, what level of deterrence was done because Hitler, ended up Minecrafting himself, and what level of deterrence was because, well, the United States was in a position of superpower, like, and nuclear weapons. And after the Cold War, like, there was really no one to challenge us in terms of military might. Like, how can you assign what level of deterrence was to each? So it seems like there's like a knowledge gap there where you can't know
I don't know to
how
an
effective your
epistemic.
deterrence
I'm
is.
not. I'm
Like,
not claiming to know to an epistemic certainty that its values on.
well, it doesn't have to be like percentage, but, like, I mean, you can't have any idea really as to how effective deterrence is for these kinds of crimes, right?
In what respect, or at least in what sense in which you're not also open to the same kind of epistemic criticism. You don't know for certain that people are going to get that good feeling.
Well, it's not about certainty. It's but like you can't have like almost any sort of knowledge about it, right? Any
That's
knowledge that you
who.
would have is purely speculative.
So at a bare minimum, there's a correlative evidence of it, and people seem to cite Hitler all the time in terms of what not to do, and as the major moral case there.
Yeah, I agree with
People,
that,
for
but
example, in the context of not just that case, in other examples, they've specifically tried to avoid the fate of dictators. Gaddafi, it's said that internal reports about Putin is that he was highly upset about seeing the Gaddafi thing and didn't want to end like that. Other people have cited similar things, and so the same way in which um, you can never know, right? Like to an epistemic certainty that these things have deterrent effects, but we all kind of assume that human nature is when they see bad thing happen to people, it will have often have some deterrent effect.
yeah. So I don't mean to like say that like I think there was like zero impact from deterrence there. I do think
Okay,
deterrence is an important
wait, so
aspect of justice.
why are you attacking me on an epistemic question? If you grant
Well,
it,
no, it's the fact that like if deterrence is the only thing that matters,
I didn't say that.
and
So why did you just say that?
sorry, well, you said deterrence and the feeling of shadow play,
No,
correct?
no, no, no. I said
Oh, okay,
deterrence.
sorry, go ahead,
I
repeat it then.
said general deterrence, specific deterrence,
Mhm.
by which I mean of this particular person. I said protection rationale, and I said rehabilitation. Those are four different motivations, not just one.
Okay, so right, okay, well, let's focus on the deterrence because I mean I think it's pretty clear that for Hitler, only that's the only thing that you realistically would have been able to enforce against him,
No,
right? Like I don't
protection
think
rationale. No, that's not true.
well,
Hitler,
protection rationale
yes,
of okay, who was
this
you
is
protecting by having him be killed
Europe.
or versus locked up?
This is assuming Hitler survived. Yeah, there's a.
No, if you
This
caught
is
him, yeah, if you caught him alive,
this is a
right?
dangerous person. We let him out of jail one time after the beer hall putsched, and look what he did. Let's not let him out again. I think that's a
Well,
pure.
but that doesn't mean that you couldn't put him on like an island or something like that, right? Like he
Yeah,
could be treated like
that would be a
Napoleon.
form of exile / punishment. Exile is a form of punishment. Agreed.
Yes.
And putting him on an island would be a form of protection rationale.
Yes, but
Mhm.
you've already kind of you got him already, right? Like, I mean, do you really believe that like if Hitler had like let's say he got put in normal jail or whatever, and he escaped, right? Do you really think like they're gonna be like, oh, you know what? It's all cool. You can become the no. It was sort of like another war. I mean,
This,
it's
have you heard of Napoleon?
yeah, and they started another war.
Okay, so then why do you
Right?
doubt that dictators, if they escape, have you heard of Mussolini? He also was captured.
Well,
Then there
first
was
of all,
this.
I don't think they would make the same mistake with Napoleon, right?
Okay,
I
that's
don't think he would
that's
be in
that's
a
great
German
for you.
jail.
That's great for you. I think that
Well,
if someone does a crime, a horrible crime, these people are dangerous. You agree with that?
yes.
Okay, so I don't think that you can trivialize the Hitler protection rationale. But sometimes when they
Well, no,
become
no,
old and feeble,
I
I
don't
guess.
mean I mean, I think it was trivial in the sense that like you've already got him, right? Like he's basically at your whim.
Right,
Like
and you're keeping him
he's
punished
not.
to protect the broader community, among other reasons.
Okay, fine. I'll grant that. I think it's really sort of a lateral thing. I don't see that as like especially important.
No, because
But
you had said that if the one thing is deterrence. I didn't say that. There are multiple rationales.
okay, that's fair. Yeah, I'll take that back then. Instead of the one thing being deterrence, but I think if deterrence is going to be like a major factor, and it's something for this kind of a crime, it's almost impossible to have any kind of you really can't tell how effective
No, but
deterrence
you
is
just granted that
as
we
a
had
motivator.
you just granted that you believe that it had some deterrent effect.
Yeah, I agree. There's some, but
Okay, so
that's
then we don't
different than
need to fight
saying
about
like,
that. I'm not claiming anything broader than that. You're saying that there's at least some deterrent rationale to
well, let's
punish
say
him.
it was like deterrence worked in like 0.01. Like it wouldn't even prevent like one person from doing the same thing. Like would
Oh,
it
you said if
be
it's
you would
trivial?
still
Well,
yeah,
well,
like what if it were trivial?
do you think it is trivial? I think we both agree it's significant, right?
Uh, I honestly don't know. I mean, I really don't know anyone who's crazy enough to like go out and then like try to do whatever Hitler do all the Hitler stuff. Like I don't know if that person really is necessarily thinking rationally in the first
Whether
place.
they
I know
whether
for a
they
fact that
are, but
Hitler
they're
wasn't rational in a lot of ways.
okay. If you're
So
just defining anyone who does the kind of thing that Hitler did as irrational, you don't think that there were rational actors that are deterrable within Hitler's immediate circle? You know, people who I mean, they thought about things. They're like cogent people who helped him. Wehrmacht helped him. Members of the Prussian military class.
yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I don't know if they necessarily, would they have done it anyways, right? Like, if it would, did this actually deter them in some
I thought
sense?
you
Like,
just granted that there is some deterrent. You think it's do you
there's
think
a
it's
deterrent effect, but I don't know.
you
But
think
you were just saying, would it have
it's
done it in this case, right? That's what you're asking.
no, I'm not, I mean, I'm not. What do you mean in this case? You mean in the case of
In
Hitler
like the
itself?
case
If
of
they
like
were Hitler?
The Prussian general class, the former
Yeah.
Nobel, and that kind
Wait.
of
I
stuff.
think the Prussian military class was essential to Hitler's.
I agree with that, but
Yeah.
would the like for example, like let's say you had the exact same scenario, right? Like there's another military class, like I don't know, the Mongolian military class, and they're gonna invade Russia or something, and they're like, we got to think back. Look what happened to Hitler. You know,
I don't know if
is
it
that
operates like that. I just think that there's a significant deterrent effect with respect to like hate, with respect to wars of aggression. Not that such that it's like a perfect deterrent that it always works or that people about it, but I think it's one of the most significant events in world history, and the example of Hitler is basically learned by every person in the Western world at a bare minimum, by people all over the world. It's like the most if this case didn't have a deterrent effect, I'm struggling to think of anything. Like you would never grant a possibility for general deterrence, not even like enforcing murder. I think it's crazy.
well, what I want to specify is not that that the punishment of Hitler had a deterrent effect, or the threat of punishment against Hitler had the deterrent effect. That's what I'm objecting to. I agree that there are deterrent effects all the time, right? Like whenever the United States, bombs one of these boats or bombs like an
Yeah.
ISIS base, like that's a deterrent effect. But that's
Yes.
a different form of that's different than like the punishment of Hitler specifically have a deterrent effect. That's the part
We didn't
I'm
get to
a
punish
little
him.
doubtful. I know. That's what I'm saying. The threat of punishing Hitler, right? Like, because everyone knows what would have happened to him, likely, right? Like, it was
Yeah,
probably going to
he
be
would have
the
been
same thing happened to
executed.
Hitler. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I don't know if that necessarily, that specific
So I guess
thing
I don't
had
know.
any
Are you
effect.
doubting that there's a significant deterrent effect to the potential punishment of Hitler, or are you? I mean, it's
For that part, yeah,
just
specifically that
just take Nuremberg then, I guess.
Nuremberg in general.
Yeah, the
Uh,
punishments issued in Nuremberg.
I'll grant it. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm definitely more cagey on making those kinds of statements, but I'll grant it for the purpose of this conversation.
I
For
don't
sure.
understand. I mean, like, really? Do you think that, for example, that like you could say the same objection to murder? Like, why enforce murder? Is it really going to deter criminals who want to murder? Because it's crazy if you.
Well, I
Or
actually do think there probably is research that indicates that criminals are generally not deterred by punishments, or
for
there's like
certain
a very
kinds of crimes, like
agree, yeah.
white collar crimes, for sure. I would grant that there. And there, I think for the white collar type crimes, I think it is a lot about specific deterrence, um, for a particular kind of criminal, and then also for a protection rationale and all other kinds of sanctions that are let in the markets. So, yeah, in the cases in which there's not one-to-one deterrence, sometimes there are other justifications there as well. And for like young people who don't even know anything about laws and just do things out of they're never going to be deterred, there's usually a very strong protection rationale because these people who aren't deterrable are probably dangerous, and so we should put them in jail.
Sure. Okay. So I think we've gotten pretty far though away from like whether or not like the. I mean, I would agree with you that in many cases deterrence is an effective motivator, even if it's not like perfect. I think we agree on that. I agree with you that protection is an important motivator as well. No contest there. But I mean that doesn't get to the heart of like whether or not like could retribution be justified, right?
By retribution, you mean
Punishing someone
motivation?
because they deserve to be punished.
Right. So
And
that's
being a just outcome.
by just, you mean it's my preference, right? Subjective preference.
No,
What do you mean by just then? Because then we're
by
gonna get
just
into
what I mean is that like it is
objectively
morally
moral?
good.
Okay, morally good.
I
I understand more.
I don't want to get into that conversation again.
Well,
'cause that's
unfortunately,
kind of-
if you mean
whether it's
something
subjective or objective.
No, if it means something other than morally good, something according to my subjective values on good, then we're gonna have a problem. I'm not gonna understand what you mean.
Well, okay, so I mean, I guess then in your case, I'll say for the purpose of that, I'll say sure, you're subjective good. I mean, I think there's some problems with saying it you're subjective good because
You could try to find like
Whether-
a contradiction by giving examples, hypotheticals in which it would be the case, to undermine my intuition or my like. There are ways.
well, that was the kind of the point of the Hitler example, right? Like even if like like you knew like none of those other factors were ever going to matter at all.
Yeah.
You still think you would be like, yeah, I know you said you
Yes.
would bite that bullet and be like, yeah, let him
Yes.
go, right?
Yes.
So I mean, I guess I would say that I think most people would probably disagree with that Hitler did do
Okay.
something wrong, and like they wouldn't just be
Yeah,
like
I grant that like people would agree with that, but I'll just give the example in what the sci-fi example, and then I think all of our intuitions come online, and people are like, no, don't punish this person. It's not really good to punish him, and I don't think you can make sense of punishing that. In order to make sense of the revenge rationale, I think you have to make sense of that example that I gave you, and I think you just I think you bit the bullet that said, like I bit the Hitler
of
bullet,
the
and I think you bit the bullet of we're gonna like fucking hang this person who's like has now learned the error of his ways, and we know he won't violate again. I think that's like an also like a reductio that I don't want to bite, and so I bite the other one, where I think that the real world very much will almost always have these different rationales.
Well, I mean, I guess to push on that a little bit, since we're going to fight over who the disagreement is going to be about which of those two scenarios is more silly. On the Willem that you're willing to bite, where you're going to say like, oh, sorry, the one that I'm willing to bite, where I'm willing to say, this guy is totally reformed. Just after he's still got the blood on his hands, he killed your mom or whatever, and he's like, you know what, I'm really sorry. You believe him. You know it's true.
You'd
in
kill him.
That scenario,
You'd slit his throat.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that.
I
would say I would punish him. That's what I'll say.
That's what that is.
So,
it's like I'm gonna get joy out of this, and so I'm gonna do it.
Well,
even though there's gonna be a benefit to
part
society.
of it, but I don't think that's. Well, I mean, I'm not saying you have to kill the guy, but you would get something out of it, right? By
you'd torture him, you'd hurt him.
You would be justified in killing him, but
yeah, like on this view, why wouldn't torture be justified in certain contexts? Would be as punishment.
Well, I mean, depending on what you consider torture, I mean, you might consider that like already like a form of like punishment. Like if you like sent someone to like I don't know to go to jail, even though
I guess it's the cost of it. No, for sure. But like
what do you mean by torture? Do you just mean like I don't know like
torture that isn't
like physical pain?
Yeah. Physical pain unconnected to deterrence, unconnected to like protecting, right? Just like torture for its own sake to me. Not killing them. You're just gonna. It's not related to.
I mean,
why wouldn't
for someone who's like really heinous or something like that?
Yeah. So are you gonna? So would you say it's morally correct to, if none of these other interests are in place with Hitler, to torture him off his dick, and then also to
cut off Hitler's dick?
Yeah.
For Hitler, I mean, honestly, yeah, I'd probably say I wouldn't really.
Okay.
I would be totally fine with some.
Okay. Here's the next question. Do you think it's morally justified? None of those interests are existing, so no deterrence, nothing like that, no protection, none of that. Justified to grape Hitler for your own pleasure.
I mean, I wouldn't personally do it, but
no,
I mean,
assuming that
you might think there's something. Well, so here's the thing.
So assume you get pleasure out of it.
Forget personality.
So assume you get pleasure out of it.
There are some things you might say are beyond reproach.
Wait. as
Sure,
revenge,
finish.
instead of executing him, punishment, which you agree is like a main kind of retribution, is execution.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of
Yeah.
it, you're graping.
Yeah, so you might say there's some things that like are beyond the pale. Like there's some things which you cannot do.
You think grape is worse than killing?
No, but you might say that there's like,
No,
if
yeah.
I had
So,
to choose, like
so
pick one or the other,
assume
right? But
that
there's things that you
that
might not.
yeah,
There's
but assume
actions
you get
that
joy.
are.
So assume
Mhm.
someone looks at you and says, "I'm graping this guy because I deserves it. It's punishment."
Yeah, and yeah, I would say that you probably shouldn't be. That's
Doing
like
that,
an
right?
inappropriate.
Now,
I would say it's probably
if
like an inappropriate like response. Like it's not. It doesn't like adhere to like the purpose of like the retribution, right? You're punishing him in a manner which is like
in virtue of
not
what does it not
appropriate.
feel? Yeah, in virtue of
Well,
what does it not fulfill?
it's not appropriate to. I don't know what the crime is. Like, let's say he did grape someone else, right?
Oh, it's
If he
Hitler.
raped someone,
You know the
can
crimes of
can you grape
Hitler.
him? For Hitler, then I would say probably no. I mean, I don't think grape is necessarily. We should probably pick a different one because it's going to be hard for me to
Yeah,
keep saying
why?
grape. But
Because
it's not.
because there, right? You understand.
There are types
that-
of. Well, I gotta finish this one because
Yeah.
there are types of like actions you might say are like beyond reproach. Like, can you like and you would say a grape is one of those things where it's like the action itself. And this is, I think, where we're gonna fundamentally because I don't agree with. I think you're a utilitarian, right? Something like that.
I don't
Some
know.
form of consequentialist.
Rule utilitarian, threshold deontologist. I don't know.
Okay, well, if you're a threshold deontologist, I mean, sorry, if you're a utilitarian, I would agree that could you be against grape? I don't know, but if you are some form of deontologist, I would say that it's pretty difficult to justify grape in that sense. Like it does, it's something which is like it's the nature of the action.
So the nature of rape is worse than the nature of like hanging by death.
It's not necessarily the worstness of it, but you would say that it's like an inappropriate type of punishment.
But you agree
right? Would you rather be graped or would you rather go to jail for the rest of your life? Right?
Oh, no. That's
honestly, I'd probably take getting graped if I'm being real, right?
So given the choice between rape and hanging by death right now, would you choose?
I'd probably choose to be graped.
Okay, so in virtue of what would it be more in the nature of the act worse to grape Hitler as opposed to by death?
Well, I would say that hanging is like an appropriate or a
virtue of what
form of, in virtue of the fact that in the same sense that I can say that like punching a baby is wrong. I can say that like graping is wrong even if it's used in a purpose of punishment, right? I mean, for example, like we would flip it on you, right?
The deterrence.
Would you choose to be would you choose to get graped right now, or would you choose to like life imprisonment without the possibility of parole?
Yeah, I'd probably do
at a supermax.
Yeah, if you ask me, I'd do grape for sure. But here the difference is the following: is I think that you could in like certain one-off scenarios justify a certain horrific act if there's some like societally good end, and that's what the deterrence and protection rationale are trying to get at. The truth is that the grape isn't really related to protection rationale. Perhaps for the level, but usually the incarceration is seen as worse, right? Incarceration is seen as worse, and so we don't need a grape. It's already done in terms of the incarceration, and so yeah, I think that it's hard to justify.
But if incarceration is worse, by your accounts, right, that should make it less appropriate, right? Shouldn't you be pro grape in that case then? If like I don't know, like what's the minimum amount of time someone would need to be in the slammer before they're like, you know what, I'll take the grape, right? Wouldn't it be in that case, it's more deterrent because people want it less. It's
no, I thought we just agreed that people would probably prefer for the use than the years.
I agree. Yeah. So
the years are worse.
So why is you justified in the years? Is there any reason besides, I guess, protection is the only reason protection in that case?
No, deterrence, I just told you. And protection.
But they're more deterred by the grape, wouldn't they? Because if they would choose the grape over the years, sorry, they would be more deterred by the
years.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah. So no, you're right. I got it from Mr. Round. Sorry, you're right.
I think it's harder to justify that view on the retributive. Now you can just say, "Well, I incorporate all." Well,
I don't believe that retribution is the sole or solely justice. I think it's just one aspect of it.
Okay, reason why I isolate it is to see if it, in isolation, it's what actual value it proves, because it seems like it's all over determined that our conduct and punishment is totally resolvable by these other rationales. And the only added value potentially that retribution could have is the kind of instrumental value related to one's own satisfaction, which I think
Well,
in general is fleeting
in
and,
this case,
and not a basis
I don't
of
know
punishment.
about it necessarily being one's own. I do agree that there is a satisfactory aspect to it, right? That when people see Ethan going after these people, they're like, hell yeah, I'm totally for this. It's making me feel good to know that they're getting, hurt by Ethan's actions, even though it's not them themselves who are doing the punishment. They're still getting the Schadenfreude from it. But I don't know how important the individual aspect was it for you, but I do also think that there's an importance part there where it's the punishment for its. Sorry, I'm trying to think where I was going with that. But yeah, it's basically not individual, and it is important that that retribution is, because it is basically simply like it is morally right to do that, right? Like
Okay.
someone who does
So
something
let's say-
bad deserves something bad to happen.
Let's say that I grant that there's some instrumental aim for retributive justice, which I don't think that I'm bought there, but let's say that I.
Mhm.
Retribution is only justified as to the culpable parties, right? It's not justified against the goat who did nothing wrong.
Sure,
Justified against someone who didn't do it, right?
I would agree with that. Yeah.
So any kind of retributive rationale it is necessarily tied to just deserts and conduct. It's the notion that one is truly culpable for the conduct they did in and of itself, and the punishment is fitting the crime with respect to just deserts and nothing else. So there needs to be a one-to-one identity as to the actors who are culpable. Retribution is justified, and so I think even on a view that accepts, and I listen, I will grant you that the modern American legal system does not solely rely on the factors that I've described. It is part of the canon of the reasons of punishment that retribution is one of the aims. So I'm not trying to hide the ball and say that I have a consensus view. I know that I don't have the consensus view. But okay, grant retribution. Why is it justified in this case?
In the Ethan case?
Yeah.
Well, honestly, the Ethan case is less interesting to me than some other things. But in the Ethan case, what I would say is, for one, I think that they would do something similar to him if they had the opportunity. Like, if they could
that's
push
not
a button-
retribution. That's not retribution.
Well, I'm saying why it's justified in this case, right? It may not be that
so
that
then-
is not retribution,
Okay,
but
then
it
wait,
would
wait,
be
wait,
why is
but
retribution
why
in this
did-
case justified?
Why did you bring in retribution in if I'm going to talk about it and apply it?
Well, I am, but I'm saying why is retribution justified in this case, right? And part of it is the fact that
That's the question I'm
If
asking.
one would, if someone would do something to you, I think that you can
That's not
exact
retribution.
that.
No. Retribution is for stuff you've done. You deserve it because you did it. That's what retribution is. Not retribution for
Yes, but
things
if
you
you
would
can
have
say
done.
that it would be justified to do it in the sense that they would do it to you. So, for example, if someone believes that this is an acceptable form of behavior, this is how we should treat people, and this is what I am willing to do to you, that I think opens you up to being treated in such a manner, right? So, like, if someone is like, I think we should live in a
Virtue of
society
what?
where, sorry,
Virtue of stuff that you haven't done but would be disposed to do?
in virtue of something. No, I'm saying that I think that if you believe X should happen to someone else, that you, in some sense, universalize that, and you're like, well, this is what I think is appropriate behavior, and so in that sense, you believe that it's okay to use it against you.
Okay, so let me just
Right,
ask the
so-
question. Like, do you think that there's a retribution rationale for people who haven't done a culpable conduct yet?
No, but
Okay,
this is only
then
one
why
part
we're
of it.
talking
This is one part of why I think it's okay. Like if you
No, but
believe
I want
that,
the
like,
retribution rationale. So give me the retribution rationale.
Well, yeah, but this is why I'm saying that the retribution in this case is justified, is in part because of that. Because
No,
they would've-
retribution
if
is
you
with
would do the
respect to.
same-
Hang on, stop. Retribution is with
Okay.
respect to culpable acts. Agreed? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So you need to show, in order for there to be a retributive justice rationale, there needs to be culpable acts. Just desert. It can't be for things you haven't done. Agreed?
No, but the nature. Okay, but then the nature of your punishment, I think, can be justified on what you would do to someone.
Okay, but
that's what I'm saying,
that wouldn't be retribution. That would be precog.
Well, no,
or-
the act that itself would not be retribution.
Okay, so
Retribution
what I want is the
correct,
retribution
no.
rationale, not.
But you
some
want
other
just
thing.
you want justification
With
for
respect to the
retribution.
retribution.
correct?
No. Retribution is only tied to specific culpable acts. You need to have that before there is a retribution rationale. It doesn't come online until there's something for which just
I agree.
desserts applies.
So this is okay. So do you agree that this is like a multi-factor thing, right? If I were to say that, like, I would not stake my entire case on this, but I would say that the retribution that Ethan enacted, which in this case was, it actually wasn't even financial in Casey Tron's case, I don't think, right? I don't think she paid any money, right? It was basically just shame.
Um,
I don't know the status of these cases.
it seems like there's money involved if there's anything left over. So it has the potential to be financial, and certainly you would grant that she's exposed herself to some expenses, whether it's been covered. It's been covered everything by the fund. Who the fuck knows?
Okay, so I mean,
I don't understand.
what
You need some kind of culpable before there is retribution. There needs to be an essence of just desserts. That is to say, culpability.
Yes, I agree. So
Okay.
there's the actions that you can do to merit something being done to you,
Correct.
and then there's also what sort of society do you think we ought to live in? And I think that also it opens you up to certain types of punishment, even if just
punishment
because
for
you
things
believe
you
it doesn't
haven't
mean
done.
deserve no, but just because you believe it doesn't mean you deserve to be punished, so to speak, right? Just because someone believes that doesn't mean they should be punished. But I think that if you believe that and you do something which is deserving of punishment, that can inform the nature of the punishment, what sort of punishment is justified against you. I 100% think that that's true, right? Like if someone starts punching people, right? Like an example would be like these judges who like come up with like these offbeat punishments, right? Where it's like you stole from a baby. Well,
Right, but there's a
you're gonna have
culpable
to
act there
just-
for the retribution.
Yeah, I agree, and I think there is
Okay.
a couple back here. So first,
Yeah, that's
but
what I want
first
to
I
know.
need to say
That's what I
like
want to know.
the nature of what you think is that what you believe should happen to other people is what you kind of open yourself up to.
No, but that's
right?
not.
That
Sorry,
I need it.
no. A retribution
No,
necessitates some
not
kind of
for
culpable.
retribution on its own. That on its own will not get you there, but it's one factor, right?
No,
Would you agree?
Not for So
No,
guilty intent maybe, but no.
no. Yes, I agree, but that's what I'm saying. Is it's only guilty intent, right? You could have like if you have like desire to kill someone, right? That's not actually going to get you there on its own, but that's
Right.
one part of murder, right? So in the same sense, like I'm just trying to prove here, like the motive in a sense, right?
The
I'm
motive
trying to say
of
that
what?
the
Wait,
nature
the
of
motive-
the punishment that Ethan is going to enact on them is justified in this case, at least financial.
Because of
punishment.
their bad motive.
Because they would do the same thing to him, right? If given the
Yeah, but
opportunity,
that's-
they would do it. They would punish him financially. I think that means that financial punishment, at least, is justified in retribution if they did something that merits punishment.
So
Does
you
that make
think
sense?
you think there's a potential theory of retribution that is premised not on what you did, but what one would do in similar circumstances?
No. I'm not saying that they deserve to be punished just because they would do this to him. That on its own, I don't
Okay.
think would be
Then
enough.
I don't understand the retribution rationale.
Well, I'm trying to justify the nature of the punishment, right? So there's two parts of it. There's the fact, do you deserve to be punished at all? And then there's, well, what should your punishment be? I'm saying that I think that the punishment that Ethan gave, the nature of it, is going to match up here. Now, then the question is, did they do something?
That's going to depend on the
that-
culpable conduct. So why don't we get that first?
Yes. Well, the reason I wanted to go over the nature of it is just because that's the face of the lawsuit itself is right. It's already done. We know that it's financial punishment.
One of
and
them
it's going
is.
to match up, and it's just the first thing that came to my mind. That's why I went
wait,
over it
wait,
first.
no. I thought you were trying to justify the lawsuits.
Yeah,
By retribution.
I am. Yes.
Okay. So
Yes.
retribution requires there to be culpable conduct, and I'm asking what
I
that is.
agree, but I'm just going over the context seconds. Let's just go to the context then, because I feel like we're stumbling over six here. Like this is almost irrelevant. Like I'm just not finished giving all my reasons, right?
I know, but
So
I'm not understanding it. If you're just like they would do something in similar circumstances, say I
Well,
grant
that
that.
did-
So what does that matter?
well, that matters over. Like for example, like he couldn't like kill them. That wouldn't be an appropriate punishment, even if they did do something bad.
Why would
right?
any punishment be reserved for someone who would do a thing? It's not punishment.
It's not that they deserve punishment just because they.
I'm sorry.
they
I'm
would-
just gonna ask the question: do people deserve to be punished for things they haven't done yet but would do?
No.
Okay, so then help me out. I don't understand your point.
Okay, well, the only reason I brought up the fact of the nature of their punishment was the fact that if, for example, like they were going to, so if they would punish him financially, right? If they would exact a monetary cost to him, then that means that I think that you can, if they were to do something else, that you can reply in kind. Like you could, like someone shoots you, you can allowed to shoot back, right? Self-defense.
Yeah, but
right?
right there. There's
That's a different scenario, but I'm just giving an example,
You
right?
understand the major difference between those scenarios?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I'm saying though. Well, that's what I'm just telling you, like why morally why a financial punishment would be appropriate, whereas like killing them would not be appropriate, right? That's the point of what I'm trying to say here. It's
Okay. So if your point is that the retribution isn't to the scale of Cain, I agree. If your point is it's financial harm, I agree. To the extent that this is a punishment, is one that is reputational and related to financial and legal penalty. I don't understand how
okay.
that
Yes.
gets you closer to your point. I obviously
Well,
grant that.
it would be. I
I
think it would be unjustified. For example, if like I don't know, she called him some names or whatever, and then he was like, "All right, bitch, you're gonna live in
okay,
a
yes.
homeless
So
tent for
I
the
agree.
rest of your life, right?"
There's stuff that would be more unjustified, including punishments of greater severity.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. That's all I was trying to say with that whole
Okay.
part. I was surprised that you were pushing back so hard on that, but okay, so that we agree on that part at least, I think.
Hmm?
And then as far as like the conduct that merits
Retribution.
that retribution, I would say is the fact that they encourage people to engage in these kinds of communities. To
Wait. What do you, when you
yeah.
say these kinds of communities? You mean
I'm
snarker?
talking about this like the snark communities, those kinds of people. You know,
Okay.
the folks who do, even if maybe it wasn't from Denham's community per se, like who did like the CPS call or whatever, or sent skulls. I don't know who did that, or these Kiwi Farms people or whatever, but they certainly encourage people to engage with that type of that ilk. They encourage people to think about those sorts of things, like sort of like kind of devious schemes. Like they're sort of enablers in a sense, right? Like kind of like they may not like Tucker Carlson almost. I don't know if I want to say that because there's a lot of implications there with him.
I'll give you an example, right? So I think that MAGA is a wholly political ideology. If someone, and I think that people who convince others to join MAGA are doing a harmful thing to society. If you had a friend, a prominent friend, who saying, "Hey, everybody, go join MAGA," and was encouraging people to join the local chapter of MAGA Republicans, whatever that is, their participation in that community is harmful on my country. Would that be deserving of retribution? And I guess I'll first ask you, what's more harmful, MAGA communities or snarker communities?
MAGA.
Okay. So if there are people on the internet encouraging others to join MAGA communities, are they deserving of retribution?
Personally, yeah, I would say so. Yeah, some form of retribution, sure.
What kind of retribution?
I think it'd be retribution. Sorry?
In the MAGA case, this is greater harm than the snarker cases. So I'm asking what retribution for legal protected activity, speech activities, stuff that generally is not seen as a rights violation. It is causing harm, but it's protected activity. What kind of retribution do you think is merited in the MAGA case? You granted more harmful than the snarker?
It would depend a little bit on like the individual. But I just assuming that's like your average MAGA who is like they're supporting January 6th. They kind of want to see the government overthrown in some sense. I would say that you should start looking for probably any crime that they've committed, and you start like enforcing. Like you, for example, like you get them on like the Al Capone style stuff, where you're like, all right, well, we can't get him for insurrection, but he's got all these unpaid parking tickets. Let's start hounding him on those. Maybe
on the basis of their support for Donald Trump and their participation in MAGA communities, we should be going after every possible technicality on the mere good faith, let's say. So we can
for certain people, like if it's like a serious MAGA influencer, like I don't know, Jack Posobiec or something like that. Yeah, I think for those kinds of things, you start looking into it, right? I mean, you kind of were talking about that with the previous caller, where there's
some substantive misconduct.
Sorry, yeah, I don't mean to say that specifically was retributive in nature or not. Let's start looking for something to get him on, but I think it would be justified if you were to start looking for something to get Jack Posobiec on, right? He certainly engages in that kind of like illicit or very on the edge of illicit behavior, and if you can get him for something that actually is illegal, I think that's totally 100% justified.
Okay, but in that context, the kind of action that we're contemplating relates to the fundamental violation and bad thing he did. But like You say that about Rob
Not
Noor?
necessarily, right? I mean, I
Can
would
I give you the
suggest, like,
example
if
of
let's
like
say,
Rob? Can I give you the example of Rob Noor? Like, if
Mhm.
Rob Noor like reviews my stream, would you say it's justified for me to do it just because?
if he reviewed your stream
Yeah,
and you're gonna,
he kind of just does the copyright stuff, and I'm doing this to silence him. Yeah, good. He's encouraging people to do MAGA, so I don't care.
if you're gonna like, I don't know, get him on like a copyright thing. It could probably depend on like how much you're gonna like put him in the hole for. But yeah, honestly, I think it's probably justified to some extent. I mean, I don't to be honest, I don't know how much money your
I
streams
don't,
make, so I don't know how much.
I don't really
Sorry.
agree because like, so my view of it is in the manner of stuff, difference of opinion, need to justify what I think are otherwise unsavory. There better be some like major net benefit that I can see extracted here for society. And the main run of situations for like lawsuits or these kinds of situations that are totally unmoored, the raison d'etre of the litigation at issue. I'm just gonna be like, no, I think that's chicken shit. I think this should be resolved in like your marketplace. Now, for different like seriously powerful figures that have like material effects on people's lives, government, Trump himself, criminal like masterminds. These people, like people who are spreading, I don't know, maybe even some people who are spreading COVID misinformation, if they're or like vaccine misinformation, and they're spreading like such horrible ideas that are having like these material health effects or whatever. Maybe then, right? I can assuming that that's all protected stuff. But I'm just going to have a higher threshold when it's protected activities. Now, when it comes to the snarkers who are doing harassment, then I'm like, okay, yeah, like that to me makes more sense. But no one has connected Casey Trump to the like harassment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that I know specifically if Casey Tron, had any involvement there, but I certainly.
Oh, so
think
do you have a view that
Casey
any of these
Tron-
are justified against the creators?
Well, no, I mean, I don't know, like, to what extent that Casey Tron is involved in.
Wait, no,
like,
no,
the
no. Sorry,
community directly.
broader question. Just to make sure that we touch base. Do you have a
Mhm.
view that any of the lawsuits against the creators are morally justified?
Yes.
Which ones are? If any.
I would say, well, I mean, I think he's justified in raising a lawsuit to all of them. I don't know the specifics about like what is actually at stake here, so I can't speak as to whether or not
so
he's
Casey
like going
Tron
overboard with the country.
deserves the lawsuit
because she has sort of fosters a community of folks who and encourages them to participate, like to engage in or with these communities that sort of are definitely towing the line, as you agree, right? Like even if maybe everything is technically legal on kiwi farms specifically, like it's certainly in a very gray area, or it's on the cusp.
Casey Tron supports kiwi farms?
No, but I think she encourages people to to seek out methods of harming people like Ethan specifically in for Casey Tron specifically, I mean she's just kind of like going after him, right? She's just like saying like, oh, you know what?
Yeah, I'm asking how.
Gonna take his stream out, right? She's saying I'm gonna deny him money on his stream.
I know, but that's just okay. That's just doing the copyright infringement stuff. That's different than the kind of conduct that you were talking about. That's just the copyright stuff. But this is targeting her for her non-copyright related conduct.
Yes. Oh, okay. Sorry. So for Casey Tron specifically, I mean. Well, okay. Let me back up a little bit. Instead of I don't know specifically if Casey Tron actually.
So to be clear, you don't have a view about whether it's justified against Casey Tron.
For Casey Tron specifically, I don't know if it is actually only like shame for Casey Tron.
Sorry,
I think it's probably okay.
Do you know whether it's good or bad or no? Are you agnostic? Or do you
no,
have a
I'm
view?
not certain for Casey Tron.
Okay,
no.
so you don't have a view about the Casey Tron lawsuit because you don't, and I'm guessing.
Well, I do have a view, but I wouldn't say to the strength that you're.
What's your view?
Asking me. My view is that she's kind of going after him in a way that is
how
it certainly has the aesthetic of being untoward, and so like if he were to like extract shame from her in this sense, where he's like only
but he didn't just extract shame from her.
You said that there might be there's money involved, but I don't know. There's a settlement, right? Do we know the specifics of the settlement?
That at a bare minimum, she had to do this apology with fucking Asmongold.
Right, that's a shame.
Anti-Semitic. okay, on collateral matters that have nothing to do with snark communities, and then also too,
Yeah, but that's still shame, right? Like,
so
you agree with
anything
that it's still like
anything that's shame is justified here because she did what? Why is shame justified here? Because of what?
because she would shame him, or right? I mean,
How?
it's well. First of all, I mean, I don't see shame as being especially,
Was shame justified
strong
regardless of
punishment.
what someone does?
Well, I mean, that's kind of like what whenever you say anything about anyone, you're kind of shaming them. I guess we have to categorize shame here.
Yeah,
Like I
I
just see
think we
shame as like
do.
you're just publicly embarrassed, right?
Okay, but if you were sued and did what happened to Casey Tron, we'd be like, oh yeah, this is just shame. So like, I actually am. You're hurting my brain right now.
Well, okay, well, she was sued and she had to give this apology, right? That I agree is shame. The money part, I'm not going to say that's shame. I would agree that's not shame.
But I just don't know why. Like, so shame is okay or it's trivial because it's not money. Like, we also need to do an analysis of whether shame is justified. Right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah,
in
I would
virtue
agree
of
with
what?
that.
Why is the shame justified? For Casey
Why?
Tron?
Well, for Casey Tron, it's because, in my opinion, I mean, I think that she's basically shamed him, right? She's seeking to attack him
How?
financially.
Oh well, the
Well,
copyright. No, I'm asking for the non-copyright related.
Well, I mean, she just like attacks Ethan verbally, right? Right. If you could like, I mean, I don't know. I see shame as like as a pretty like small like inconvenience almost, right?
He
Like
was
this is
sued,
gonna.
and
Yeah, yeah, she was sued, but if the only thing that comes out of that lawsuit was that she has to like give an apology, like I don't know the rest of the details. All I know is that she had to give that apology,
okay,
right?
but the apology, part of the reason he was able to extract that apology because she was under the gun. She was
Yes,
so it's not just shame. It's an apology and
but he didn't
shame
pull the trigger, right?
in a way.
I
He
mean,
did
so we don't
because
know. I shouldn't say that.
yes,
He
he
didn't. He
filed
wasn't.
the lawsuit. He didn't approach her and say, "Hey, would file unless you apologize." He didn't do that. He sued her without notifying her, and then he comes up to this agreement. And
Yeah, but
you're
if he
saying
only
it's just
extracts
shame. It's
the
just
shame,
shame.
then I don't. Yeah, but he only extracts the shame, right?
This
I
is
mean, at
insane,
least
dude.
assuming
You
I
don't
don't.
believe this shit.
I do. Wait,
Wait,
I don't
wait.
believe it. As long as wait. What issue would you have if at the end of the day the only thing Casey Tron had to pay was this apology, even if it's unrelated to this? Like, is it really that big of a deal? Like, this is like something that
A
you would like
lawsuit? Yes.
a lot. But the only extraction is that he did it to get her to say this apology. I
And
just
like waste the court's time and waste public attention. I don't think it's
that okay.
costless. It's not.
That's something
It's
I'll
not
agree. I'll grant you that. I
costless.
didn't
Yeah.
consider that part of that. Like, is this something that
You
really
didn't consider the
for someone
costs
personal like that?
on the court and public expenditure when you're thinking about lawsuits.
Okay, that'll. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so that honestly didn't even occur to me, to be honest. So, I have to think
There's a
about
reason, by
that
the way, that
particular
I have
part.
all these like views on what's a good purpose for the court and legal
Sure,
system
that's
because
fine. Yeah, and like I said,
it's
I'm not a lawyer, so I
costly.
don't know the specifics about how like justice is implemented. Like, this is all the kind of
You don't
thing
know
that
that
I
like
don't even.
judges are paid salaries and
But
they have
that I know, but that's
caseloads.
not something I think about, right? It's just, that's why it wasn't a
Okay.
consideration. But that's why I'm agreeing with you that okay, that's something I hadn't considered. I had to think about that part specifically. Like, is it worth wasting the court's time for something like this? Probably not. That I would agree. That's not sufficient. But
Oh wait,
the act specifically.
so do you have a good basis to believe it's justified even at some level of certainty? One against Casey Tron at this point, since
Well,
the
here's what I would
shame.
say is justified against Casey Tron. I think that at a minimum, if he had gotten Casey Tron just to say this apology, right? Forget the lawsuit portion. Like, let's say he could do that without a lawsuit. Like, he just like, hey, look, I'm gonna sue you, and that threat alone is enough to get her to do that. I don't think that's an issue. I think that's an appropriate. That minimally is appropriate for the behavior that she did. Right? That's like basically just like I don't know. It's getting someone to say on stream,
Really?
like those
Like
guys on stream. Well,
maybe
no, you got those
maybe if
guys,
it's
and then
apologizing for the infringement, but like can I give you a situation? Like imagine that like this is actually was by Kafka. I thought it was a really good example that he brought up. Suppose that you have like an ex-wife who infringes on your copyrighted work and like critiques you, but it's is intentionally siphoning from and you threaten her and you're like, hey, you have to apologize for intentionally siphoning and infringing on copyright, and also about the time that you stole my dog and that you are a cheating whore. You don't say it in those terms. You're like that you were unfaithful. Do you think that that's justified?
For stealing your copyright and you get them to say that you're cheating.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I don't see it. Yeah, I think that's fine.
It's fine.
Like-
Is to at the threat of the copyright infringement lawsuit, settle some like other score about personal drama with your ex-wife.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very
Shame.
minor. Yeah, it's a pretty minor form of shame, right? Like in the same way that like
How would you feel
would
about that
consider-
if you were like if that
yeah,
happened?
of course I'm gonna feel shitty if that happened to me, right? Of course, the whole point is that you're supposed to feel shitty about it, right? That's why you're doing it. But I see it as the same thing as your Al Capone scenario, where you're like, yeah, we don't really care about the tax evasion part, we got to get them, and where you see it as more of like, well, Al Capone represents some greater societal
Yeah,
issue,
but that's
which
not that's
I
not at stake here with the
yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that like to me it's more that like well the punishment to Al Capone is a million times worse than having to say that oh yeah I'm a dirty cheater or whatever, right? Like that's like it's like astronomically different, right? Like that's like stubbing your toe compared to like getting your arm chopped off. Like it's just two wildly different things.
I just don't understand. It really just does seem like for me to suit is bad. It's all coming down to the. I would have to show that the case is bad. Other than that, like you're gonna take so long as it's just shame that came out of it, even though it's not just shame that came out of it, even though we acknowledge the cost and the expense of the lawsuit. So now we're inventing a hypothetical in which he doesn't actually file a lawsuit and just threatens it. Why should we consider that? That's not what happened. So given what's happened, can we just like take a view on that?
Well, to be honest, I really care less about the lawsuits in general. Like, in fact, the reason I made that effort post is that
wait, motherfucker. This is why I start the fucking discussion with Hutch saying you care about the ethics of the lawsuit. It's because a motherfucker.
No, I do
like
care about
you.
that. No, I care about the ethics of the lawsuit 100%. I do care
Okay.
about it, but I care about it less than I care about the general. Because the reason I put that effort post up on your subreddit was
I didn't see it. I'm sorry, or maybe I did. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's fine. I don't care. It's fine. Whether you saw it, it's not a big deal. But the main point of it was that like I see it as sort of you have a very obviously you've admitted to it now that you have a very retribution negative approach to politics.
But right now I'm assuming retribution. I'm accepting that retribution is.
No, I know. But and I'm willing. That's why I was willing to. The reason we're accepting retribution because you want to probe me about it and my justification.
Not even like in daily parlance. Even though I don't subscribe to retributive justice in any respect, I understand that that's not the consensus view. And so in all of my conversations, speaking in terms of retributive justice, I'm speaking in terms of ability. So it's mapping onto a language that assumes retribution. Now I ground it out into something different, sort of my philosophy, and I thought it was interesting that we went through that or whatever. But it's not the case that like all of my conversations price in this negative attitude towards retribution. Kind of language I'm deploying, culpability, morally at fault. This is all in terms of retribution, and it completely prices in there. So it's not just for the sake of argument. I mean, I do think that most of the time this culpable conduct can be premised in terms of deterrence, and so I'm not avoidant to using that. But you can just map on retributive justice everything I've said in it.
I mean that's fair, but I would just say like I'm not sure how we got to that part particularly. But my point was that like I brought up retributive justice because I think I see the fact that you are so retributive negative in general as sort of causing you to miss things that other people have noticed, like the Merrick Garland thing,
How the hell does that relate?
Well, so correct me if I'm wrong here. It's been a long time since I remember the Merrick Garland thing, but you basically want Merrick Garland is justified in, I don't want to say slow rolling because you don't see a slow rolling, but like taking his time with the J6 stuff by making sure that he had his ducks in a row or whatever, right? Like not necessarily going all out on, looking into Epstein for anything he can get on Trump.
I basically think that he maybe responsible for a month or two or delay, but that it's not this level of trying specifically like stymie the investigation. I think that people ascribe a lot of fault to him there, even though the case that was actually brought would have happened before the election. I think it's the Supreme Court's fault that it didn't. Would have happened at the best possible time with respect to the election if he were actually motivated by politics, which he, and more to that, like I have this view that people will take the appointment of special counsel Jack Smith as when the investigation started. It just suggested that's not when it started. And I think it makes sense from the effective on a case, start with like the easy cases of seditious conspiracy cases. Actually, those are more hard, but like at least the violent actors, that was a priority to first go after the violent people and then move up the chain once you've built out those cases, have more witnesses. I don't think that, in hindsight, you have preferred them to go after Trump first. Yes, that's using ex post lens. And at the time, it's like you actually need to produce a lot of evidence to nab Trump on the theories that they did. It's not as easy as people think. So that's why I'm sympathetic to Merrick Garland values. And I know that doesn't win me a lot of friends with resistance Dems, but that's just how I understand it. And that's like, I don't think it has anything to do with the Ethan thing. I think it's so deranged that you say they're related.
Well, no. It's not that it's related to Ethan specifically. It's related to I think retribution and what someone should be doing with their power, right? Like what is merited against Trump, and what should Merrick Garland have done? And I actually agree with most of what you said there. The only thing I guess is an important distinction though is that I think that Merrick Garland absolutely should have. You did say like he should have done it, and I think he should have known in advance, right? January 6th should have been like the reddest of flags, right? He should have been like, oh, all hands on deck. We need to get anything we can against Trump.
It's the biggest DOJ investigation in history.
Yes, but it needed to. He needs to start looking at. He honestly, she should have looked through the Epstein files, see anything he could release. You gotta start playing a little bit dirty, right? Like Comey did his whole announcement or whatever, the improper announcement of the reinitiating the investigation into Hillary Clinton. Like that's the kind of shit that you need to start doing. Like things that are like towing the line, because if the fact that this guy, he just tried to coup the government, and he's still a political factor, like that should be all hands on deck.
I'll ask the question.
We got to throw it at him.
Did you want Merrick Garland to do political releases of documents to lower Trump's political esteem? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you wanted the DOJ to be acting politically?
In this case, yes, I do think actually.
Okay, I don't agree with that, and I think that that's fucked up. Say that.
Okay. Well, I mean, I respect that you disagree, but I mean, if you want me to try and justify it, what I'll say is that you're facing off against someone who would never give you the same. I know. Never give you the same courtesy back, and when you are facing someone who won't do that, especially when it comes to, I am surprised that you wouldn't see it on deterrence grounds, because one of the best deterrents is acting in kind, right? You do something to us, we're going to do it back to you. That's a pretty strong deterrent. There's actually I'm sure you've heard of the decision theory thing about tit for tat, right?
Yeah, but I just think that it would be like, okay, it's justified to use all the energy in the planet to create a concentrated beam of light to totally evaporate a person who just did the most heinous crime. But the cost of the punishment there is just not worth it. The punishment itself is costly to our society in that we don't want politicalization of the Department of Justice. It's really, really bad. And yeah, Trump is willing to do it, and he doesn't give us the same grace on that. In fact, he's specifically corrupting the DOJ in ways that are just unfathomable levels of depravity. But it just isn't something it's not a line I'm willing to cross. It's almost like you're saying, should we violate the Constitution on purpose to fuck with Trump? And I think you would say no, right?
For violating the Constitution, no. But I mean,
wait, so I'll ask another one.
It was already done, right? It was already.
Should Merrick Garland have doctored documents to make Trump look bad?
No.
Okay, so then
no.
So then you understand then the costs of doing these kinds of actions.
Yeah.
Okay, so then
there's absolutely a cost.
So do you support politicization of the DOJ under Democrats to make them politically go after Republicans, not on crimes, but for the purposes of stifling political views and making them politically ineffective? I think the answer is no.
In this case, well, first of all, I would say that it is, I think, justified when if someone is going to do that to you, and they did 100% have. I mean, it's happened already, right? And it did happen back then.
Yes, I do agree. Yes, I do.
Then I mean, you have to be willing to engage in that behavior back, because the rule's already been violated. Like it or not, that the line was already crossed, and now we're at a point where if we don't act in kind, now you're going to see more and more of that. And you have, right? Like look at Trump 2, how much worse it is than Trump 1, right? The fact that I think that
that's on the Supreme Court. That's on the Supreme Court. That's on the Republican Party. That's on the Democratic Party. And you know who else it's on? The American people. I don't put it on the feet of Merrick Garland. That decision
That
to who to vote for
I-
is culpable. Like the culpability for that is the Supreme Court in the Anderson case. It's
but
the
it's
Republican
not well,
Party for
it's
putting up with it, and it's the American people.
But it's not if it's on Merrick Garland or not. It's about like whether or not he would have been justified in engaging in that kind of activity. And I think he absolutely would have been, right? It's, well, I mean, especially if you take on a deterrence approach, or like I said, if you don't have the tat for the tit, you're there's no reason for them not to continue titting, right? You're gonna
I
get
just
titted
explained
over and
that.
over again.
I just explained this, that some
Yeah.
instances of that are themselves too costly. The cost outweighs the cure is worse than the disease. Here, the cure would be worse than the
I
disease.
think that's definitely not the case. Certainly now it seems emblematic of that, right? I mean, look at how much worse this is than I think if Merrick Garland had been like, "Yo, here's some proof that Trump is a well, not proof, but here's some really strong evidence that Trump is a pedophile, a PDF."
I mean, that would be true if he doctored documents to that effect. Yeah, you
It
don't
would
think that's
be, but
justified.
that's like no, I don't think that's justified.
In virtue of what?
But in virtue of the fact that it was being made up in that case, right?
Yeah,
It's
but who
not
cares?
true,
It's
like-
deterrent effect. It would stop Trump.
Well, I'm not saying that. Well, I'm saying deterrence to appeal to you, right? I agree deterrence
Okay.
is important, but that's for me. That's one aspect.
Okay, can we
of
get back
it.
to? I have to go back soon, but let's just summarize anything. So, do you have any view on whether it's justified to go against Casey Tron, given that we've said that it's not just a threat, it's actually a lawsuit, given the fact that there is monetary components, given at a bare minimum the court's time. So, in virtue of what is it justified to go against Casey Tron?
Well, you actually may have switched my opinion on Case-Tron solely because of the court thing. That's something I hadn't considered, honestly, in analyzing it. I honestly didn't really look at the specifics of it too deeply.
That's a problem,
but-
isn't it? I mean, because you did an effort post, right?
I did do an effort post, but the effort post was about particularly retributive justice specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now let's get to the next ones. Any reason to think that Frogan's is justified?
Similar thing, right? It's basically like you're going after me, I'm gonna come after you.
Okay, but that wasn't. I changed your mind on the Casey Tron thing. So given that there's no,
Given the nature of the superfluous there of the court, right? You're wasting the court's time. If your only thing you're gonna get out of this is shame, that's not really something appropriate for the court. If he's going for more on the money in particular, then I think that's if he's gonna track money from Frogan, I think that's fine.
wait, but I thought money was a consideration that would have been bad for Casey Tron. Now you're saying it's good for Frogan. I don't understand. The whole thing was like, if the settlement had money, you're all over the place.
Well, I don't think I'm all over the place. First of all, second of all, for Casey
No,
Tron,
wait, no. Sorry. Didn't you say in the Casey Tron example that if it were money, I would have a different view about it? But the fact that it's just shame was somehow a point in Ethan's favor.
just shame made it easier in my opinion.
Okay, so
that's
now,
what made it easier.
but now you're adding money.
But
as
that's
though
why I'm
it's-
willing to go stronger on
as-
the Frogan case.
Why?
Yes. Well, it's not that there's necessarily a difference in Case-Tron, but the only reason I said Case-Tron, I was pretty sure on that one was because that was basically just shame. I thought was extracted, right? I didn't know the specifics of like. If
right.
there
So
was-
money makes it worse, a harder case, right? Not easier.
Yes, but and in order to justify money specifically, that I think is justified in the sense that like even though he may not care about the money in this case, like if you're gonna come after me on my money, right? Like I'm gonna go after you for
Right,
your
but
money.
no.
Like,
I'm saying that you're
even if
being
he-
inconsistent between Casey Tron and Frogan. That if money were present as a motivation or as an extraction in the Casey Tron example, you said that would have made your case harder. But now it seems like if you think money is a point of
I
extraction
do
for
think it makes
Frogan,
I think it makes the case harder, but the reason I was willing to be more sure with Case-Tron is because, like I said, I thought the only extraction was the main thing of the settlement was just that there was no financial payment, right? It was purely shame was extracted. That's why I was fairly
Okay, so-
confident with Case-Tron.
no, but the presence of money in the Casey Tron case would have made it harder to justify. And it seems like you just suggested, and I might be wrong, that in the context of Frogan, you're saying if he's going after money, it makes the case easier. Do you see that there's a potential conflict there?
No, not easier. I don't think I said. Did I say it was easier to go after Frogan because of the money?
I thought you did. Maybe you didn't.
No, I think it's harder actually to
Okay, so
to
then-
go after
So then
the
why
money,
is
but I
why is
think-
it
I think it's
justified to
still
go after
justified,
Frogan?
though.
In virtue of what?
Yeah, I still think he's justified in going after Frogan in the sense that, like, yeah, he is looking to inflict retribution on her. He wants to get revenge.
So what's the culpable
And
conduct for which retribution merited?
it's the fact that she has attacked him, and in this case that she went after his money, and so he's going to go
but
after money in
wait, hang
return
on.
for this act. Yes.
Isn't that all the same thing for Casey Tron? How is it different than the
could be,
Casey
but
Tron case? Is it
well, in the
different?
case, like I said, sorry, repeat that.
Is this case different than the Casey Tron case?
Well, I mean, I don't know if there's been a determination yet on the Frogan case. That's why
No.
it's
In terms of the potential culpable conduct for which certain actions would be justified.
no. Then in that case, no. Sorry.
Okay, so
let me
then
clarify that then.
then you can't be on this sense more in favor of the Frogan one than the Casey Tron one, because there's not a basis to distinguish it disfavorably against Frogan versus Casey Tron. And so the answer should be, at a bare minimum, they should be equal in terms of your estimation.
That I agree with. That I say
Okay.
that. Well, I think I said though that it would be harder to get the financial part right. I did. Did I say it was easier?
So then, in summary, before we get to denims, you're not saying that it's morally good to go after Casey Tron. You're not saying that it's morally good to go after Frogan.
Wait, no, I didn't say
so-
that. I just said I don't think it's going to make it hard. I don't think it makes it easier that the money is involved. Does that make sense? I don't see how
Okay,
that's-
now I'm just asking your disposition. So I thought you said
Okay.
I changed your mind on Casey Tron because of the court costs, and I thought therefore that I changed your mind in the sense that you're not morally in favor of the lawsuit anymore for Casey Tron.
Casey Tron
In what sense did I change your mind? How did I change your mind on the Casey Tron example?
Oh well, I hadn't considered the court costs. That's what you changed my mind on. I guess something I had not even considered. Right? Is
So
it
has
worth
it-
the court's time? Like if
Okay,
he
but has
only
it-
extracted.
has it-
Okay. I see what you're. I see what you're saying. Okay, now I see where you're getting at now, and I see where the confusion is. So I said for Casey Tron that it is not justified in the sense that it is wasting the court's time. Right? He's not going to get any money out of it. He literally only, if assuming he settles only for shame. Right? That is I see that as an issue because it wastes the court's time. But if he does get money out of it, now there's like you're actually extracting value. Does that make sense? Now I see where the confusion is.
It
Though.
makes sense, but I thought that was a point in favor of Ethan that he wasn't getting initially. Now it sounds like if he did get money, it would be.
Well, yes, because I didn't know. I didn't consider the fact that it would cost the court time. Right. That's something I have to consider. Right. If let's say, like I said, that doesn't make sense to you?
No, because it sounds like you had it both ways. Initially, that you were using the fact that money wasn't a motivation or wasn't a result of settlement benefit Ethan, but now you're suggesting that the possibility, given the court cost situation, to extract money is now a benefit for Frogan. I just think it doesn't make any sense at all.
Okay, well, let me clarify why I think it's a benefit for Ethan that assuming he did only go after their shame and assuming that there was no lawsuit involved, right? That I think is a benefit to him because he has to justify a smaller punishment, right? That's why, like, if you punish less, it's easier to justify, right? I feel like that's
okay. I understood that rationale. I didn't agree with it,
okay,
but I understood it. And now that we're adding court costs, why does that obviate the retribution analysis? Because presumably that's still applicable regardless of the court cost. Retribution, like Casey Tron isn't feeling those incentives of the court. He's only feeling the incentives of the things that are being extracted. So I don't understand why changing your apprehension of the court costs affects your analysis about the level of retribution for money extracted and
for the same reason that you think there's value in greater societal good. I mean, like if it's costing everybody the court's time, right? Like the court could be doing other cases, and there's not going to be any money out of this deal. Like that is like kind of like a waste of resources, right? I mean, does that not make sense to you?
It shouldn't affect your view on the magnitude of the retributive response. The court cost doesn't affect that.
No, that specifically. Well, no. If there's a social cost to your retribution, right? Like if I have to, like,
right, if anything,
kill,
it makes it worse, right? Anything, it makes it worse. That's how I changed your
Yeah,
mind,
but I'm
right?
not seeing,
That
I'm
I
not
made
seeing
the
the
just.
contradiction here though now, because
No,
like if I'm willing to grant that
it doesn't make
you
it
know
better. It doesn't.
collateral damage in your retribution is going to make your job harder, whereas if you were to actually extract money, it
Right, but
would
in
kind
no
of negate
sense,
that.
in no sense does it make the case easier. It's just
For
adding
the
additional
specific
costs that to unculpable parties, namely the public. So in no sense does it make it an easier case for Ethan. He extracts money. That's a sunk cost. It's a sunk cost. The expenses.
the court expenses are sunk cost, but there was it was there was a utility to actually getting money out of it. Like it was the court served a purpose, right? Whereas opposed to like
And it
you're
didn't just
using
for the
court.
shame. So are you granting that the Casey Tron lawsuit was unjustified?
Only on the grounds that like it's wasting the court's time and that's the collateral damage that didn't need to be done. Yeah, I would agree with that, but it's not like on the.
So overall, what is? I'm trying to get clear to you. Was it
Yeah, I'm
unjustified
trying to
to
give you
bring
to you,
the
but the thing is, like,
case?
if I look at it
Was it
in
unjustified to bring the
aggregate,
case?
I'm not.
Just give me
Yeah,
the.
yeah. So I am telling
answer.
you why I think it's unjustified. If he had only gone
I
for,
don't want conditional anymore. Now I just want your view.
Okay.
Is it your view? Lawsuit was justified, not justified, neutral. What's your view? I justified here. I
It
mean morally
is
good.
it is morally good. I have to give a qualifier though. It's morally
Why?
good because you have to consider the collateral damage. I don't know enough about like
Well, then
whether
then
he.
if you don't know enough, then you say I'm agnostic because I don't have sufficient information to make a determination.
Okay, then I would say I'm agnostic, but I can give you
Okay.
more information. That's why I want to give you
All right.
information if I
So
can.
no,
Right? So
now that I have your disposition. Your disposition is you're agnostic on the lawsuit, but now you can tell me what would change your mind. So go.
so I'm agnostic on the lawsuit, and I would change my mind and say that it is unjustified if uh, if the collateral damage of wasting the court's time on solely for shame was the only extraction that Ethan was able to get. Like if the court served no purpose other than to force Keyshawn to mock herself, that's that's just too silly. Like that's
And what other evidence is there of other? So let's say that she said that Ethan picks up like $5,000. That would make it justified now.
I think if he were to get the value that he's entitled to, yes, because then the court is actually enacting, the law. Like it's being used to further the law and like to give equal compensation and not just, suit solely as one, but also it has this financial component. Yeah, I think that does change it. Even if it may not matter retribution wise, but yeah, that does change my opinion on it.
Because now retribution is not really.
Well, no, it's just that retribution is not it's I mean, retribution can get you only so much, right? I'm not saying like, well, retribution, therefore anything, but there's going to be some level of retribution that we'll tolerate. But that doesn't mean that like we're going to tolerate any amount, right? Like I'm not going to tolerate like wasting the court's time for years and years just for.
What about wasting Ethan's own money? What if he did this? He's a net loss.
I mean, that's up to him if he wants to lose money on it.
So if he's paying his lawyers all these expenses, he doesn't really get anything value from Tron. Some nominal value doesn't even cover his litigation expense. That's the case. And it's really unjustified, right? Because now he's net down on the lawsuit just for shame and wasted the court. It's not like the people are getting that money back. That money's gone. And Ethan's worse
but it's
off.
his money to use how he wants. Like I guess I don't see the problem there of how it's right, his money, right? He's the party.
But the lawyer's getting enriched. It's just public is being it's being charged. And
yeah, that part's irrelevant.
The value is the shame, and so the question is that worth what we got? If it's the case that he got some nominal value, let's call it $5,000 from whatever was left over, which covers, let's say, I don't know, 10% of his litigation expenses.
He got $5,000 specifically.
Yeah, so take those facts. Assume he got $5,000 to $6,000, and his litigation expenses are $50,000 to $60,000, which wouldn't be unheard of in filing a complaint, dude.
Is that normal then for someone to file a complaint under like for $5,000? I don't know.
No, $50,000.
You know, expenses, yeah, that makes sense. That I buy. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about the money that he's
No,
getting
what?
in return.
And so in that case, in the facts I just gave, 50,000 litigation, 5,000 retrieval. So his lawyers who get, they're getting paid. Ethan's losing net $45,000. The court is being used, and look at the shame. I'm asking in that case.
In that case, yeah, I honestly, I would say, yeah, I think that is because he's willing to spend his
Why?
own money on, because the court did exact financial compensation, right? Even if it's
Okay, but
something, yeah.
okay, but it was a case in which he didn't care about the underlying infringement, and he just basically just wanted to extract these apologies on collateral matters.
Yeah, I mean, it's the fact that the court actually did, perform a legal duty, like to provide him compensation for the crime that
That's
was
how you
committed.
determine
I think
whether that's a
well,
pretty.
that's what's going to get me over the hump of like, is it a wasting the court's time or not, right? If it's actually being used to do that, even if the underlying motivation isn't, pure or whatever, yeah, I don't. If it's actually doing, like, I mean, like, let's say you were to get someone for like, I don't know, stealing something, like, I don't know, stealing like a bunch of like shampoo or something from the Walgreens, right? And it's like you do the
Oh, no,
math,
but
and it's
that's
like, well,
no, but
we're
that's
gonna.
high. No, but there we care about the infringement. It's not the same. High value.
Well, I mean, like, let's say you found out that the guy who investigated that case, he didn't actually give a shit about it, right? Like, would you be like,
No,
oh,
but
well, we gotta.
but the state cares about it.
Uh, I mean, doesn't the state also care about copyright? They not care about either specific copyright, and it may be intention,
yes, but the state isn't bringing the case.
right? But I mean, I don't think that doesn't matter, right? I mean, to me, I don't see it
think it
as.
does.
You think that's
I'm
important? Like,
I'm gonna evaluate motivations based on the actor who are in charge of the suits.
I mean, I'm not saying it. I don't think that that Ethan's motivation doesn't matter at all. I think that, like, if he did care about like his copyright, I think it'd be more important, right? Or it would give him even greater justification for going after them. But the fact that he wants to go after them, and this is a way to do it. It's legal, and
Yeah, you're
he's
just saying it's
exacting.
legal. He can do it. He's allowed to do it. That's all you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, I'm listing off things, right? He's able to do it. He wants to
Yeah,
get.
you're just repeating the same thing that he's legally allowed to do it, and he wants to do it. But I grant all of that. You're acting like that's some revelation to me.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's a revelation, but I'm saying that that's what matters to me, right? You asked
What
me
matters to you is
me,
whether
right?
he can do it and that he wants to do it. That's all that matters to you.
No, I said that his motivation matters, but as far as his motivation matters, yeah, that's part of it. Like the fact that he wants to take his revenge, I think that's part of it as well.
Yeah, but you're just descriptively saying that that's part of it. But I'm asking, like, is the fact that he wants revenge? I mean, Trump wants revenge.
What I'm confused. You asked me like why that matter, and I told
Does
you
Ethan's
just the facts that
desire
to me
for
that factor into it.
desire
Yes, it
for
does factor
revenge
in. Yes,
matter to your
I listed
ethical
them off because
calculus?
yes, and I listed off the other things that matter as well.
Presumably, it would only matter in the context of kind of culpable action that you thought was serious enough to warrant the retributive aim. You don't respect revenge without knowing what the revenge is premised on, right? Trump wants revenge. Bare revenge is not a virtue, right? You hold revenge in and of itself to be virtuous.
Well, I mean that's kind of the question, right? Is like is retribution on its own justifiable, right?
No. But even in the case of retribution, it's premised on some kind of culpability. But the bare
Yes,
feeling of revenge, the bare feeling that revenge is warranted, isn't itself virtue. It's premised on some sort of
agreed.
coherence between that motivation and a given act.
Yes, I agree with that.
So it's not
I'm missing
virtuous.
the.
It's not virtuous for Ethan just to want revenge. You need to know that he wants revenge, and it's justified to want revenge in that context.
Yes, yes.
So that's what I'm asking about. Is it justified to want revenge on Caseytron? And the answer is it is justified to want revenge on Caseytron because
She has attacked him and socially.
How? Socially?
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, first of all, that is social, right? I mean, you were the one who had the big deal about shame, right? What is an attack? Like that's what shame is, right? It's a social attack.
So because she socially attacked Ethan, he's justified to want revenge on her? For your words.
Yes, I think that for shame, for sure. That's why I was so willing to say that. Yeah, I think for 100% sure with Casey Tron that shame is justified as a punishment for her. I think he would be justified in exacting that as revenge.
But it
if he were
wasn't
to shame her
just
in exchange for
shame.
shame.
It was
Sorry?
shame. It was shame plus litigation expenses.
Yes.
And shame plus court expenses. And the threat of the lawsuit
Yes.
itself.
Yes, and it has all those things. I'm not seeing though how that's gonna. I mean, I understand that these things are all relevant, but that doesn't speak to whether or not like.
Can you give me an
that's not
example of
gonna-
how Casey Tron socially attacked Ethan? Other than the copyright instance where he did the copyright, she did give me money or whatever she said.
The only things I really know are that she, repeatedly encourages people to, dog on him, constantly goes after him, tries to take away, viewers from his stream, right? Petty shit, right?
Petty shit.
Relatively petty things, yes. Those are the things I know of in particular.
And that why he's justified for revenge and filing the lawsuit is your words, petty shit.
Well, that's why I think he's justified in being motivated to get revenge
For a
for
lawsuit.
shame, right? Well, the lawsuit thing, like I said, is muddying the waters because, as we just agreed previously, right? The lawsuit comes with a social cost. There's collateral damage involved, right?
Yeah.
That's a confounding thing. I that in particular I don't know, but is the motivation of revenge, right? Is the fact that she has basically talked mad shit about him, has been like. I don't know if she specifically told anyone to go to
petty
King's Farms
shit,
or whatever.
right? Petty shit.
Yes, and I think that, and isn't his reply though? Isn't extracting an apology over something stupid? Isn't that also kind of petty, right? Like in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't matter. It's not going to affect her.
Yeah, but that's not all
right?
that happened. There was a lawsuit filed.
Right, but is that part? That's the part that we're most interested in, right? Is that
the justification for the lawsuits? That's what we're talking about.
The justification for the lawsuit is important, but is the retribution motive? Is that that's the part that I really care about? That's the part that I made the upper post about. Is the retribution justified? And in this case, what did he extract? He extracted a like for like, at bare minimum, right? There may be more. I agree. There's maybe more, and I don't know enough about the cost. You kind of gave me some sample numbers, but that's
but she apologized for more things. These shit against her words against. Apologized for what she said against Asmongold.
Yes. It's of a similar nature, but
it's also
it may not be related specifically. Say what?
It's also shame.
Yes, it is also shame. I think that's one of the reasons why I think that extracting shame in exchange for the shame that she exacted on him, I think that's justified.
Okay, so so people have socially attacked me. You agree?
Yes.
So would it be justified for anyone with Kafka to sue these in copyright case? Shame.
The suit, no. Look, like I said, solely for shame, I don't think that's right. But you're looking, now we're looking at things beyond retribution.
Wait a second. Okay, so wouldn't be just for shame. Why is this
so
lawsuit?
if the only thing you're doing is you're wasting the court's time, right? You're looking at things beyond this, right? Is it justified on retribution ground? That's the question. It's not whether or not it's you're bringing in all the other things, right? The question at hand is the retribution aspect justified? That's the part that you care about. That's the part that I care about. That's the part that we're disagreeing on, right?
Okay. I have to go to bed. I'm sorry. I wish I could. I've been at this for 8.5 hours, but I truly appreciate the.
That's fine. I'm really more interested in the higher level part, like the government stuff, like the Merrick Garland stuff, kind of stuff, is the more interesting.
Okay, let's
to me.
do that next time. I probably agree that I want the disagreements rather to be about the politics stuff, but and I take all comers. And
Yeah, I honestly really
I-
don't even care about these.
so-
I don't even like Ethan. I hate Ethan.
all right, so then why do you have a strong view here? Do you really think it's justified to bring the lawsuit over shame?
That specifically, I don't want to say that because then we're getting into the other stuff. Because the lawsuit shame, now we're looking at like the collateral damage thing. That's what I don't want to talk about. The thing
How
I
sure
care
are you
though,
about
is
this
the
whole thing?
retribution.
Okay, but
The retribution aspect. The for the lawsuit specifically, if you're going to get me down into the details, I would say I'm maybe 60% on the. I have to consider it because now there's new factors I have to consider, like the cost of the court. What is he going to get in exchange? There's a lot new. That's a new piece of information to me, and I actually do value that.
Okay.
The cost of the court, that is important to me. But for me, the important part is the retribution aspect. That's the part that I think is the most interesting. That is the part that I think is justifiable, and that's the part that I am willing to stand for Ethan, even though I don't like the guy. I never heard the guy say anything intelligent. He just sounds like a dumbass every time I hear him. He doesn't sound especially thoughtful ever. But on this case, I do think it is okay for him to go after people because he just wants to get back at them. I think that's fine, in principle.
In this case, you think it's fine for him to go back on people, even though I thought you just said you were agnostic like 10 minutes ago.
Well, what I'm saying is that I think it's fine for him to go after Casey Tron in shame for shame. When it comes to the lawsuit, right? That now, like I said, there's new information now, so I'm less sure on that. I'm not strong enough to say it. That's why I'm willing to go back on that part. Now you've given me this information.
Okay.
But as far as like the retribution portion, would he be justified in going after Casey Tron to like, make her look like a dumbass in public? Yeah, 100%. I think that's totally justified. And that one I'll fight for 100%.
Okay. Hey, appreciate you, brother.
All right. Later, bro.
La vista. All right, guys. Shame for shame. Shame for shame. You guys all deserve to be ashamed. I should have stopped this hours ago. I don't know what to say. People in. It's like, don't understand any of it. It's like, they hear themselves? Shame for shame. But it's not just shame. Happy Christmas, everyone. I gotta go. I love you all very much. And seriously, haters, keep hating. I don't give a fuck. Keep whatever you gotta say. I will stand 10 toes down on what I believe for, and none of this is convincing to me whatsoever. They weak as fuck cases. Send me your strongest warrior. Send me your strongest debater. Send me your strongest set of facts. All right. In a conversation, I'm patient. I'm fucking patient. I don't give a fuck. Just don't talk about it in the Discord. Rules. Love, guys. Love you all. I want Dan. Dan Saltman. Don't be a bitch. Have a conversation.